Hi there, my name is Eddie Stevens, and I am the Director for Legal Education at the Center for Child Counseling. Over the past 4 years, I've had the opportunity to interview everybody who has passed the Marital and Family Law Board Certification exam. We've compiled those interviews. We've added 2.5 hours for the 8 marvelous attorneys who passed in 2023, and we have over 8 hours of board cert tips for you to look at. As past chair of the Marital and Family Law Certification Committee, I know there is no one right way to approach this test. Everybody learns a little differently. So we've compiled these tips so you can hear how everybody approached the test and glean from it those tidbits that might work for you. Ladies and gentlemen, our 2024 version.
Steven Squibbs presents this month's board certification tip.
And our next guest for our board certification tip video is Jacksonville attorney Jay Henderlite. Jay, are you with us?
I'm with you. Thanks for having me.
Jay, congratulations. Jay has been an attorney here in Florida since 2011. Started off as a public defender. And Jay, when did you dabble into family, or when did you accept this is something you wanted to do?
Valentine's Day 2015.
How romantic. Is there a story behind that?
There isn't, but it's ironically the day I started my family law career.
It's you have a heart, so that's perfect. And it took you a couple of years to get board certified, so that was really quick. You know, if you chose it, in 14 and now it's 23 and you're certified, I'd say you did a good job and you took it pretty seriously.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
So we chatted a little bit before we hit record, and I asked you how you found out, and you said by email. And I guess since then your life has been pretty good. I had the honeymoon.
It was a fun surprise because it said they were going to mail the results, and I'd heard from prior test takers that they were notified around Memorial Day. But
Yeah,
I actually was in the middle of a client consultation, and they had sent me something, and I wanted to look and see if it had gone into my clutter, and it hadn't. But that's where I found
So it went to your junk folder.
It went to clutter on Outlook.
So thank goodness you looked, right? And when you saw that, did you have to stop the appointment?
No, I kept my cool, but
really, I don't think I would have been able to do that. So cool story. So most people are like afraid to take the board cert exam just because the number of people who apply to take it, there's usually not a big passage rate. This year, 9 people passed. I don't know how many people sat for it yet. But what were you thinking when you were doing the application process?
I don't know if I was afraid to take it so much as I didn't want to do the work necessarily, just because I have other things going on. But I did want to get board certified, and I thought about applying. Actually, I started the application last year to take it in 22, but I just procrastinated too long, I think. But I met with all of the local attorneys that have been board certified, or at least have passed the test in the last 3 or 4 years, and kind of got their input about what they did and what they recommended that I do to get ready, and I just followed their lead.
So what were those valuable recommendations?
Well, I mean, the biggest thing was start early. I didn't start as early as people apparently, but I wanted to have all my outlines done, at least outlines from the red books from the prior year, done before cert review in January, so I could just supplement them with what was new or what was different or what I might have missed. And I mostly did that. There were 1 or 2 I was outlining on Thursday between the day I got there for the tips and nibbles and the first day, but I got pretty close.
How many hours would you say you put in before board cert?
So in watching your prior videos, I've heard people say 300. What I heard from my local contacts was 100, which seemed more palatable. I probably did 100 plus less than 150, but I don't know. I didn't keep track of it.
Some people keep track like they're billing a case.
Yeah, I don't
That might
like
depress
bill
me.
hours. I mean, I know that's what I have to do, but I'm not going to do it if I don't have to.
So now that you have taken the test and you know that you passed it, do you think it was fair?
I do. I think it was fair. It's a hard test just in the sense that you have to know a lot, and not only know it, but able to recall it. And it's a lot of things that in practice you don't need to know off the top of your head. But having gone through the process and learned all the information that I learned, it made me far smarter and more knowledgeable as a practitioner than I've ever been before. And if the point of the test is to become an expert, it really did that, because I personally knew that my knowledge of family law and my ability to recall cases, apply rules, just practice at a high level is a lot higher now than it was, say, in January of this year, just because of all the studying.
Yeah, and that's a benefit you get whether or not you pass or not. And a lot of folks that seem to have anxiety about the test, they're going to be a better lawyer if they just buckle down and go through the process, whether they pass or not. And I don't think I was ever as smart as I was the year I passed board certification. And then I
That's
did
really
the
true. And people I think focus a lot on the test and whether or not it's really a test to for knowledge, or if it's a test to kind of weed out those that didn't study enough. And I think that kind of misses the point. The point is, if you want to hold yourself out as an expert, then you need to really buckle down and focus hard on all of the different components and nuances of practice family law. And the only way to really do that is, at least in my mind, is to prepare for something like that.
Sure. And the amount of memorization that's required, especially, like alimony factors and, how would you get that in your head where you could just recite them? Did you use like phonics or some type of system?
Yeah, I did two things. I did mnemonics for all the factors, but then I also did some online note cards just to kind of help me.
I'm a big note card guy.
So, I mean, that was sort of phase one, but I think the one thing I did that saved me probably a lot of time is I realized if I was just going to study note cards and just try to go over in my mind and memorize or say out loud the factors or whatever, that was going to take me a really long time. So I ended up writing a bunch of hypotheticals. I ended up going, I think Fox Miller had said something that board cert about, this is how they get you. And so I wanted to think, what could the possible sort of traps be, or the, hypothetical questions they might ask that are sort of tricky. So if I uncover them and then gear essays toward them, that would help me, one, learn the things that I think they're going to test on, and then two, help me just with my memorization, because I'm just practicing answers. I'm going to learn it faster than just sort of saying them out loud from note cards.
Yeah, just the act of writing an outline on a subject helps me memorize it. And, every month I go through all these published opinions and I write out, the holding of the case. And just by doing that, it forces this material to stick in my head. So you looked at the board cert books. How did you get a hold of the core and the subcore areas? How did you know? Did you just rely on the red books, or what other materials did you use?
Well, I started with red books from 22 board cert review course and outlined those. And then when I got to the 2023 review course, I did outlines based on presentations and then what was new, just sort of supplemented. And then I got the green books from Florida Law Weekly and read those, did kind of what you just said, wrote out the case name and the holding for the cases that I thought they would test on, and if they were interesting facts, I wrote one or two words so I would associate that case with that set of facts. I'd heard them say that you don't need case names, but if you put case names in, it may get you an extra point. And I'm pretty good at remembering stuff like that, so I figured that would be an easier way to get a point.
Yeah, but if you get it wrong,
study more obscure areas of law that they might test on, but it may not be that beneficial to me.
When you were approaching the test, where'd you take it? Tampa?
No, I took it right here.
In Jacksonville. Was it at a hotel?
No, it was at my desk.
Oh, that's a lot different. So you had a proctor watching you at your desk.
Right.
And so you have your camera activated, and are you allowed to leave the screen? What's the etiquette like for that?
I don't think so. I mean, you have to stay looking forward. I remember once I was thinking about an answer and I felt my eyes water, and I went back and said,
You get paranoid.
right. But they didn't say anything. But there really is kind of a time crunch, at least there was for me. So I was really focused on getting the answers on paper, getting them written. So I didn't really have time to worry about looking around or moving or anything like that.
So you pretty much used all the time that was allocated.
I did. I heard somebody say that the first time they took it, they had a lot of extra time and they felt they did well. And then they went and looked and realized they missed a lot of things. And so if you're finished early, you're probably missing something.
I finished early, and then you have this whole second guessing and reviewing, and usually your gut is, for me, my gut is usually right. And if I think about something, I usually talk myself out of the right answer. So I was kind of tortured having some extra time because I didn't know what I should do. So
I didn't have a lot of extra time anyway. I did have enough time, I think, for most of the sections to kind of go back and look. And there were a few times I would add in what I'd already done. But I don't remember rewriting an answer. I do remember, I forget which question it was, but I wanted to add a line or something about not unless the wife has received substantial assets, but it ended right when I was typing. So it ended with not unless the wife has received substantial ass. Hoping that made somebody laugh.
Some implants or something. You got to come down to South Florida. That's where it's like a reality here.
Right.
Welcome to Miami. So like, is this something you would recommend to other people to do? And if so, why?
Absolutely. I mean, I think more than anything, what I got out of it was it made me a better lawyer, a better practitioner. Just forced me to really learn all of the aspects of our area of practice. There are a lot of lawyers, and I used to be one of them, where you know enough to be dangerous, and what you didn't know, you go and look it up and pull cases, and that's all fine. And a lot of people are successful doing that, but there were a lot of things that I thought I knew that I didn't actually know, or I wasn't doing correctly. A lot of rules that are useful to know and implement, and also there are a lot of things that other people do, or that the judges sort of accept as status quo that aren't really what we're supposed to be doing.
And things always change. It's
And
rules.
things always change.
My board cert test probably looked a lot different than yours.
Yeah, and we'll see what happens next year.
But I did mine in a blue book. So that's when they summoned us to one location in Florida, and we all sat and they mixed us with other people, other board certification sections. So the person next to you wasn't taking your test. So there's no cheating opportunity. And back then, typing on computers was a new thing, and people were scared of that because their computers were getting locked up. So I did my board cert test in blue books like law school, but that was back in 2004. So it's been a couple of years, and technology, and now look at what Zoom has done to our industry and electronic filing, and there's so much change happening. But the test is still hard, and there is still kind of a low passage rate. So the fact that you made it on your first time, huge kudos to you, Jay. Good job.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
So
I think I would make it on my first try. I totally expected to.
Yeah, that's like a good expectation to have, that you're just doing this to learn the test. That's what I did, and I was surprised to pass it my first time too. And I had the benefit, I was 5 years out of law school when I took it. So having that board cert really helped establish myself. So not only do you have to pay more in your malpractice insurance, but you get some benefits too. Have you seen those benefits? Is your phone ringing a little more yet?
Yeah, I don't know if it is or isn't. I mean, it's only been
3 weeks.
3 weeks.
Well, I did see your website, and you do have everything properly branded. So,
To do that.
but you earned this. So, congratulations, Jay. Any other tips you can think of that might be helpful to folks thinking of taking this exam coming up or sometime in the future?
One big thing I'd say is just know yourself and trust yourself, because a lot of people will give you different expectations about how many hours you need to study, or
Yeah, 300. I did not study 300 hours.
but to me, 300 it wouldn't have been worth it. And even if I did 100 one year and didn't pass it, then I'd already had the outlines done. I can do 50 the next year. So I'm a big fan of working smarter rather than harder, just because.
Yeah, but everybody has their
I like having
way. Everybody has
Exactly.
their way of learning too. So,
and of course, people also sort of like to, I think, humble brag a little bit. Like, I studied 300 hours, which is great for them.
I don't think that's a brag. I went into the mountains, locked myself in a cabin, and came out 3 months later.
But the point is, it doesn't have to be something completely crazy. I mean, I didn't lose really any revenue when I was studying. I was studying weekends, and I did have a 4-day trial that ended up getting continued, which was good. So I had some extra time that entire week to kind of study and supplement. But it was doable. It wasn't the most fun I've ever had in my life, and there were probably things I would rather have been doing, but it was worth it. And I definitely got a solid return on the time I invested.
Do you want to give us?
I don't think so.
Well, thank you so much for spending some time with us and sharing your wisdom. And again, congratulations on this epic career achievement.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it.
Steven Squibbs presents this month's board certification tip.
All right, now we have our next guest, Brittany Pinson out of Tampa, and she works with the Sessoms Law Group. Brittany, are you there?
I am.
Congratulations. And not only did Brittany just pass the exam, but she passed it as quickly as an attorney could possibly pass this test, because you got to be an attorney for 5 years. You have to have so many trials. And Brittany got it on her 6th year, which is literally as quickly as you go. So Brittany, you are in a very, not only are you board certified and got this awesome recognition, but only a few people have done it as quickly as you have. So congratulations.
Thanks. I saw no reason to wait, and I was thrilled I passed the first time.
Yeah, it's nice to just get that out of the way. So we're going to talk about like how you approach studying, and I bet there were some things that you did that are probably not like the normal, because you rocketed to the front of the line. So how'd you approach this, Brittany?
So I thought pretty hard about, back when I was in law school, what worked for me. How do I learn best? It's an extraordinary amount of information that you have to retain. So I kind of broke it down into 2 ways, if you will. First, in law school, I hand wrote all of my notes. I did not tape them. So I thought, why change what works? And so I made a very long outline based on the cert review books that you get at the January course. And I hand wrote that the entire thing. So that was how I started. I just went topic by topic. I also got the books from 2022 and 2021 when I was doing this, because 2023 wasn't out yet. I actually started in June of 2021 or 2022. So I was actually filling out my application and making edits to it and already starting to study. I didn't submit my application until late August. I was waiting on a couple of final judgments. Actually, I had to reshift what were substantial involvement cases.
B1.
Yes, exactly. Move that around, update the summary. So that was a lot of fun. But I started with both of those books because I noticed that some of the authors were the same, but some were different. And so they approached a topic differently. And so I wanted to make sure I incorporated, 1, all of the information, and 2, sometimes one approach resonated better with me. And so I, looked at both books simultaneously while I was going through making this handwritten outline. I had a big spiral notebook that was 199 pages. And I also had one of the books from, I think it was 2020, when the course did only published materials on annulment, cohabitation, some of these smaller topics that they never present on. And so I made sure that I also included those because they were listed as testable topics, but not something that were in the two books I actually looked at when I was doing the outline. So I also had that book separately. We have all of the books in my firm. We get those every year. So that was really valuable to have. Once I got through the written portion, then I switched to typing and I retyped the whole thing, but this time I put it in my own words instead of just the words I had written out of the actual outline. And I thought that that was helpful because I was typing it, then I was able to move things around, streamline what I was writing, and that resulted in an 89-page typed outline. I did not double space. I tried to use bullet points a lot, but I wrote a lot of things out. And then that got me through, I would say, November-ish, December. I wanted to make sure that I wasn't burnt out, that I wasn't coming up against holidays, and I knew that I would need to cram a lot of information in a short time because doing this process really helped me synthesize it and internalize it. But I knew I wasn't ready to take the test at that point because it was just too much information sort of scattered out there. So then in January of 2023, I started doing what I call one sheets and trying to get every topic that was in my outline. I think I had 23 different topics down to just one sheet. So that meant don't write it down if you know it by heart. If you don't know it by heart and it's something that's nuanced, write it down. But be careful and strategic about what you're doing. So then that was how I was spending my time. And then I got to the point where I was just reviewing the one sheets. Prior to the test, I spent an entire weekend rereading very slowly the whole original outline, but also noticing that there had been changes in the law. There had been some updates. And so I also had to say, oh, that's not right. And I was happy that I could pick out that kind of information from even reading my outline from just 6 months ago. And then the day before the test, I actually had a hearing that morning. And then that afternoon, I read fairly quickly through the outline one last time as just, let me make sure I know this because I would never forgive myself if I just couldn't recall this one little thing. But I did not take any time off for the test other than basically taking the test.
Any chance you know how many hours were devoted to this process?
You know, they asked that in a survey after the test. And the options were like between 50 and 100, 100 to 150, 150 or more. I would say I was spending, when I was doing the actual outline part, about 2.5 to 3 hours every night. And I would do it a couple nights a week based around work schedule and things like that. No weekends at that point. I mean, but over time, I think I would have to say it's at least 100, maybe even more than 150, but I'm just not sure because I had spread it out so much intentionally. But then there was just a lot of time spent, you know, at those last 2 months. It was an extraordinary amount of time after work and on weekends, just making sure that I had every detail nailed down.
So that seems pretty exhaustive. When you took the test, did you feel good about it, or were you freaked out? What was going through your head?
So my initial reaction was I killed it and I would be shocked if I didn't pass. As time passed, and I mean, even just a few days, that faded and I became very paranoid and afraid. I actually woke up one morning and thought, oh my gosh, I didn't write about this on exam 2. I can't believe that. And then I had to rethink about what did I write? Oh no, I wrote that. Okay, we're good. So I had a couple even freak out moments. And then even once we got into May, you start knowing it's coming, you know, the decision, what happened. The closer it got, the more nervous I got. And I tried to tell myself to hold on to that feeling from March 10th of I killed it, but it was just really hard. So when I read the email that I passed in the middle of the day on May 31st, I started yelling in my office and like jumping up and running around. So
we talked to one person and the email went to his junk folder. Did you?
Oh no.
So he like was looking and discovered it that way. How did you what were you doing when you found out?
Well, so I actually had heard through the grapevine from somebody else in the beginning of May when I was at the AML conference in Orlando that the way they tell you is if you pass, you get your certificate. If you fail, you get a regular letter. And I had previously joked that I wondered if it was going to be like college admissions where you got a big envelope or small envelope. So I was horrified to find out I was actually correct in my joke. So all this time, as it gets closer and closer, every day I'm saying, guys, has the mail come? Guys, has the mail come? No, it hasn't come, right? So then, okay, someone told me it was going to be towards the end of the May. It was taking them longer to grade, but I still think the mail is coming. So May 29th was a Memorial Day holiday. So I come into the office on Tuesday. For sure, I'm going to find out that day. Nothing comes. So then now it's Wednesday, May 31st. I'm actually in a different office than is the address listed on my bar application stuff because we have multiple offices at the firm. So I'd gotten out of the phone console. I was about to go to a hearing and I start scrolling upward through my email. And so I see certification exam passed, the Florida bar. And so I went and clicked on it, but I wasn't expecting it by email. So I still didn't really know what it was, except for I thought I knew what it was. So it was one of those sort of reality versus understanding what you're really seeing.
And how often do you get that kind of adrenaline rush where you learn something so important and something that took so much work to accomplish?
I mean, it does remind me of when I was waiting to see if I passed the bar to even become an attorney, right? Because we had to log on to the Florida Supreme Court website and you were scrolling for your name and looking for pass, or hoping there was no fail in there. So that was another one. I felt really good about that exam. And when I saw the results, it had been so long. I, again, was jumping up and, screaming, running around the ofis because I was, of course, at work at that point. So it was really just incredible.
The fire in the belly. How would you compare this to the Florida bar exam?
Harder in the sense of there weren't that many multiple choice. We only had 30 total and they were only 1 point each. And so that made up a very small percentage of your score. And I thought the multiple choice were challenging, but covered a large variety of topics. So I thought that, it really made it worth it that I studied all 23 topics. The rest of the exam, we had 25 short answers, which you don't have on the underlying bar part. I thought those were definitely the hardest. Time constraint, you couldn't go reread things as much. You really had to go more off instinct and just know it right then. And those were 2 points each, so 50 points. So it was obviously more than the multiple choice, and that was more than one essay because each of the essays we had were only 30 points each. And we had 5 of those. And
4 substantive essays and the ethics essay, right?
Yes. And so that was having to write that many essays also was different. I think the bar exam only had 3 essays. And they didn't seem to be on as many topics. It seemed like a singular topic, whereas these essays, I mean, they had focuses, but like essay 2 was, I think they just called it jurisdiction and substantive issues, but it was a fun one with all sort of topics. I would call it potpourri. And the other ones seemed to have, overarching themes, but there was really a lot that you could grasp at. So I thought that was definitely a different, more nuanced approach. But I think it makes sense for what we're testing for versus what you're testing for in the underlying bar exam.
Now that you've passed and you kind of see the other side of the curtain, is there anything you would do differently?
No, and to be honest, when it was getting closer and I was getting worried that I had failed, I literally thought to myself, I do not know what I would do different. And I'm terrified that I might have to do all of this again. My approach from the beginning was do it once, do it right. It's going to suck, just to be honest, spending hours after work, you work all day, doing that, spending time on the weekends as you get closer to the exam sucks. It just does. But I really told myself, embrace it now and hope that it's worth it. So I can't think of anything else I would have done different.
You work with Mark Sessoms, and he's a big board cert guy. He's, in fact, I think the only attorney I know who's double certified, at least the only attorney I've spoken to and conversed with. How was the firm with you, coming from that type of a firm that really champions this process? Did that help?
So since I met Mark back in 2012, we've been working together in different capacities. Prior to me being admitted to practice law in Florida in 2016, And so he was always board certified since I knew him. He always had sort of this striving for excellence. And I felt like I've always been that type of person as well. So I think from very early on, I knew I was going to pursue board certification. And so I knew that a lot of hard things came with that, but that ultimately I thought that it was a rewarding goal. I also only really want to take family law cases. And so I thought that that also made sense to be able to distinguish myself in that way with clients or potential clients. So to me, it was always something I was going to pursue. And I had shared that with Mark before. So we were in a way counting down to when could I actually apply to even sit for the exam. And he helped me look over my application after I had done all of the written parts of it back in August of 2022. And we sent that off, and he was really supportive. He did tell me he never took any time off when he took the board certification exam. And so I did feel a little pressure to do the same, even though everybody pretty much at the TIPS meeting in January 2023 said they took at least a week. Some people took way more time than that. And I was just powering through. So he kind of was somebody I was trying to emulate in how he did things, because I know I don't have children, but he had 2 small children when he was trying to take the test, and he had to work, a full-time job, and he didn't even take time off. So I thought, I can do the same thing. I'll see you and raise you on. So he was, very supportive. We went to lunch actually the day after the test, after I took the test, and he was, really interested to hear the stories and just overall supportive. And then he was obviously somebody I shared this with immediately, and he was, so happy for me. Just, you could tell the way he was even talking, he was glowing about it. So to have that pride, not just in the firm, but in me personally, and one of those, we knew you could do it. I heard that a lot. That also made me worried when I failed that, well, what are they going to say now? But fortunately, we don't have to cross that bridge.
Well, I mean, whether you pass or not, this process makes you a better attorney. So
Absolutely.
So congratulations. Tell Mark we said hi. He's an awesome dude. Any other tips you want to share with our listeners, Brittany, before we end this segment? Things that might benefit?
One thing that I thought was really helpful, I took it on the virtual platform. They started that after COVID, actually. So I was able to I actually took it in this actual office, and you have to download a software program. They walk you through all of this stuff, and then you upload the exams. Prior to this, they tell you it's required to do a mock exam. It's, I guess, a board certification exam on a part of it on a completely separate topic. It's not about getting the questions right or wondering what the actual answer is or anything like that, but you are able to go through and figure out all of the features with the program that then helps you have that sense of familiarity. So once you actually get into each of the exam sections, because it's in 4 separate exam section parts that they release access to at designated times on test day, you can jump right into what's the question, let me find my answer, instead of wondering what this button does or trying to do something the long way when there might be a shortcut to being able to do it. So playing around with the different features, familiarizing yourself with the program, it's kind of like being on autopilot when you're driving a car on a route you've known the whole time. So it's just one less thing to think about, and it lets you focus, I think, on all the information that you're dying to tell the grader because you definitely studied your butt off and are ready to kill the exam.
Well, Brittany, thank you so much for sharing your wisdom with us. Congratulations on this epic career achievement. We're all very proud of you, and we can't wait to see what you do with this.
Great, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Brittany Pinson.
Good luck.
Stephen Squibbs presents this month's board certification tip.
And our next guest for our board certification tip seminar is the one and only, hailing from South Florida, Abby Cohen. Abby, are you there?
I am. Hello there.
Congratulations on this epic achievement that you have done. And we're so excited to hear how you approach the test and what tips you may have for our listeners. So Can you tell us, like, you've been an attorney, a couple decades. You started family law like about 10, 11 years ago. When did you make the decision to go board cert?
So thank you for having me. And I think this is a great resource and service that you're providing to test takers. So thank you for doing that. I've been an attorney now for 30 years, practicing family law for 11. I had actually qualified to sit for the exam back in 2018, but due to personal and professional time obligations, I just didn't feel that I had the time that was necessary to appropriately study. So I didn't sit for the exam. I went to the tips and nibbles meeting at the board cert, and I had not yet started studying. And that was all it took for me to know that that was not the right choice. This past year, I changed firms and entered an environment that inspired and encouraged me to dig deeper and try harder and to achieve more. And I made the decision to take the leap.
And let's talk about that environment for a second, because you're on a pretty neat, unique environment with Peter and Jeffrey, Gladstone and Weissman, and now Denise and David, the big merger. So I know all of those folks are totally bought into board cert. So when you join the firm, how did they motivate you?
So when I joined the firm, the conversation had already started that continuing and growing and taking the test would be highly encouraged, but it wasn't mandated. But I will tell you for myself, when you join an environment where you are surrounded by great and talented attorneys, it makes you want to go to the next level and not just stay status quo. So it was the environment, it was the people, and the knowledge that I would be fully supported throughout this process. And one of the first tips I have for future test takers is to surround yourself by people who support you doing this. And whether it's members of your firm, your friends, your family, this is a really long and difficult process. There's going to be bad days. You're going to have meltdowns. You're going to question your competency. But having people around you to pull you back up is just so critical. And for me particularly, that person was Jeff. Every time I got inside my own head about whether I had the ability to take the test or I had the ability to be successful at this test, he talked me through it and got me back on track, and probably saved me a lot of time cycling through that on my own. So I think the environment and the people that are around you truly make a difference.
Yeah, I've always tried to hang out with people who are smarter than me, just so I,
Right.
take by osmosis.
They say you rise to the level around you. So I agree.
So cool environment. And I know you're a big advocate, start way before January for this test. When did you start in earnest getting yourself ready for board cert?
That's a fair question. And I think for me personally, because I was so far removed from school and studying in academics, I knew that I could not wait until January. So really back to the time when I was completing my application, so August and then into September, the first thing I did was reach out to other board certified attorneys that I know, whether within my firm or outside the firm, and ask them what their process was. When did they start? What did they study? How did they study? Then I enlarged that circle and I reached out to some newly board certified attorneys that I didn't know, because I knew they would have a different experience than someone who had taken it a decade before, particularly those who had taken it remotely. And I, digested all that information and I started to chart my course. So I knew there were a number of things that I wanted to get completed before the board cert review. And what I did was, for me, memorization is a really, handwriting is a memorization tool for me. So I prepared summaries of the last 2 years of the Florida Law Weeklies. I took the red books and I created my own outline from those. I started creating index cards of the pertinent statutes, of the family procedure rules, and just kept growing the body of documents that I would be then evolving to study after the cert review. So it was an ever evolving process. I didn't have myself on a set schedule until after cert review. And then following that, I had a study schedule that I followed.
So
For some of the subcore topics that weren't in any of the red books, I looked into our firm library to see if we had any CLEs or information. Also, as I got closer to the test, I reached out to some other practitioners, an accountant that I do work with, and had a few one-on-one mentoring sessions to work me through some of the subject matters that I felt I needed a little bit of a boost on.
you bring up something really important, the core and subcore topics. Now, that's published by the board cert committee, what's going to be on the exam. And not all of it is in the red books. Maybe the core subjects are, but some of the subcores don't always find their way into the red books. What did you have to go and hunt down outside of the red books for those? Like what areas did you need to like independently figure out?
I tried to find some CLE materials on those topics, or to the extent that I knew an attorney who practiced in that area, tried to pick their brain a little bit. I did not feel that I put enough time into the subcore, and thank God I don't have to, but if I had to do it again, I think I would devote a little more time to that, because you just don't ever know where they're going to pop their head. It could be embedded in a core essay, or it could be standalone in a question. And another thing that I did, and I will tell you, historically, I was never a fan of mnemonics ever, but my brain just could not memorize the length of
13
factors.
alimony factors.
Yeah, well, alimony I could do. The time sharing, the relocation, I just couldn't.
Yeah.
So this is again where I kind of reached back into this community of attorneys who they were all so giving of their time and sharing information. And I received their mnemonics for a number of factors. And I would give myself mnemonic tests where I just literally wrote all the initials for all the mnemonics and as quickly as I could filled in the factors. So that was very helpful, knowing that, I would be able to kind of just data dump the factors and then go back in and fill in the substantive.
And I guess your test was all electronic now, remote with proctoring and people watching you. Wow, has that changed? 20 years ago, I went to Tampa and took the test in blue books and hand wrote it. And people were freaked out because they had the computer option, but it was new. And like it took over your computer and locked it up, and people were real nervous. But what did you think of the actual test taking experience? Did it drive you crazy? Were you comfortable with it? How'd you approach it?
So I like the idea of taking the test remotely and not having to travel and everything that's attendant with that. I made sure that my surroundings were test ready. I hardwired my computer into my modem. I locked pets up. I notified all my neighbors. I made sure my lawn person wasn't coming, because I was taking it from home. So I kind of, put all these guardrails in place. I thought it worked really well to have yourself in a comfortable environment. The test itself is so nerve-wracking because of the unknown. So I think, you take away a little bit of the unknown. What's the temperature in the room going to be? What snacks can I bring with me? And just having a little more comfort I think helped me.
Were you in
One thing-
PJs and sweatpants, or how were you dressed for it?
I was dressed casually, but
Comfortable.
comfortably.
Yeah.
So, but it was just nice. It was nice to be in a comfortable environment. One test taking tip that I would give to anyone who's taking the exam remotely is after you've downloaded the software, they give you the opportunity to go in and kind of play around with their features and their settings. And I found that to really be valuable and time saving. I practiced using the different timers, how to use the highlight tool, the bold, the bullet points. You know, you don't have 30 seconds or a minute to spare in this test. So anything that you can do to familiarize yourself and you're just going in and typing, definitely take advantage of that.
And you told me you had a post board cert review study process. What did that look like? More, I guess it was more regimented.
It was more regimented. I set aside, as soon as the cert review ended, every morning I got up early. I'm much better in the mornings, set aside a block of time. I would work the regular day. Then I had some time at the end of the day that was set aside for studying. The weekends entirely were dedicated to it. The last week before the exam, I marked myself out on the calendar, and other than answering emails, it was study, study, study. At that point, I took the outlines that I had created from the Red Book and then started moving them into index cards, because again, now I'm writing again. So it's just another memorization tool. Every time I wrote it, it just clicked a little more.
Right.
And just had things sorted by topic.
And we all have different ways of learning, and it's really interesting to see those in such like an extreme test like board cert. I've never taken anything like this test, just the volume of information you have to know, and seeing how everybody approaches it, whether it's writing, primacy versus recency. We all have these little ways to put this data in our head, and then the art is processing it and figuring out what's important. How many hours do you think you dedicated to this process, if you know?
It was more than 200. It was a lot.
Yeah.
But again, I feel like I was in a slightly different place because of my age and my removal from school, that I thought I needed a little bit more time.
When's the
And
last
I'm
time you
glad I
took?
took it.
When's the last time you took a test like this? the bar exam?
1993.
So I assume you only took the test once, if I can ask.
I did.
So that after you took it, did you have confidence, or did you think you failed it? What was going on in your head?
So that's a very interesting question. The moment I was finished, I thought, wow, that wasn't so bad. And then every day afterwards, I started rehashing it in my head, and oh my God, I should have said this and I should have done this. I spoke with some other people who had taken it. We saw different things in the essays. So you do ruminate, and there's such a long period of time that you're waiting for the results. It allows you to ruminate quite a bit. So as I moved further from the actual test day, I felt less and less confident.
And then May 31st came, right? And how'd you find out?
So this was a great story. I was actually sitting in Jeff's office when the email came through, and I was so happy that I was with him when I got the information, or the result, that he was there to share that moment with me. And it was such a sense of relief, because I was already kind of internally gearing myself up for, okay, I need to start doing this again. What's this process going to be? I think I would have approached it slightly differently. Again, certain subject matter, spending a little more time. But I wasn't looking forward to doing it a second time. So relief would be the first word that comes to mind.
And this test has like a bad reputation for such a low passage rate. Nine folks passed this year, and that's a pretty big number. Now that you've put the effort in and you've taken the test and you know the results, do you think it's fair?
I don't think it's unfair. I don't think it's insurmountable. I think it's difficult. I think it's just an enormous amount of information. And to me, the biggest issue is the time constraints. I legitimately was answering and finishing answers to my essays as my timer ran down. So I had to move really quickly through the multiple choice and short answer because I wanted to make sure I had as much time as I could on the essays. And I never had the chance to go back and kind of double check my answers.
Probably a blessing.
Maybe, but listen, the manner in which those questions are asked are very precise. And if you're going through it quickly, I'm sure that there were things that if I had read it slower or again, I may have picked up on the nuances. And nuance is a word that I heard so many times from other attorneys, that the test is on nuances and nuances. And I truly believe with the multiple choice and the short answer that is true. But to me, the greatest difficulty was the time constraints. I would love if the Florida bar issued full practice tests that people could take under time conditions, because I think the uncertainty and the nervousness of just the test itself, if people had a greater comfort in the test taking, that may provide a greater success. I remember when I was taking the bar exam, that was one of the things we always did, was take it under time conditions to make sure you could get through it. So I think a lot of the hype is the uncertainty and the not knowing. And I think that's why there's also a greater pass rate for people who've taken it another time, because they've now had that experience and they know what to expect.
Yeah, I only took it once too, and I was really grateful, but I was totally planning to take it a second time.
Right. No, but grateful is a good description, to only have to do it once. Yes.
And I don't think I was ever as smart as I was the year I took board cert, just, the amount of effort that takes.
I agree. I said, and I truly believe that even if I had not passed, that was a moment in time where I knew more information than I ever had in my entire career.
And I think it's important to know the test is not just about memorization, these nuances that you discuss. It's really knowing how it all works together and on a much higher level than just, memorizing factors. So congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Do you have any other tips you think our listeners may benefit from if they're thinking of taking this test?
Start early, take it seriously, give yourself a break if you need to take a day off or a weekend off, because if you've given yourself enough time, you have that ability to step back if you need to. Sometimes it's hard to sit for hours and hours and hours at a time and study. You kind of feel like a toddler with your attention span. So if you have that many months, just spread the tasks out over that time and you can do it. It's possible.
Well, Abby, we are so proud of you, and thank you for your generous time today. And board cert helped me out in ways that I didn't understand at the time, but you'll see there's only 260 something board certified family law attorneys in Florida, and to be in that little club, I think demonstrates that you're you're taking your job very seriously. I mean, why not try to be the best at it? So everybody.
And thank you, Eddie, for doing this, because I really believe that this information should be imparted to test takers early to allow them to have the choice and the knowledge to begin early if that's something they want to do. So thank you for what you do.
Of course. Well, we will get this segment out to the public, and for all those test takers out there, good luck. And
Yes,
Abby,
good luck.
thank you for your time.
All right, have a good one.
Stephen Squibbs presents this month's board certification tip.
And our next tip for board certified test takers, the one and only out of Orlando, moved to South Florida, we have Meghana Saoji. Did I get that right?
Meghana Saoji.
Thank you, Meghana. Meghana.
Megan with an A. There you go.
Meghana. That's such a cool, unique name. Welcome to our little show, and congratulations on being one of the 9 who passed this year's board cert test. How do you
Thank you.
feel?
Shocked, but happy.
So, can I ask you if this was your first time approaching this test?
It was my first time approaching this test. Yes.
And you had 10 years in, and your 10 years of lawyering, were those all like family law years, or?
Yeah, I've exclusively practiced in marital and family law since I graduated, and it'll be 10 years this September.
Oh, congratulations. And
you.
you're part of a great firm down there with, folks like Ray, and I know Paula real well. I've
Oh,
done
okay.
a few appeals with her back in the day.
Oh, how about that?
So congrats. When did you figure out you were gonna go down this crazy path of board cert?
So my story, I don't know if it's all that different from many, but I really didn't have any intention on ever taking this test. One of my partners, Megan Clary, has always been very big on being board certified, and that was going to be something good for our firm. So she sort of paved the way. I think she became board certified in 2020. And because I just happened to qualify with the amount of trials and whatever you need to do in order to submit an application, I threw in an application just because I thought I would qualify. And then I didn't really think I would sit because mentally I wasn't prepared to study and take the test. I don't know. I just sort of decided if they let me, maybe I'll do it.
So did you pass clearance before you started studying?
I passed clearance before I started studying, and I guess I started studying later than what most people do. So they gave me clearance just maybe the day before or the week of board certification review in Orlando.
So you started January of this year.
Correct.
And the test is in
March
the end
10th.
is March. So that gave you 2 months to get ready for this test.
A little less. I think it was a 6-week plan. So when I sat down for the tips and nibbles that they do the day before the review course,
Right.
that was the day I decided I was going to take the test. And so I started studying right when I got back from Orlando.
Okay. And what was the plan that you put into place that night at board cert tips and nibbles?
That panel was really helpful. So I think you get invited if you qualify to take the test.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a host of different people that tell you how they studied and what they did. And I thought, there's no way I'm going to take this test. It's too late. I had sat down with my partners in November, December and said, I'm not in the mood to sit down and study and do this. But then when I heard other people's stories, and at least one other person, Andy Wilson, who I'll give the plug to, said he had been in a similar position where he showed up to the tips and nibbles and heard what people were doing. And he said he was a one-timer test taker and that he just took those 6 weeks super seriously and how many hours he dedicated and what he did. And that sort of matched the way I study. So everybody has a different study pattern. And, so I thought, well, if he could do it and he studies kind of like me, I'm going to get the motivation, or that motivated me to say, all right, I'm going to do it and start budgeting my time. So I looked at the calendar to see, like, can I really do this with work? And said, this is my plan of action. If I do every lunch hour, 4:30 to 6:30 on weekdays and 8:30 to 12, and every weekend for 6 weeks, that gives me enough hours, according to what everybody's saying, to sort of cram in the studying.
So what do you think was enough hours?
I don't know. Well, I was able to do it within 6 weeks, and I sort of kind of did a little math before I got on here. And I think I probably did 200 hours, 250, and it just depended on the day. I mean, so I didn't really take time off of work to do it, but I certainly took hours during work days. I just didn't really physically take time off of work because I hadn't planned on taking the test, so my schedule didn't really afford that. But if you're, I killed myself for 6 weeks because I literally every waking hour that I wasn't working or I could shimmy and studying, that's how I did it.
That's a pretty intense experience. So how would you go about the studying process? Like, what did that look like for you?
So for me, I mean, my biggest tip is be true to the way you study. So if I'm a person that operates under pressure, so I think the 6 weeks study timeline was kind of good for me. Not everybody operates that way. I also, for me, I really did use those red books that you get from the Orlando board certification, because those give you a really good outline of the way you should approach topics. So my first thing was going to the Florida Bar website to see what are the areas of topics that they test you on, because it's a bunch of things that you maybe as a family lawyer you do or you don't do. There was a lot of things that I don't do that often. So I took each topic that I knew would be tested and lined them up with the red books, asked people for outlines, and use that as my base. And my big study thing, and this was just something that Andy had shared with me that works for me, was I took those outlines and I made index cards through an online app called Brainscape. And that's just something that works for me. So I study by killing myself with repetition and making those, the outlines in question form.
Very visual.
Yeah. And so
would you do the flashcards yourself, or would you have people quiz you with them?
I did them myself. I mean, you create the flashcard yourself. And, since the days of law school, when I hand wrote, I'm like, I won't have enough time. But because you can type them out or copy and paste from an outline, I created probably 2,000 or 2,500 flashcards from the outlines. And I would go through them daily if I could, and then pick topics, as I got stronger with topics, I'd leave those alone and pick harder topics. But that was really those red books outline, and then however you study those outlines, that was my big thing. Like, that's what I did. People say, read the green books, do this, read the cases, and that's all good. You should. The green books for me, they were helpful in that it shows you how to analyze a case or the way you should do an essay. But I didn't think that questions were directly plucked from 2022 green book for my 2023 exam. I didn't feel that way.
So you didn't drill down the board cert committee and see what appeals each one of them did?
I paid attention when I was reading. I only did 2022 because I didn't have time, and I didn't do all of 22. I probably got to the November. But if I saw someone's name, I would kind of keep track. But I don't know, not really. So you don't know who's doing what topic, so I didn't do that.
Good. I always hear people say that, and I think that's a little too intense as a study tactic.
Correct. It's too, I think I'm a firm believer of all tests that I've taken. You have to know what the test is about. You have to know how to test. And so a lot of it is strategy. You have so many essays, so many short answers, and so many multiple choice. And so everybody on the panel said the biggest thing was like time management. And so I'm very, okay, this is how, we know that this topic is important because I'll get 30 points here. Multiple choice, maybe not as important because you only get 1 point. So you kind of have to have a strategy to how you study or how you even approach the test. And so that's how I couldn't focus on what committee member did what appeal. I couldn't do that. It's just too much. I can only do what I can do.
And there's so much memorization with all these different factors. How did you commit that to memory?
I'm not a mnemonics person. And so that's what, be true to yourself. I thought mnemonics were crazy. I don't even understand why people do it. And that's just me. If there's 26 time sharing factors or 11 relocation factors, or I'm just going to memorize that there was 11 and I'm going to memorize them in order. And so I handwrite and then I repeat. So I can't be bothered with the mnemonic because that doesn't make sense to me. So I don't study that way.
So when board cert exam came up, do you think that you had stuck to the plan that you laid out for studying?
Definitely. I mean, I panicked. I think anybody, once you start going, I was like, damn, I don't know if my tactic is working. But, my partners were very encouraging through the process, and they're like, stay true to yourself. Like, I'm not a study group person. I never was in law school. So why would I now? And so when there were topics, and again, I was short on time. So maybe if you start studying earlier, which is, I'm not saying don't, you would research and do more case law review to understand a topic. I did that for some topics if I had time. If I didn't have time, I picked up the phone and I would call a colleague that I know or a CPA to say, okay, help me understand business valuations a little better, because I'm out of time and I need somebody that can just explain it to me in simple terms. That worked for me, and that's just, so, if you have a colleague that knows business valuation better than you do, or, a question on alimony, seek out your colleagues, but, don't waste time. So I'm not going to a lunch with you. I'm just going to call you and say, can you give me 30 minutes? And, but again, I was really tight on time.
It sounds like you had a very regimented approach. You had a plan, you executed it, and it paid off.
Luckily, yes.
After you took the test that day, how'd you feel? Did you feel like you had done well? What was going through your head?
I think the day I took the test, I thought it went well. I thought from the horror stories I heard, I felt that I didn't experience that. So I didn't experience the worry of a question, a short answer being this long of a question, and then you didn't have time to read it because you have to dedicate time to questions you can get through. I didn't. So at the conclusion, I thought, okay, that could have been worse. But then as days pass, I'm like, oh, I for sure failed. There's no way. Because you start to read things or hear from colleagues, and I didn't think I passed.
So that's an interesting phenomenon that you describe, and it's not unique to you. I think everybody I've interviewed so far, and you're in the number 4 out of the 9. All 4 of you have said, I felt good after the test, and then after that, I felt worse. So that's an interesting kind of arc. And you got the news 6 weeks after you took the test. What was that moment like?
I was shocked.
Where were you when you got the email?
I was in my office. I gasped. Actually, I didn't see the email. Someone texted that had taken the test and said, hey, did you get the email? And so I looked at the email. And even though it says it right there in the subject, I was in such a frenzy. I didn't see that it said board certification test passed. I just opened the email and I'm like, oh my God, I didn't believe it. And so all my partners came running into my office, and everybody was pretty happy about it because, it was, if you fail, it's okay. Everybody knows you only studied for 6 weeks, but if you pass, we'll all be surprised. So I think we were all kind of surprised.
I think with the passage rate, I don't think, I think everybody thinks they're going to fail. Just odds are, more than half the people do.
Yeah.
And that's a scary thing, especially if you haven't taken a real test since the bar exam.
Right.
And
I'd say the panel that spoke, I can only think of one person, but I don't remember. Only one person, Andy Wilson, said he passed on the first time. So it definitely seems like more people than not, it takes at least 2 times to pass. That was sort of my, I'll take it, get my feet wet, and then I'll take it again.
Right. And you were pleasantly surprised.
I'm very surprised. I'm happy. I can purge my brain of all the things I memorized for a little while.
Well, you don't want to purge. You want it floating out there, because it is kind of cool just being able to recall these factors, by heart.
I agree.
And that's something, most attorneys can't do. So just the process of going through this ordeal makes you, really know the stuff not just memorize it, but know how it works and interplays with each other. And because to pass this test, you need more than just memorization.
I would agree. I mean, I think a big takeaway that I kept hearing from other board certified lawyers is that it is a basic competency test. That is what it is. It's not supposed to be the super specialized certification. It's a basic competency test. And so when I approached the essay, and again, because, when you pass, you don't get the benefit of seeing your test. So I don't know if obviously it worked because I passed, but I couldn't say what gained me the most points. But something that was kind of repeated to me from other lawyers was answer the call of the question, answer the obvious things. You think you have to be fancy and point out the esoteric. I didn't. I don't think I said a single case name in any single essay. I didn't do that. I just approached it and answered it really like as if you were in a consult and how you would explain the law to a client. I mean, that's what I did. I don't think I went above and beyond. I just did what was asked of me.
I think people miss the importance of the call to question. And when it comes to these essay questions, you read such a crazy fact pattern. Each one is a crazy fact pattern. And then you get to the call of the question. So I usually go there first.
Yeah.
And before I read, this fact pattern, so I know where they're going and what they're looking for. And now that you've taken it and you've passed, there's a lot of criticism that this is not a fair exam because of the passage rate. Do you think this was a fair exam?
I thought it was a fair exam. I mean, yeah, I've heard the criticism, and I think that there was a higher passage rate this year than years past. I thought it was a fair test. I mean, there was maybe a few questions, not maybe 3 or less, that I was, I don't know what they're asking, and I'll move on. But generally speaking, I felt that it was fair. I also felt that way because I passed.
Knock on wood. What tips would you give our listeners that we haven't talked about yet?
I don't know if I have any other tips other than be true to yourself in the study process. So, I did a really kind of rigorous process because I decided late, but again, that worked for me and it was all fresh in my brain when I took the test. But if I got frustrated with the topic, I mean, there were topics where I'd crumple up my outline and throw it and say next topic because I couldn't digest it, and that was okay. So leave a topic and pick something else up so that you're never losing steam. I never just said I'm not studying today. I mean, rarely, maybe in an evening when I was stressed, I'd say, let me take that break to recover so that I can have a better day tomorrow. So I just kind of stayed true to what worked for me. Again, I don't think the green books, I don't know if it added value to the studying, but I will tell you, reading the green books for me, I was more at peace because my brain wasn't having to memorize. I kind of enjoy reading the cases. If you like being a family law practitioner, it was a nice break and it was fun. It was the more fun part of my studying. So you got to just do what works for you. You can't follow what other people are doing. And honestly, I tune out what other people are doing. That's just, I've always been that way.
So no study partners.
Not really. I mean, I had one friend who passed and she and I spoke a little, but I didn't, we didn't really share outlines and do all that because I can only do what I'm going to do, so when I see what other people are doing, it doesn't make sense to me. So people think I'm crazy because I memorize, like, for example, I knew ethics was being tested. I memorized all of the ethics rules, but that's the way I am. I mean, I was the kind of person in law school studying for evidence and I'd shoot hoops and recite the rules to my friend who's passing the ball. That's the way I functioned. So I took this test the same way I kind of got through law school, and people thought that that was crazy. Did I get a bunch of points on the ethics because I recited every rule that I memorized? I don't know. I don't know if I got a great score or a medium score, but I passed. So that's something that my friend freaked out that I was doing. I'm like, well, don't do what I do because that's just the way I study, Well,
Meghana, thank you so much for sharing your wisdom, and congratulations. We're very proud of you.
Thank you.
We can't wait to see what you do with this.
Thanks. And so if anybody needs to reach out to me, I appreciated people that did that for me. And so I don't know if this is a forum where people have the ability to now contact you, but I'm definitely happy to help because I would like to see more people kind of follow suit and get board certified as well.
Yeah, I think that's why we do this. And it's amazing how helpful everybody is. I've been doing this program for 3 years now, and everyone who's passed has gladly given their time to this experiment, and it's been a lot of fun. And we'd like to see that passage rate get a lot higher. There's no, why not celebrate being board certified? Because it is like a career epic moment, and that's why we are so proud of you.
Well, thank you. I appreciate you inviting me to do this. It was a cool process. I'm happy that it worked out. And so I hope this helps people because I thought the panel I got invited to was the most helpful thing for me to kind of get me started. So hopefully people feel the same way about this clip that you're doing.
Well, Meghana, thank you so much for your time today.
Nice to meet you.
Steven Squibbs presents this month's board certification tip.
And our next guest in our board cert tip seminar for 2024 is newly board certified attorney hailing from Naples, Florida, Michael Shemkus. Michael, are you with us?
I am here. Thank you very much.
So congratulations on being one of the 9 who just passed.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And the purpose of this program is for me to ask you a bunch of questions on how you approach the test and some tips you have for our listeners. Are you ready, Michael?
I am ready.
So you've been an attorney in Florida since what, 2013, 2014?
No. So I took the Illinois bar in 13. I then took the Florida bar in 14. I practiced law in Illinois through 16. And then I didn't start practicing Florida law until we moved here in 17.
And then you became board certified in 23. So that's as quickly as you can do it, 5 years and you take the test. So congrats on your determination to be a standard of excellence.
Well, thank you.
So you come to Florida, you're practicing family law. What makes you decide to go the route of board cert?
Well, I certainly was influenced by those around me. I work for Jack Long, Ed Murphy, and they are both board certified attorneys.
AAML dudes, right?
Well, Jack is an AAML dude. And so that was sort of a staple of this particular firm. And so it was on my radar almost immediately. And then it was just a matter of time. I had to wait for the 5 years and then I had to study for it and then I took it. But I really credit that to my, bosses, so to speak.
Yeah, an environment of excellence. And did you have a problem with the trial requirements in the 5 years that you were in Florida?
No, because thankfully, I had already kind of started my legal career 3 years in Illinois. I kind of got all the, the drafting and the menial stuff in the back rooms out of the way. And so when I got to Florida, I was kind of pavement in court. And so I didn't have much of a problem getting things satisfied there.
And when did you decide to fill out the board cert application?
So, if I took it in March, I would have filled it out the prior summer. So the summer of 22.
And when did you start studying?
Well, I knew that I knew what my plan was before I filled out the application. So I started a loose study schedule a year in advance, which I know is a lot longer than other people you've had on this program. But I've got, we have a busy practice, so my work days are filled. I've got 2 young girls back at home and a wife. And so I knew I had to space things out. I couldn't just go black on my family, dark on my family immediately for a long period of time. So I charted it out. I created a Word doc and I put the categories, the topic areas, and I gave myself month milestones to work through them. And that worked pretty well.
Did you keep on schedule the whole time?
Nope. I fell off. I fell off about between around the holidays of 22, right? So we were traveling for Thanksgiving, then we traveled for Christmas, and all that kind of study stuff went out the window. So then I had to do some makeup when I got back to real life in January.
Any chance you kept track of how much time you dedicated to the studying process?
I really didn't. I didn't see the utility of that, so I didn't bother. But I have since then, particularly after watching other segments that you put on, I've since contemplated, and it was probably anywhere between 100 to 150 hours, sure.
And so the core subjects and the subcore subjects. How do you go about putting all that together and figuring out your study materials?
Yeah, so I had to come up with a plan, and I figured that the bulwark of the plan would lie in the red books. You can see them stacked right up there, right, from the board cert review course. And so my process was, I also had the PDF for that. So my process was, I printed off each section of the red book and I put it in its own binder. And then I would carry that binder around with me in the car, and when I went to appointments or when I was waiting and wherever, and I would always have a highlighter. And I read from the first page through the last page of every topic, and I highlighted whenever I read something that was new or novel that I hadn't really, become very familiar with just in the regular course of practice. And I just kept forging ahead. I did that for a solid year. And by the time I got to the end, I more or less had covered the entire red book. And then when I got into the year of the exam, the 3 months preceding the exam, my process changed a little bit. And then it became taking all of that material and distilling it down to an outline. And so then I scheduled my outlining phases. This week, I'm going to tackle this outline. And then in addition to following the general hierarchy of the board cert exam materials per outline, I then also made sure to sprinkle in the highlighted portions that I had done, so I could hit those again.
That's
And
pretty.
First
That's pretty.
two phases.
That's a cool way to attract yourself to the stuff you may not have mastered. I like it. How did you fill in the gaps of the stuff that's not in the red books?
Yeah, so that was fun. Because there was like,
Subcore.
there was like, I don't know, 7 or 8 subcore topics of things that I had, most of which I had never touched in my career. I haven't handled a military divorce, still haven't to this day. It's been 10 years of practice. I think I flirted with an annulment once, but it never went anywhere. So there weren't board cert materials for that. And so here's what I did. I read every statute on each topic area, front to back, distilled those down to outlines as well. And then I supplemented that work by getting on to Florida jurisprudence, which was available to me through Westlaw, and then pulling the most salient treatise excerpts from that, and then making sure that what those contained made it into my outline. Now, I will say this to those that may consider doing the same. By and large, there wasn't a whole lot of extra material in the treatise that I didn't already discern from the statute. So there wasn't, it was really just ruling out anything that may have been missing, but it didn't happen often.
So you created your own study materials.
Yep. Was
the outline typed or handwritten?
Typed, everything typed.
And how many people have asked you for that outline at this point?
But,
it's like a cool commodity.
It's it's right here.
Shemkus on Family Law, Florida.
And it's really not that big.
So are those all the notebooks condensed into one, or is that just the outline?
These are all my outlines. Yeah, and I've got them all tabbed per topic area, and they're all here. So it's really not that much.
I love it. But yeah. That's the final product. That's not the data that went into creating those hundreds of pages.
Of course. Yes, absolutely.
So that's the product of your 150 or so hours of surviving this ordeal. Were you confident throughout the process, or did you think you were going to have to take this test a second time?
Yeah, so it was funny because up until I actually got into the test, I was very much unsure, because the closest thing you get to having any idea as to what you're in store for are some of the sample materials that the bar publishes, but that's not a lot.
2 questions, right?
Yeah, you've got an essay in there that they give you. There's some short answers, maybe some true false. Not a lot. And I purposefully did not look at those materials until the last week, because I wanted to gauge how close am I. And so for the full year, year, 2 months, I had no idea what the test was going to look like, how hard it was going to be, how specific the questions were going to be, whether they're intentionally set up to trick you. I had no idea. So I was very much in the dark. But it wasn't until I took the sample exam, and then it wasn't until the day of when I finally got into the materials that I realized that I should have been more confident.
So I take it to mean you think it was despite all the negative thoughts about the passage rate, did you think this was a fair exam?
Right. So I love that question. I listened every single time you've asked somebody that question. And I don't think that someone who has passed it can answer that question, because we don't see the results, right? You don't get your grade. You don't see which questions you missed. And so I don't know whether I passed by a single point or whether I passed by a lot more. I will tell you that when I finally opened the test that morning and began working through it, I was pleasantly surprised. I didn't feel like there were trick questions. I didn't feel like there was an emphasis on esoteric. Certainly there are some esoteric questions, but it's not the primary focus. Most of what you're tested on are core materials that if you practice family law every day, you should be pretty well familiar with.
So that's encouraging for everybody to hear that might be thinking about taking the test. And, from my perspective, I think you got to know everything and you have to know how to apply it. But I agree with you. I don't think it was designed to be a tricky, like gotcha test. I thought it was, some of the short answer and true and false could be, each question that could be kind of tricky because sometimes they're testing the nuances there. But for the essays, you just have to know everything and be able to apply it. And I think that's the good gatekeeper of who's board certified and who's not. So I think it's a very fair process. And I also had the experience of grading the exam for a couple of years. So I saw that side of it. But how interesting is it now to have watched this show and now be on the show, right?
It is
kind of a cool path, trajectory. What do you think of study groups? Did you do this on your own?
No, I could not have done a study group.
So,
scheduling it alone would have been horrendous. And I think that, I don't know, I guess I felt like everyone has their own pace and I didn't want to be holding anybody back and I didn't want to be held back in my pace. I just wanted to do it my way. So that's what I did.
Have you taken a test like this since you took the bar exams in Illinois and Florida?
No, I haven't.
So after you took the test, you felt like you passed it?
Yes. Yeah. I mean, I don't want to sound, a certain way about it, but you're asking me the question and I'm giving you an honest answer. But when I left that exam, I could have been, put to a lie detector test and asked that question. And I would have said, yes, I think I passed.
Did those feelings ever change before you got the results on May 31st?
No.
And where were you when you got the results? I love asking this.
Yeah, I was actually on our last day. My wife and I were celebrating our 15th year anniversary. And I had surprised her and my two girls with a week-long trip to Utah. And so we were in Utah and it was our last day there on that trip when I got the news.
And
on the 15th year anniversary date.
That's pretty cool. And it came by email. Did you think it was going to come that way or did you think it was going to be mailed to you?
So that drove me nuts, right? Because I had asked the committee member who had been facilitating it previously, I said, when are the results released? And she had told me the date. And so I'd marked my calendar, but I didn't know, and I knew that they would be released by email. I didn't know what time that day. And so there I was in Utah on the day before, staying up late, waiting to see, is some automated email going to push these out at 12:01 a.m.? And the answer is no, it didn't. No, that's not how it works. Someone was manually sending these emails out. I didn't get it till the next morning at 10:20 in the morning or something.
And I mean, what was that feeling like? You know, this is a pretty important moment in your career.
Yeah, you know, like an immense wave of relief, you know, that you know, your hopes, your expectations were correct, that you weren't, you know, blindsided by a surprise. You know, and that's something that I always kind of had in the back of my head is you can feel as confident as you want about something, while at the same time recognizing that you've been wrong before. And I did not want this to be that. And thankfully I didn't have to suffer that.
Well, it sounds like you had a very regimented approach to studying, and, you know, by sticking to that as much as you can, you had a great result. So congrats. What, besides the red books, or there in the actual statutes and rules, there any other materials you looked at, like the Florida Law Weekly green books or anything like that?
Yep. So I had heard people talk about the Green Book. And so, but I'd never seen it. I didn't know what it looked like. I didn't know why people were calling it the Green Book, but it's green and it's a book. So there you go.
We're very creative here in family law. Red book, green book. It's like Dr. Seuss.
That part was among the easiest for me, because I'm an appellate decision consumer, right? I subscribe to an online newsletter where I get updates every single week, similar to Florida Law Weekly does. And I read every single family law case when it comes down. And if it changes the law a little bit, I actually make a memo and I send it out to the rest of the firm, so that the rest of the firm is always on the cutting edge too. And so I had been in that practice for a year and a half already. And so when I read the Green Book, it was all review. I was reading everything I'd already read before. And
Yeah,
I didn't.
I've been reading opinions ever since I passed, and I passed in 2004. So yeah, I've been reading these for a while. In fact, I have my to-do pile right behind me. I'm 10 weeks behind in my Florida Law Weekly. So in addition to filming this, I have to catch up with that. And I think that's A, you're not going to miss anything. And B, you immediately, you know, what better review than like keeping your finger on that pulse of appellate law that's consistently being produced every week. And that way you kind of see the patterns that present themselves. Like I see major patterns like no transcript and depleting accounts without marital waste. And, you know, you see these things time and time and again. You know, they're the ripe appellate issues if something like that were to happen in your case. So I think reading those are invaluable to any attorney. And I'm glad to hear that you agree with that. I get mine Florida Law Weekly old school, and I like actually reading it, even though the print is so small these days. I gotta put on my glasses. But yeah, that's the best way to learn, I think, getting it directly from the source.
And
so
one of the takeaways from reviewing all of the cases again in the Green Book was that when you do that, you know, consolidated, focused review of all of this material that was published in a year's time, the trends, like you mentioned, jump out at you much more than they would just in the ordinary course of a year's worth of reading. And it was remarkable how bold at least one of the trends was. Domestic violence injunctions, huge in 2022. So many published decisions, and many of them turned on the same issues over and over and over again. And so that was a big flag for me. Hey, before you sit for the exam in next week, you know, maybe go back to the injunction section of your outlines and read it again.
I think those trends are much more important than researching the cases that the people on the certification committee were involved in. And I hear people diving in that deep. And when I was on the committee, I kind of chuckled that, you know, people were doing that, because that's not how the test is written. And I don't think that's the way to go. But looking at these trends, that's the important stuff of if something is constantly showing itself, or if something has changed in, you know, by 12/31 of the year before you take the test, because you don't have to know the law after that. I think, whenever I see something like that, I'm predicting that's going to be a short answer or true and false question on the next test.
And
Any,
you mentioned this kind of fallacy of diving down into what the members of all that kind of stuff. There were three things that I did not do that
Tell
I've
me.
heard others say, right? I heard that. I didn't do that. If I had, time just to spare to play with, maybe, but that's not how real life works. So no, I didn't bother with that. I created mnemonics for factors under, marital assets, non-marital assets, unequal distribution, that kind of thing. And I even studied them for a little bit, never used them at the test at all.
how'd you memorize all those different relocation and alimony factors?
Well, the reality was, my experience on the test, the essays didn't really require a recitation or a regurgitation of all the factors on a given issue. There was one case that did, and it called for unequal distribution analysis. And I was familiar enough to recall most of the factors. But the rest of the essays, they didn't really require it. They didn't call for it. And I didn't engage in that kind of thing. And then the third thing that I didn't do, which I kind of mentioned in passing before, was I never summarized the case law. I didn't think that, first of all, I felt like that was completely overkill, because that would require so much work in such a short amount of time if you were doing it within the last 2 weeks or 3 weeks. I don't think that would have been a time well spent. I think that if you are in the habit, like you and I are now, of reading the cases as they're published, and you're doing this before you take the exam, if you think that your memory will be served by making case summaries along the way as you go, I suppose that could be manageable. But I definitely would not tell anybody that you need to summarize the case law from last year for this exam.
What about your use of case names in answering questions? Did you
Very few. I probably dropped about 3 case sites in the whole thing.
Yeah, they don't really help you, and if you get them wrong, they hurt you. So
Yeah, and it didn't. Again, the prompts that when you finally sit down and you start seeing what's being asked of you, you start to realize that it's not screaming technical perfection at you. It's here's a fact pattern, like every fact pattern that walks in our door, and go, right? Give me your best summary of the process of analyzing this, the conclusions you would draw, the applications of law you would make, and just go. And that's all I did, and thankfully it worked out.
Well, Michael, any other tips you have for our listeners that might be valuable to them if they're considering this path?
Yeah, absolutely. I think give yourself plenty of time. There's no rush, right? There's no gold star for starting studying 2 months before the exam and then nailing the exam. No one really cares about that. So give yourself plenty of time. Don't put yourself in a situation where you're going to be miserable unnecessarily. And just be deliberate about it. Be mindful of it. You don't have to be perfect along the way, but at least give it its due attention. And then the day of, make sure you slept.
What do you think of the remote test, doing it from home?
So there were pros and cons. The pros were I got to be in a comfortable space. The attorneys next door, they gave me their space to work in because our law firm was going to be busy and hectic. And that was very nice of them. And that was very nice to take the test in a quiet environment without any interruptions. The cons were there were some scary glitches that happened with the software, and there wasn't anybody to call, and it got very stressful a couple times right before a segment was going to start. And I didn't like that. I definitely felt like that was a bit of a disservice to the test takers who had poured themselves into being prepared for this, only to be almost failed by the software that they're relying on. I didn't like that at all.
User error or system error? You know?
Definitely system error, because 2 out of the 4 segments I managed just fine. The issue was that they would send you a code via email about 10 minutes before each segment. There's 4 segments, 2 in the morning, 2 in the afternoon. And so you had to sit there and wait until, 10 minutes before the next segment. And then I'm staring at the inbox, and the first segment worked fine. I got the email, got the code, plugged the code into the software, and it booted up fine, no problem. The second segment, no code ever came. And that's kind of terrifying. And so at about 5-minute mark before the next segment was supposed to start, I emailed, the administrator, and I said, "What's the deal?" And she said, "Well, all the codes had gone out." And I said, "I didn't get one." And then I didn't hear back right away. And so I frantically started pressing buttons in the software, and I managed to activate it without needing the code within 1 minute of the segment starting.
Wow.
And then this happened. So then the third segment after lunch, I did get a code, but then when I inputted the code, you get the spinning wheel of death, right? And I had to override my laptop, do a hard reset, unplug it, reset it, reload the software, try it again. I had to do that 2 or 3 times for that third segment. And again, I got in just within a minute of the next segment starting.
Wow.
No one should have to deal with that.
You're going to give everybody anxiety nightmares.
Well, no, I hope that someone hears this and then, does something to fix it for the next batch.
Well, that's every year is a little different. When I took it in Blue Books, and you had the option. We all went into one room, like the Florida bar exam, and everybody taking board cert, not just family law. So you were in there with everybody. There was another room for computers. I was terrified because I heard nightmare stories of it taking over your computer and locking it up. So I wrote my test, old school with a Blue Book. So I think every year you have issues that you have to deal with in such as life, and at least it got your heart beating and focused you, and hopefully you use that for good stress instead of bad stress. But
well, let me suggest this to those who I may have just freaked out. Before the exam day comes, reach out to the administrator who has been communicating with you and say, "What's a phone number I can call if there's a technical emergency?" Because I think that's a really easy fix. Because, for example, it could have been the case that the segment was not going to start until I logged in. I didn't know. They told me what the time was supposed to start, but I didn't know whether that's a hard time or a soft time. And had I known that, I would have been okay. Okay, let me call, I'll talk to the person, we'll figure this out together. And if it's 10 minutes past the start point, if it still means I get the full 90 minutes to take the next segment, everything's okay. So I would just encourage people to talk to your administrator ahead of time and just say, "Hey, what's the plan if something goes awry?"
That might be the best tip of the show.
Yeah.
So Michael, thank you for your time. Congratulations. We appreciate your enthusiastic participation in this, and can't wait to see what you do with this board cert. Congrats.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Stephen Squibbs presents this month's board certification tip.
And our next guest for our board cert review seminar hails from Fort Walton Beach. Ladies and gentlemen, with us now, newly board certified attorney, Michael Goodson. Michael, are you with us?
I'm with you, Eddie. Thank you.
Congratulations on passing this career epic moment defining issue and being one of the 9 that are now board certified as of 2023.
Well, thanks, Eddie.
So you've been practicing, what, about 10 years?
I got my license to practice in 2014. My first 2 years was an assistant state attorney in Panama City. Then in 2016, I started doing family law full-time. and have been doing family law full-time since then. So about 7 years of just family law.
And what made you decide to go board cert track?
As a full-time family law attorney, I got to know a couple of other board certified attorneys in our area, as well as attending the review course and the AAML Institute. And to be honest, I just saw that as kind of a necessary step in my career to become board certified. The first time I took the exam was in 2020, which I think would have been the first year I was eligible to take it. Did not pass at that time and told myself, hey, I'm just going to keep trying until I do it. Because of COVID and everything that was going on, I did not take it that next year. So I've only taken it twice, one in 2020 and then one in 2023 when I passed. But yeah, I mean, to me, it was just something that when I made the decision to be a family law attorney and knew that there was this credential out there to say that I was, a specialist and had some level of expertise in that area, to me, it was just kind of a no-brainer to try for it. And as somebody that's at the, I hope, beginning end of my career rather than towards the tail end, I saw that as being something that was helpful for me as a younger attorney with prospective clients, as well as with other attorneys and judges that, yeah, man, there's no downside to doing it other than the involvement and investment of preparing for the exam, taking the exam, going through the process of having to do all of the case histories and fill out the application and get recommendations. But yeah, to me, it was just a necessary step.
Yeah, I think that's a very healthy way of looking at it, because most people don't pass their first time, and having that expectation is kind of creating this negative aura about the test. And after you took the test in 20, did you do anything to see why you didn't pass? Did you look at the results?
Yeah, I did. So when I took it in 20, COVID was just starting. So the exam was March of 20 and COVID hadn't really come to our area. I remember at the exam, there was one person wearing a mask and I thought, boy, that's weird. Why is this person wearing a mask?
How things change. So that was probably the last year they had it.
Yeah.
It wasn't remote.
So then the review process that year was by Zoom, where they let me look at, I think, my exam answers as well as the grading and score sheet. So if an essay, I think, is on a 1 to 6 scale, hey, on this essay, I got a 2. And I could look at my answer. I don't remember if they gave a model answer at that point because it's been 3 years. For the multiple choice, it was, hey, here are the 20 or 25 questions, and here's how many you got right, here's how many you got wrong. And then same with the short answer, here's where you got points, here's where you didn't. So it was helpful for me to at least see what my score was and then what I needed to do to get it to a passing score. And where that was helpful for me is I knew how much time I had put into studying for 2020, which was nowhere near the amount of time that I put in for 2023. And part of that was not that I intentionally understudied, but I knew it was the first year that I could take it. I'd been practicing for less than 5 years in family law. I really had no expectation of passing it. Not to say I didn't care, but I knew I could take it again, and I had my whole career ahead of me. So I went into it with very low expectations and very low pressure on myself. And I got to see, hey, I didn't do as bad as I thought. I was, a puncher's chance away or a couple questions here or there from getting close to a passing score. So then when I was preparing for 2023's exam, I had left my prior firm in September, October of 22, came over to a new firm, brought very few cases with me, so I had time on my hands. And I talked with my wife and made the very conscious decision of, hey, while things are slow and I'm kind of getting up to speed at my new firm, all of my free time, I'm just going to devote to studying. So I took the red books that come out every year from the review course. I got them in PDF. I put them on my iPhone. And if I had 5 or 15 minutes, I would just read. I made the plan of at least 30 minutes a day. However, I divided it up to do 30 minutes a day of studying. Sometimes I was able to do that in a 30-minute chunk. Sometimes I'd keep going and do 45, 60, 90 if I was just in a good mood and something was interesting and I had the time and kept doing it. Other times there are topics that are just really dry and it's a slog to kind of get through. So I would break those up or do a little bit of studying at home, walk the dog, play with my kid, do dishes, do some other chores. And so by the time the exam got here in March, I was able to read through all of the prior year's books. So let's say I took it in 23, so I studied 22's materials. 23's stuff comes out in January for the exam in March. And I did not get through all of the red books from January's course, with there only being about a month and a half. I did the best that I could, and I focused on some areas that I wasn't as familiar with. But I found that just by doing the prior year's review and then attending the course every year and reading Florida Law Weekly when it comes out, that prepared me enough for the exam.
Any other materials besides Florida Law Weekly and the Red Books that you, in the statutes that you looked at?
Honestly, no. I know some people have reviewed, I think it's the Abrams material that's in a gray bound. Everybody should know what I'm talking about there. I've looked at that from time to time, but I did not study it. I really just focused on the review books, Florida Law Weekly, because I get the weekly emails, and I got your squibs as well. So those are helpful. And then reading through, chapter 61 and paternity and domestic violence and chapter 751, reading through the statutes that would be covered. When I studied in 2020, I focused first on the statutes. I read through all of those and then didn't do as much of the red books. This time I kind of flipped it, that I focused more on the red books and did not read all of 61 cover to cover. I think I went through like the parenting factors, alimony, equitable distribution, kind of the big stuff, but didn't really get lost in the weeds on it. Same thing with Rule 12, the rules of family law procedure. I selectively read through that, but I didn't read through it cover to cover because to me, the relevant stuff was contained within the red books. And I just remember taking the exam, just feeling kind of fortunate. There were some questions on the exam where I had cases that were very similar to some of the questions. So I kind of researched those issues ahead of time. So I felt pretty comfortable on it. But yeah, I remember hearing people talk about studying and making flashcards or doing outlines. Even in law school, that was never my way of studying. I was just hey, let's read the materials. Let's think about it. Let's digest it. Let's try to mull it over in my mind, talk about it with other attorneys, make sure that I fully grasp it. But flashcards never worked for me. Outlining over and over again is just, for me, it's really boring. I know for some people, it's really effective for them. But yeah, man, I think that the red books that come out every year is really kind of the go-to source. The AAML does a pretty good job of preparing those, and those tend to track with what's on the exam.
Yeah, I agree with a lot of those statements. And I think you could probably just get by with the red books. That's why they have them there. And everybody has a different learning style. There's no right way to do it. It's just what works for you. And the cool thing of interviewing everybody who's passed is you hear everybody's technique and style. And such a diverse, our minds work so differently. Like I need the visual, I need to write it down for it to get stuck in my head. But it probably takes me longer to learn things than most people. So that's why I do it. Any chance you...
I remember from this interview that you did with the last year's folks, seeing, like you just said, different people's learning styles, as well as the review course on Wednesday night of that week. The people that are taking the exam can go to kind of an interview session with the people that passed it for the last year. And I did that when I took it in 2020, and I did that again in 2023. So in addition to this interview, I'd strongly recommend anybody that's going to take the exam to go to that Wednesday night. I think they call it Tips and Nibbles, if I remember right.
Yep.
But again, it's a panel discussion with, I think, everybody that had passed, and you hear about their different studying styles. And I remember some of those people talking about how they studied made me feel a little insecure and nervous of, God, I haven't put in 300 or 500 hours into this. I don't know how people find the time, and kudos to those that do. But then I did hear some people that had passed, I think from your interview, of, yeah, I read the red books and I kind of looked at the statutes and then I practice this every day. So I'm always researching it, and that's how I studied. And that tended to work more for me. So yeah, you're absolutely right, man. Everybody approaches it differently. Everyone learns differently. And what works for me might not work for other people.
But it's good to hear that, because it validates you if you're not an outliner or a flashcarder. And
Yeah.
You know, you don't have to do it a particular way. You have to do it in the way that works for you.
Absolutely.
Do you know how many hours you spent in 23 studying or for the 23 exam?
I really don't know. I didn't keep track of them. I remember, like I said, hearing those people say I did 100, 200, 300, 500, just to me, some crazy number of hours. For me, I try to approach it more as a day-to-day thing, because I find for me, if I have a big project or a big task, seeing it all at once kind of overwhelms me. So if I can break it down into its little component parts and just knock out one thing at a time, that's easier for me. So for me, instead of thinking about, hey, I want to study 150 hours before this exam, I said, hey, I want to do 30 minutes a day. And if I can do 30 minutes a day, I don't know what that adds up to. I'm sure you can figure it out, but said, hey, look, I've only got so many days between now and March, mid-March, whenever the exam date was. I can find 30 minutes throughout the day. And I told myself it doesn't have to be 30 straight minutes. If I have 5 minutes here or 10 minutes here or 15 minutes there, as long as by the end of the day, I've hit my 30, cool, I've checked that box, I can congratulate myself. And then if I decide to go over it, awesome, that's just gravy.
Bonus points.
Yeah, it was bonus points. And to me, you know, on my phone, I think it was the Books app that comes with Apple. It'll track how much time you have that app open. So I could look and go, okay, I've done 19 minutes so far. I've got another 11 I need to find. And I made it, you know, it's kind of silly, but I made it like a little bit of a game. Like, hey, I don't get to, you know, go work out yet, or I don't get to eat a bowl of ice cream or watch whatever dumb TV show. Like, hey, I've got to complete this task. Then, you know, I get my carrot, I get my little nibble or whatever it was to get my little dopamine rush out of it to make it rewarding. Because I don't.
That's a cool way to make yourself accountable.
Oh yeah, for me it works. You know, I don't like studying any more than I like folding laundry or doing the dishes or doing the stuff that we all have to do just as part of day-to-day life. So if I could find a way to trick my brain into making it fun, which really isn't the right word, but the best I can come up with, you know, that helped me.
I remember learning evidence in law school with a video game called Objection, and so that made learning all these hearsay exceptions fun.
That would be a good one.
So can you articulate what you did, how you approached the 23 test differently than you did in 2020?
Yeah, in 2020, my approach was, hey, let's see what the exam's like. Let's study a little bit, you know, but dude, if you don't pass, man, it's no big deal. So I went into it with low expectations of myself, not to say thinking I would fail, but just, man, statistically, I think the average is around 20% or so in any given.
Sometimes less.
Yeah. So I was like, look, I know I've got the odds stacked against me. I had learned that enough people pass their second or third or whatever time, and they go on to be board certified and have great careers. So that didn't bother me. I've known judges that failed the bar exam 1, 2, 3 times and then became judges. So I was like, okay, look, if I fail this, no big deal. So I didn't over prepare for it. I under prepared. And again, it wasn't deliberate. I was just kind of new, still figuring things out, had only been doing family law at that point for 3 to 4 years. So still very green and new at it. And just, you know, kind of approached it like getting in the shallow end of the pool. In 2023, I approached it of, okay, I'm going to study to pass this exam. I want to pass it. My goal is to pass it. I'm not going to beat myself up if I don't, but I don't want to have to take it again. So I'm going to prepare as much as I can. And I was fortunate because back in 2020, I was with a firm and kind of in the middle of things and running a full-time practice. In 2023, I had switched firms and was kind of starting over or starting in a new firm and building from the ground up. So I had a pretty low case volume in late 2022. And I noticed that things tend to be a little bit slower around the holidays in many ways anyway. So I had time on my hands and I've made use of it of, hey, if I've got a free minute, I'm going to study. I even told my paralegal, hey, if you walk by my office and I'm staring at my phone, please don't judge me as I'm asking you to do things for me because I'm not just goofing off, I'm studying. Look, I promise. And then kind of the same thing to my wife of, hey, if we're going to go visit family this weekend, would you mind driving so that I can study in the car and just, read the phone? So that was my approach is I guess I just took it more seriously in 2023 and that, hey, my goal is to pass this. I'm going to do what I can do to pass it.
And it's amazing when you articulate a goal, you manifest it. So
absolutely. Oh, absolutely.
I dig it.
Yeah.
So you've seen the test as someone who didn't pass, as someone who got to see the answers, now someone who took it again and passed. So you're probably in a real good position to answer this next question as to, because this test gets such a horrible rap and so many negative things are said about it that it is not fair. From your perspective, do you think that this is a fair test?
Yes, I do. I remember in 2020, there were a lot of questions on there about annulments, multiple questions about annulments. And I took the exam with other people that I regularly practice with. So after the exam, it was, hey, what the hell were all the questions about annulments? Have you guys ever even done an annulment? I think I had done one at that point, and I think I've still only ever done one annulment. So at that point, back in 2020, I felt, hey, I don't know how fair this is, or boy, it seems like all the same, not the same people keep passing, but hey, the people that speak at the AAML Institute and the review course, their associates and partners, those are the ones that were passing. So it was probably just a lot of sour grapes and, hey, I didn't pass it and trying to make excuses of thinking it wasn't fair. But then in 2023, there were questions on there and I was like, yeah, that's a good question. I think I know the answer to it. And I knew enough of them to pass. But yeah, I it's interesting. The more I prepared, the more fair of an exam I thought it was. And I think that's probably the best answer, is that on the 2023 exam, I don't remember a single question that I thought was, like, what is this? What are you talking about? I remember a question in 2020 about jury challenges. And at that point thinking, well, we don't have juries, we do for paternity, but when's the last time there was a jury trial in any sort of family law case?
You get to hold the baby up in front of the jury and say, it's his.
Yeah. I made a joke with one of the other test takers that, hey, before we retire, let's promise that we will do one jury trial and do that just to say that we did. I think that bet is still out there. But
Michael, we need to get a paternity trial case against each other.
Oh, buddy, I'm game to do it. Yeah.
Demand that jury trial.
I think that'd be a hoot. But yeah, I really do. I do think it is a fair exam. And look, the more you study for it, the more fair it becomes because the more prepared you are. The only unfairness that I felt was because I didn't know the answer to something. But if I knew the answer, well, obviously it feels fair.
Cool. Is there any advice that we haven't talked about that you would want someone taking the test to hear?
I don't know that there's anything we haven't talked about, but just to circle back to study the way that works for you. Don't feel like you have to study the way that other people that pass the exam study. I remember being back in law school there's the group of kids that sit in the front of every single class and raise their hand for every single question, whether they know the answer or not. I was not one of those people. Some of them went on to do really well in their careers, and some didn't or didn't even go into being practicing attorneys. I remember listening to people through your interview as well as the review course panel, and their study methods are totally different from the way that I approached it. And it worked for both of us. So I would just say that anybody that's taking the exam, take it seriously, but give yourself a little bit of credit that you made it through college, you made it through law school. Not a whole lot of people do that. You made it through the application process, which is not fun to have to fill that thing out. And if you do this every day, you do this every day. And what I found now that I've been board certified for, I guess, a month now, none of us know everything. It's okay to not know things. We get to look stuff up. That's the benefit of doing what we do. It's very rare that we don't have the ability to research something. So, approach the exam the way that you feel comfortable doing it, and do it in a way that you'll actually do it. If you're a flashcard person and you need to do flashcards, do flashcards. Just reading it and not doing flashcards isn't going to work for you. If you're somebody that doesn't like doing flashcards or has never done it, don't do that. Do what's gotten you this far in life. It's an exam like any other. The LSAT sucked. The bar exam sucked. But all of us sitting here today listening to this got through the LSAT and got through the bar exam, and we're licensed attorneys. So, you're all capable of getting through it. It's just a matter of putting in the time. And if you don't pass it, try again.
Good words, Michael. Very wise. We appreciate the time you've given us, and congratulations on being awesome.
Well, thanks, Eddie. I appreciate that. It's good to meet you.
Good to meet you too, and I look forward to our paternity case.
Wonderful. Can't wait.
Ladies and gentlemen, Michael Goodson.
Stephen Squibbs presents this month's board certification tip.
And our next guest for our board certification tip video is Jacksonville attorney Jay Henderlite. Jay, are you with us?
I'm with you. Thanks for having me.
Jay, congratulations.
Thank you.
Jay has been an attorney here in Florida since 2011. Started off as a public defender. And Jay, when did you dabble into family, or when did you accept this is something you wanted to do?
Valentine's Day 2015.
How romantic. Is there a story behind that?
There isn't, but it's ironically the day I started my family law career.
It's you have a heart, so that's perfect. And it took you a couple of years to get board certified, so that was really quick. If you chose it, in 14 and now it's 23 and you're certified, I'd say you did a good job and you took it pretty seriously.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
So we chatted a little bit before we hit record, and I asked you how you found out, and you said by email. And I guess since then your life has been pretty good. I had the honeymoon.
It was a fun surprise because it said they were going to mail the results, and I'd heard from prior test takers that they were notified around Memorial Day. But
Yeah,
I actually was in the middle of a client consultation, and they had sent me something, and I wanted to look and see if it had gone into my clutter, and it hadn't, but that's where I found
So it went to your junk folder.
it went to clutter on Outlook.
So thank goodness you looked, right? And when you saw that, did you have to stop the appointment?
No, I kept my cool, but
Really? I don't think I would have been able to do that. So cool story. So most people are like afraid to take the board cert exam just because the number of people who apply to take it, there's usually not a big passage rate. This year, 9 people passed. I don't know how many people sat for it yet, but what were you thinking when you were doing the application process?
I don't know if I was afraid to take it so much as I didn't want to do the work necessarily, just because I have other things going on. But I did want to get board certified, and I thought about applying. Actually, I started the application last year, to take it in 22, but I just procrastinated too long, I think. But I met with all of the local attorneys that have been board certified, or at least have passed the test in the last 3 or 4 years, and kind of got their input about what they did and what they recommended that I do to get ready, and I just followed their lead.
So what were those valuable recommendations?
Well, I mean, the biggest thing was start early. I didn't start as early as some people apparently. But I wanted to have all my outlines done, at least outlines from the red books from the prior year, done before start review in January, so I could just supplement them with what was new or what was different or what I might have missed. And I mostly did that. There were 1 or 2 I was outlining on Thursday between the day I got there for the tips and nibbles and the first day, but I got pretty close.
How many hours would you say you put in before board cert?
So in watching your prior videos, I've heard people say 300. What I heard from my local contacts was 100, which seemed more palatable. I probably did 100 plus, less than 150, but I don't know. I didn't keep track of it.
Some people keep track like they're billing a case.
Yeah, I don't
That might
like
depress
bill
me.
hours. I mean, I know that's what I have to do, but I'm not going to do it if I don't have to.
So now that you have taken the test and you know that you passed it, do you think it was fair?
I do. I think it was fair. It's a hard test just in the sense that you have to know a lot, and not only know it, but be able to recall it. And it's a lot of things that in practice you don't need to know off the top of your head. But having gone through the process and learned all the information that I learned, it made me far smarter and more knowledgeable as a practitioner than I've ever been before. And if the point of the test is to become an expert, it really did that because, I personally knew that my knowledge of family law and my ability to recall cases, apply rules, just practice at a high level is a lot higher now than it was, say, in January of this year, just because of all the studying.
Yeah, and that's a benefit you get whether or not you pass or not. And a lot of folks that seem to have anxiety about the test, they're going to be a better lawyer if they just buckle down and go through the process, whether they pass or not. And I don't think I was ever as smart as I was the year I passed board certification. And then I
That's
did
really
the
true. And people, I think, focus a lot on the test and whether or not it's really a test to for knowledge, or if it's a test to kind of weed out those that didn't study enough. And I think that kind of misses the point. The point is, if you want to hold yourself out as an expert, then you need to really buckle down and focus hard on all of the different components and nuances of practice family law. And the only way to really do that is, at least in my mind, is to prepare for something like that.
Sure. And the amount of memorization that's required, especially, like alimony factors and, how would you get that in your head where you could just recite them? Did you use like phonics or some type of system?
Yeah, I did 2 things. I did mnemonics for all the factors, but then I also did some online note cards just to kind of help me.
Yeah, I'm a big note card guy.
So, that was sort of phase 1, but I think the one thing I did that saved me probably a lot of time is I realized if I was just going to study note cards and just try to go over in my mind and memorize or say out loud the factors or whatever, that was going to take me a really long time. So I ended up writing a bunch of hypotheticals and going, I think Fox Miller had said something that board cert about, this is how they get you. And so I wanted to think, what could the possible sort of traps be, or the, hypothetical questions they might ask that are sort of tricky. So if I uncover them and then gear essays toward them, that would help me, 1, learn the things that I think they're going to test on, and then 2, help me just with my memorization, because I'm just practicing answers. I'm going to learn it faster than just sort of saying them out loud from note cards.
Yeah, just the act of writing an outline on a subject helps me memorize it. And, every month I go through all these published opinions and I write out, the holding of the case. And just by doing that, it forces this material to stick in my head. So you looked at the board cert books. How did you get a hold of the core and the subcore areas? How did you know? Did you just rely on the red books, or what other materials did you use?
Well, I started with red books from 22 board cert review course and outlined those. And then when I got to the 2023 review course, I did outlines based on presentations and then what was new, just sort of supplemented. And then I got the green books from Florida Law Weekly and read those, did kind of what you just said, read out the case name and the holding for the cases that I thought they would test on, and if they were interesting facts, I wrote 1 or 2 words so I would associate that case with that set of facts. I'd heard them say that you don't need case names, but if you put case names in, it may get you an extra point. And I'm pretty good at remembering stuff like that. So I figured that would be an easier way to get a point.
Yeah, but if you get it wrong,
study more obscure areas of law that they might test on, but it may not be that beneficial to me.
When you were approaching the test, where'd you take it? Tampa?
No, I took it right here.
In Jacksonville. Was it at a hotel?
No, it was at my desk.
Oh, that's a lot different. So you had a proctor watching you at your desk.
Right.
And so you have your camera activated, and are you allowed to leave the screen? What's the etiquette like for that?
I don't think so. I mean, you have to stay looking forward. I remember once I was thinking about an answer and I felt my eyes water and I went back and said,
you get paranoid.
Right. But they didn't say anything. But, there really is kind of a time crunch, at least there was for me. So I was really focused on getting the answers on paper, getting them written. So I didn't really have time to worry about looking around or moving or anything like that.
So you pretty much used all the time that was allocated.
I did. I heard somebody say that the first time they took it, they had a lot of extra time and they felt they did well. And then they went and looked and realized they missed a lot of things. And so if you're finished early, you're probably missing something.
I finished early, and then you have this whole second guessing and reviewing, and usually your gut is, for me, my gut is usually right. And if I think about something, I usually talk myself out of the right answer. So I was kind of tortured having some extra time because I didn't know what I should do. So
I didn't have a lot of extra time anyway. I did have enough time, I think, for most of the sections to kind of go back and look. And there were a few times I would add in what I'd already done. But I don't remember rewriting an answer. I do remember, I forget which question it was, but I wanted to add a line or something about not unless the wife has received substantial assets, but it ended right when I was typing. So it ended with not unless the wife has received substantial assets. Hoping that made somebody laugh.
Some implants or something. You got to come down to South Florida. That's where it's like a reality here.
Right.
Welcome to Miami. So is this something you would recommend to other people to do? And if so, why?
Absolutely. I mean, I think more than anything, what I got out of it was it made me a better lawyer, a better practitioner. Just forced me to really learn all of the aspects of our area of practice. There are a lot of lawyers, and I used to be one of them, where you know enough to be dangerous, and what you didn't know, you go and look it up and pull cases, and that's all fine. And a lot of people are successful doing that, but there were a lot of things that I thought I knew that I didn't actually know, or I wasn't doing correctly. A lot of rules that are useful to know and implement. And also there are a lot of things that other people do, or that the judges sort of accept as status quo that aren't really what we're supposed to be doing.
And things always change. It's
And
rules
things
are
always change.
My board cert test probably looked a lot different than yours.
Yeah, and we'll see what happens next year.
But I did mine in a blue book. So that's when they summoned us to one location in Florida, and we all sat and they mixed us with other people, other board certification sections. So the person next to you wasn't taking your test. So there's no cheating opportunity. And back then, typing on computers was a new thing. And people were scared of that because their computers were getting locked up. So I did my board cert test in blue books like law school, but that was back in 2004. So it's been a couple years and technology, and now look at what Zoom has done to our industry and electronic filing, and there's so much change happening. But the test is still hard, and there is still kind of a low passage rate. So the fact that you made it on your first time, huge kudos to you, Jay. Good job.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
So
I think I would make it on my first try. I totally expected to.
Yeah, that's like a good expectation to have, that you're just doing this to learn the test. That's what I did, and I was surprised to pass it my first time too. And I had the benefit, I was 5 years out of law school when I took it. So having that board cert really helped establish myself. So not only do you have to pay more in your malpractice insurance, but you get some benefits too. Have you seen those benefits? Is your phone ringing a little more yet?
Yeah, I don't know if it is or isn't. I mean, it's only been
3 weeks. Well, I did see your website, and you do have everything properly branded. So,
to do that.
but you earned this. So, congratulations, Jay. Any other tips you can think of that might be helpful to folks thinking of taking this exam coming up or sometime in the future?
One big thing I'd say is just know yourself and trust yourself, because a lot of people will give you different expectations about how many hours you need to study, or
300. I did not study 300 hours.
But to me, 300 it wouldn't have been worth it. And even if I did 100 one year, didn't pass it, then I'd already had the outlines done. I can do 50 the next year. So I'm a big fan of working smarter rather than harder, just because.
Yeah, but everybody has their
I like having
way. Everybody has
Exactly.
their way of learning too. So,
and of course, people also sort of like to, I think, humble brag a little bit. I studied 300 hours, which is great for them.
I don't think that's a brag. I went into the mountains, locked myself in a cabin, and came out 3 months later.
But the point is, it doesn't have to be something completely crazy. I mean, I didn't lose really any revenue when I was studying. I was studying weekends, and I did have a 4-day trial that ended up getting continued, which was good. So I had some extra time that entire week to kind of study and supplement. But it was doable. It wasn't the most fun I've ever had in my life, and there are probably things I would rather have been doing, but it was worth it. And I definitely got a solid return on the time I invested.
Do you want to give us?
I don't think so.
Well, thank you so much for spending some time with us and sharing your wisdom. And again, congratulations on this epic career achievement.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it.
Stephen Squibbs presents this month's board certification tip.
Hello, and our next board certified attorney hails from Jacksonville, Florida, and she works with Ashley Myers, and her name is Autumn Lee Graham. Autumn, how are you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you doing today?
I am great, and I want to congratulate you on board cert and all the other cool things going on in your life. So
thank you.
Congratulations. And board cert is huge, and you did it after just being an attorney 8 years, right?
Correct. So once I was able to, I kind of started gearing up to do that.
Well, let's talk about that, and maybe our listeners can glean something that works for them based on your journey. I know your boss, and I know she's very gung-ho on board cert and the process. Was that like instrumental for you to go on this path?
It was. So Ashley Myers, she's board certified and with the Academy of Matrimonial Lawyers as well. And so she's very big into adding new lawyers and into both areas, as one way to preserve the practice and to make sure that we are practicing in a way that, reflects good candor and professionalism at its core. So she was instrumental in telling me that, hey, you need to do board cert. And I was like, oh, I'll just wait. And she was like, hey, you need to do your board cert. So I got the polite nudge to get it going.
So when you're in a legacy office like that, I don't know if it's more pressure or if it's more helpful to have that kind of assistance.
There's definitely pressure, but Ashley's, if anybody knows her, she's very easygoing. So her approach was, if you have to take it twice, you take it twice. If you take it once, fantastic. And so I only did take it once, but having a boss who wasn't pressuring me to just get it done, but kind of was more of ease, and that allowed me to approach it with less stress on my brain.
So at what point did you make the commitment to do this, and what steps did you take to get ready?
Right. So before I don't recall the application deadline itself, but I know that as far as what point, I knew I was going to always take the board cert. So actually, probably even 5 years ago, I had printed out the application. And what I would do is every time I had a trial, I would put it in the application and I would write it down so that I don't forget it. So that way, when it did come time where I was eligible to apply for the process, that I already had my cases and names and in the big bulk stuff filled out in the application, handwritten, and I just typed it all in and updated it. So I committed to doing this years ago, but as far as actually sitting down to take the test, I decided that I was going to do that probably about 3 months before the deadline. So accomplishing the completion of the application itself was something worth celebrating. And so once that was in, as far as a timeline of studying, I started outlining the red books in November. And then I was very lazy with it. I'd be like, okay, Saturday hits, let's try to outline. And I would not outline every topic. I would outline based on the topics that were posted on the board cert that are going to be tested. And I would add more detail to topics that I thought were going to be on the test, just because they're, detailed topics, or they're topics that they have to have them there. And then when I went to the review course in January, they have a certs and nibbles, which is where you sit down with other people who have taken the board certification test, and they scare you into feeling as if you're not prepared. And so from that point on, then it was definitely full speed ahead and outlining all the time and studying after work and that kind of thing.
So what other materials did you use besides the red books?
Yeah, so in addition to the red books, I used what they call the green book, which you've probably heard on this video, but it's the Florida Law Weekly. They put out all the cases that have been done for the year. And sometimes you might need to reach out directly to them to get a copy of it if it's kind of like in the publishing works or something like that. But I utilized the green book. And that was really after fear from the certs and nibbles, because everyone was talking about this green book that I did not have. So I ran to go get it. Ashley actually ordered it, and it was at my office on the Monday after. So that was fantastic, because I do have that support being in a legacy office.
So did the cert nibble experience, you said it scared you. Do you think that was necessary, or do you think maybe a little too much?
It was necessary, because I think it provided you the background to understand how in-depth the test was going to be. I'd heard the whispers, but Ashley had taken it a long time ago. We have some new board certified attorneys here in the Jacksonville area, and I'd spoken to them, and they had talked about it being in-depth. So I really approached it as another bar exam. I'm licensed in Georgia, and I got that licensing after my Florida licensing. So I did that only, I think, 4 years ago. So I kept thinking back to what did I do for that prep. And so I kind of understood that it was going to be detailed, but I hadn't kicked it into high gear the way that I had for bar study by any means. So that certs and nibbles was necessary to kind of say, okay, it's time to do it.
So after you get that kick in the butt and you got like 60 days to go, what does the new regimen look like in studying and getting ready?
Yeah. So, and I did this all while 7 months pregnant, so it's completely possible for everyone. But it looked like for me after work, I would look at my materials for an hour or 2 hours. That would be like my Monday through Friday, just to make sure that I was fresh and just not reciting things. I finished my outlines. So I think going into the certs and nibbles, I hadn't completed all my outlines. I was very lax about it, but I made sure to finish all of those. And so I would do that on Saturdays and Sundays. So I just completely would block off the day and just get into that. And then once my outlines were completed, there were some topics that I needed to hone in on. So I did flashcards for those. So I'm very big on physically writing things down and then looking at them again. So I would do a lot of physical writing instead of typing. And I wouldn't do the copy paste because it just kind of helped me. It was an extra step. So then it would be flashcards and then back to the outlines kind of through the week. And then the week before the board cert, I took off. So I didn't work that week at all. And I just started running fact patterns. So I actually went online and looked up like Barbary or like, bar exam type of prep questions that were family law related. And even though they weren't necessarily just for Florida, I needed to get familiar with typing to the speed that is necessary to be able to answer the board cert questions, because there needs to be a high typing speed and you need to put out quality. So just getting into the rhythm of typing, I would utilize other bar exams or test questions that I was able to find online and then check my answers against my outline to make sure that I was hitting the points.
Is there any way you can quantify like how many hours you set aside to study for this beast of a test?
I hate this question. And they ask this question at the certs and nibbles. And I hate it because it seems really daunting for people who are just now starting or wherever they read, they pull up the video and they're like, oh crap, she spent blank amount of hours. But I can say that in the week leading up, it was 60 hours. I know that starting in November, it was at least probably 5 hours a week. And then I really geared it up in January. So I can't quantify it, but I know it's in those high numbers that everybody else who has quantified it is doing, because I'd gotten those high numbers at the certs and nibbles. And then I started freaking out and I kind of mirrored that type of commitment as well. So just in the week leading up, I know it was 60. So count back 8 weeks from that.
And now that you've passed, congratulations. Do you think all that work was necessary for you to pass?
For me, yes. And it's not because I needed to know the material, but I get anxious. And so personally, doing all of that on the front end allowed me to be very calm during the test. Do I think I needed all of that to pass the test if I didn't have anxiety? No. Because a lot of it you learn through the course of your practice. If you're attending the review courses annually, if you're keeping yourself up to date on your case law and you're really committed to the practice, it's going to click. Oh, I remember I read that case, or, oh, I just had that issue. I just put that in a brief, whatever it is, it's going to click. But for me personally, when I was taking the test, I very much was like, okay, I have this. And I had complete ease, which is nice because you don't want to start your first essay and then be like, oh my God, I had no idea what that was. But each time I hit an essay, I very much knew that I had met the marks, and then I talked to somebody else who's passed and on this video after. And I was like, did you hit this? Did you hit that? And he and I both hit them all. So that kind of was that peace of mind.
So those discussions usually freak me out because that's where you realize what that was on the question. And so I would like avoid those conversations because they would mess with my confidence.
Yeah, I don't do those conversations beforehand. So I know some people, they're like, well, what about this? Did you hear about this new law? I don't do those because then I freak out beforehand. But afterwards, once it's out of my hands, then I have my, aha moment. So
did you use any study partners or any assistants besides Ashley?
So I actually didn't use Ashley for studying at all. We both are, we're busy. And so trying to get us both aligned at the same time is quite difficult. I kind of more so used her for like, hey, like the motivation to get it done, and for the resource of, hey, do you think I need this green book? And her sending it that way. But as far as study partner, Jay Henderlite was kind of my go-to in that regard. And he would prepare questions. So like, and then he would run through some outlines as well. So he would give me the questions that he had prepared that I hadn't seen before, obviously. And then if I found a resource online, just something, some bar put on a CLE or something like that, and it was available online, I would forward it over to him, or we would kind of talk about some nuances of certain things that were catching us on the UCC JEA. But we didn't have a committed study schedule, but also in law school, I didn't study with anyone either. So I didn't go too far outside of what I know worked for me. But it was wonderful to have him as a resource to bounce ideas off and to kind of confirm my understanding of certain things that were catching me.
Yeah, that's like why we do this, is because everybody's mind is so like wildly different in how we learn. And it's, one person's approach is not going to necessarily work for you, but if you hear everybody's approach, you might pick up things that resonate. So thank you for participating in this great experiment. And the experiment is try to get like the passage rate a little bit higher, because there's a lot of criticism. Like this year, only 9 people passed, and the pass rate is usually under 10. Now that you've taken and passed, and you put all this work in, do you think it's a fair test?
It is a fair test. It is. The only criticism that I would have about the test is the timing aspect of it. So it is a time-sensitive test, and I can't emphasize that enough. So get with your typing skills fast. That's the only criticism, is there's simply so much information that they're seeking, and you can't complete it all in the time frame. And I'm fairly young and I'm a typer, but a lot of times the clock would end in the middle of a sentence. I think 90% of what I wanted to say was in the box, which is fantastic. But if the goal of the test is to, weed out attorneys and to make sure that we have the best attorneys practicing and a solid knowledge base is there before we, call them board certified. And so if that's the goal, then maybe a little bit more time so that people who have the knowledge base, but maybe not necessarily able to meet the time constraints, are able to kind of get that in there. But in the flip side, I guess it is, if you have to think about it too much, then you don't know it. I don't know, but we're not, the reality is in practice, we have some time to prep for a trial. So.
You have resources as opposed to the test where you just have to know it. And
Yes.
Everyone I talk to, whether they pass or not, they say the process makes them a better lawyer. So just by doing this, you're going to be a better lawyer. So there's that.
And you can educate other lawyers, and that's wonderful too, because we're only as good as our colleagues, and growing in the practice is something that is essential to our clients.
Well, now that you have overcome this ordeal, and for me, it was an ordeal because I was stressed and it was hard. And so do you have any tips that you think might help other people approaching this and taking the test?
The biggest thing is just do what you've always done. So if you're at this juncture, you've passed the bar before, so do that. Lean on your own skill set. Don't reinvent the wheel. That's kind of one of the biggest things, is don't say, oh, well, I think I'm going to try this new thing that I've never done before. Now is not really the time to do that, unless you take it and you fail, and then you need to kind of reapproach it. But definitely approach it the way that you would approach anything else, and definitely commit your time and energy to it.
So if you're going to do it, you got to dedicate some time to it.
You have to do it. If you're going to do it, you have to do it all the way.
There is no try, as your husband would say. Do or do not.
No try.
We're making Star Wars jokes for those not following us. Well, Autumn, thank you for your time and your wisdom. And we're very excited to see where you take this. And we'll be watching you.
All righty. Thank you for having me, Eddie. I appreciate it. Good
All
luck
right.
to everyone.
And that wraps up this year's special for board certification. Good luck, everybody, and hopefully you find this video useful.
Brings us to the conclusion of this quarter's episode of Stevens and Stevens Family Law CLE. Remember, all proceeds from this project benefit the Center for Child Counseling. We truly appreciate your support. We will see you next quarter. Till then, do something that matters. Stephen Squibbs presents this month's board certification tip.
And hello, we are back with Steve Gregg, who is one of the 6 attorneys who have passed the board certification exam in 2022. Steve, welcome to our little program and congratulations on such an epic feat.
Thank you so much.
So you are like one of the attorneys that passed the bar 7 years in, and there's a very small group of those attorneys. So not only did you pass board cert, but you approached it with a sense of urgency that, you know, I think only a handful of people have done. So, you know, congrats on hitting that incredible milestone.
Thank you.
Very early in your career.
Starting law school later in life compresses things.
What did you do before
The time frame. Well, I originally, my father's a divorce lawyer. I'm from Dayton, Ohio. That's what I was going to do. I got into college and I started a year late, took a year, and thought I wanted to go to medical school because I had really gotten into fitness and personal training. And by the time I got to my 4th year and there were dead bodies and things like that, I knew this wasn't for me. So I switched gears. I continued personal training for a while and doing a little process serving, stuff like that for my dad. And my fiance had gotten into vet school, so I had followed her and deferred law school. Anyways, made my way back to Dayton and started law school at 33.
Cool. And now you have that seasoned look to you, and and you have the credentials to back it up. So
yeah.
What did you think when
that
you
was
got
the urgency?
What did you think when you got that email that let you know that you had passed?
I thought it was a joke. It happened right next to my birthday, as well as about a month after the passing of, 9 days after my mom passed. Mm-hmm. So it was kind of a lot was going on at the time. And I had just come in the office for the first time, I think, since finding out, kind of trying to dig out an email and stuff like that. And that one just pops up at the top of my email. So, it made that day.
Oh, that's a cool way to change your perspective. Only 6 people passed. So I know 20-something people.
Wow.
20-something people took it. A lot of people say that passage rate is not fair and not reflective. Now that you have taken the test, would you agree that it is a fair test, or do you think it's too hard?
I don't know if I have a good gauge on it, only because the first times I took it, the advice I got from other people was so terrible. Study for 2 weeks, study for, just read Barbara Abrams. She used to have those kind of condensed little snippets of case law that you could order through Lexis, things like that. And the first 2 times I didn't pass. I wasn't within even appealing distance. In 2020, I changed firms. Belinda Lazara and Kevin Brennan are both partners at the firm where I'm at now.
Big advocates of board cert?
Yeah. So the first thing they told me, because I had just taken it, they said, "Are you scheduled to review your exam?" I said, "No." They said, "Okay, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard of. You got to do that." And then when it was time to study, they said, "This isn't a 2-week affair. This is a 6-month affair. This is you start in August and, take the test in March." So I just did exactly what they said. I also, Belinda had told me right when I came on board that she had been reading Florida Law Weekly since she started with Peter Maros every week religiously. So I started doing that at the same time. So combining, reading Florida Law Weekly every week, making it a habit, and studying the appropriate amount of time, it didn't seem too terrible. It felt like the bar exam, but the prior times I completely felt like it was arbitrary, but that may just be that I was really unprepared.
So when you went about the approach of studying for this in a serious manner, what resources did you use to study from?
Sure.
You got the red books.
The touchstone was the red books. I used 2 years of green books. So I started reading case law in, I think, September of 21, and I would kind of outline briefly, very bullet point kind of things I pulled from the cases. And then I read through the entire red books and outlined them. I made those the kind of foundation of my outline, and then supplemented with the additional cases that I had read, kind of merged those two outlines into one. And then, by the time it was my last couple of weeks of studying, it was really just going over and over the outline, as well as some note cards and stuff I had made for, you got to memorize the factors and all that stuff.
Did you approach it with a study group, or did you go solo? How did you?
I'm very much a self-starter, and also prefer my own companies a lot of times. So just with a cigar at 6 o'clock at night after I got home from work, study, and cut it off after an hour or two. I increased the amount of time I was studying as I got closer.
And did you keep track of the total hours by any chance? Like what
I
it took?
did.
What's that?
Yeah, it was what I honestly don't remember. I kept an Excel spreadsheet because I'm kind of a geek that way, but it was definitely kissing 150 plus hours of total time spent.
And when you took it
I mean,
this past
you
year,
have to devote the time.
when you took it this past year, did you take it live, or did you take it where you're being watched through the computer?
Yeah, it was through the computer. I was in this office, it's my home office, and that was kind of strange, but I just followed the directions, kept my hands on the table, and didn't talk to anybody or look around or do anything. So
If you had the option to do it live or from home, what would you prefer now that you've done it?
I think, seems like it's more rife, possible to cheat at home, which I wouldn't want, but personally as a comfort thing, it was much, much more comfortable to do it at home. You don't need to have shoes on. You can have flip-flops. You can, your coffee, everything you want is there when it's time to take a break. So yeah, I would definitely prefer at home.
Well, technically you can wear flip-flops live too.
Well, that's true.
I think I did my test in sweatpants, sweatshirt, and socks and flip-flops. So I was a ridiculous looking test taker. Is there, now that you've studied for it and passed, is there anything you would go back and do differently?
Other than just do it this way the first time, I can remember being at the Nibbles and Tidbits, or the little board cert review, the first time I was going to take it, which would have been 2019, I think. And one of the speakers said something like, there are a lot of people who have been licensed for a short period of time and they take the exam, and we can always tell those people because the answers are a little too superficial. I just think it was all of the studying that was necessary, because the trial and experience and stuff, I had for a while. I wasn't concerned about that. It was really just organizing the knowledge in a way that made it easily available to me to repeat it, in an exam setting, because it's just so much information.
Yeah, they pretty much test you on everything. They give you the core.
They
the
really do.
subcore, and
Nothing's off limits, just about.
So you do have to have a mastery, and I do think just taking the test makes you a better lawyer, even if you
100%.
So all these folks that are in the majority and did not pass it, not only do they have a head start next year because they're familiar with what the process is, but just forcing yourself to learn this stuff is
100%.
is making you to a higher standard. Is there
definitely much more effective.
Any specific tips that you would want to give our listeners who are thinking right now of making that August deadline of applying to do this next year?
Well, I would just say if you're going to do it, you got to make sure you're really committed. I'm kind of extreme about things. I take them always to as far as I can go, whether it's, I play guitar as a hobby or playing chess or something. I never stop. So if you're going to take this exam, you've got to make sure that you know how much is following, because if you pay the money and take the time even just to fill out the application, it's a shame to waste all of that if you're not going to do the work. Because even the application, that's a 20-hour affair, at least, recreating all your trials and figuring out what you did for discovery. That's not a small thing.
That's a good idea to download the app, even if you're not imminently taking the test, so you could see the type of information that they require.
Oh, yeah.
And that's also where they pull peer review from. Who better to send peer review than attorneys you've had trials with. So
they actually scrutinize that list of trials and cases you do, because the first time I applied, I had to replace some with others, because they want actual legitimate discovery beyond mandatory disclosure or some 50,000 paragraph request for production.
I served 6 years on the board cert committee, which I definitely recommend you do. I think it's the most meaningful committee in the Florida bar, and certainly the toughest.
Okay.
But just seeing it from their side, and that's really where you take your knowledge to a whole nother level, because being able to grade these exams and
that sounds great.
So when you get the committee preference from the Florida bar, not the section, give it a shot.
Yeah.
And,
that sounds great.
I did it for 6 years, and it was hard, but it was really what I think has been my most meaningful work with the Florida bar. So just something for you.
That's very cool.
Since not too many people.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hit this at your level of experience. So there's got to be something special about you, Stephen. Anything else you want to share?
Just an idiot fell backwards. fell backwards into a good situation. That's all.
Me too. Or anything else you want to share with our listeners who are all now motivated to go fill out this horrendous application that we're scaring them about, but it's really not so bad. It's really not that bad. You just fill out every detail about every case you've ever tried in your life.
It's worse than filling out a judge to be nominated for the judicial committee.
And you have the and,
oh God, now I'm having a flashback to August. Other than just really taking it seriously, I think it's absolutely key that you read Florida Law Weekly as a habit, because one of the things I noticed, and this is something Belinda told me, and just so the listeners know, Belinda Lazara is the lawyer I'm talking about. She is one of the finest lawyers I know, and I take a lot of my cues imitating some of the things in her practice. She really takes a lot of time. Anyways, reading the Florida law.
She's an amazing writer too.
Yes, she is. When I have writing assignments, when I'm working cases with her, everything comes back thrashed with red, which is what I want it to be, because this is the only way you get better. Steel sharpens steel, and she doesn't hold back. but it's all meaningful. And, you know, each time, something as simple as drafting a supplemental petition for modification and the allegations of the substantial change section, you know, she'll scrutinize so that it is not just a series of bullet points about, you know, the parade of horribles of the other parent, but an actual narrative that tells a story that's more persuasive. So yeah, she's a fantastic writer and just absolutely wonderful lawyer. But what she said to me was, not only is reading Florida Law Weekly as a habit a good thing, so you know all the family law cases, you're on top of whatever's cutting, but when you study for the exam, the green books, you will be reading it for the second time, which is, you know, putting it deeper in your memory. So I would say the very most important things are read that Florida Law Weekly, get your 2 years of green books. And I would start probably, what I did was I used the prior year's red books to get started reading and outlining, because there's just too much of a time crunch between when you get them at the end of January and the test in March.
And they don't
And
change
the changes aren't too,
They usually just pick up the previous year's materials.
Right. The changes aren't too dramatic. Unless there's some big case or, you know, cause overhauled by 61075 or something, then you're going to be fine.
And you can always get the green Florida Law Weekly books a little early by asking them for the pre-published ones.
I ordered the bound ones, or I ordered the ring bound ones, so I got them early.
Yeah, I agree. Reading the cases for me is the best way to learn, and then I write about them, and for some reason that's what it takes for me to learn and have the stuff stick in my head. And I know we're all a little different, so the key is finding what works best for you, and that's why we like to chat with everybody who has passed this test. And Steve, thank you for imparting your knowledge, sharing your wisdom, and being a part of our program.
Well, thank you for the opportunity, Eddie. I appreciate it. I've read your Stephen Squibbs since I got to Florida in 2015 from Ohio, and I will continue to do so.
Well, whenever you have
thanks for your time.
Problem sleeping, I highly recommend it. It's great.
Or if you're just a family law nerd like me.
Well, there's a bunch of us, Steve, and you are now in an exclusive group, and your standard for malpractice has changed, so watch out for that.
I gotcha.
Steve, great talking to you, and if we can ever return the favor, just let us know.
Sure. I'll see you at board cert next year.
And with us today is newly board certified attorney Krista Mahalak out of Winter Haven, Florida. Krista, welcome and congratulations on this most epic achievement.
Thank you so much. Thank you for all the support through these CLEs and podcasts and different things you do on the web.
Well, it's my secret of staying up to date with the law, and just by doing this process makes it stick in my head forever. So you're actually like watching me learn this stuff, because it takes a lot for this stuff to stick in my head. And speaking of sticking stuff in your head, the board certified family law test is a beast. And they give you core and subcore materials, and I think it's safe to say you're going to be tested on everything. How did you go about learning all of these areas they told you to study?
Well, I don't know if I learned all of them, but hopefully learned them enough to get through the exam. The key thing, I think, in the red books, on the little chapters in the back, that they at the board certification meeting in January, at the presentation, they don't present on all of the topics, but there's a lot of little topics like interspousal tort immunity or military and divorce and those types of things that are in little sections in the back, and I think it's really important to try to do those.
Yeah, they make great true false short answer type questions. And what materials did you use when you were studying?
So I took the red books and I took the PDFs that you get from the review course, and I put them all on my Kindle. So I have 2 little kids, and so whenever I was doing stuff with them, like giving them a bath or doing whatever I was doing, if I was going places, I would have everything on my Kindle and I would read it that way. So I think that helped rather than like taking the giant red books of it.
Any other resources besides the board cert red books and looking at the law?
I mean, I literally read the statutes. I did always read your squibs also, but I would go through and read the entire statutes and was writing them out. I actually took the test twice. So the second year that I took it, I found that based on a tip I think I heard on this, somebody said, you know, you absorb the information a lot better if you write. And I think maybe I didn't have the best study skills going into this. So I did find that writing things out helped me retain them.
Yeah, that's the way I memorize everything. In fact, I have my squib book here. Is where in constant motion, and this is just a years of like case law material. I literally write every case out, and then my team types it up and edits it. But just the experience for me of using longhand to write something out, I've just learned that learning technique for me is the best, but other people use flashcards, sound device, like mnemonics. Some people just can memorize, some people are genius, and first time they see something, it sticks. But for me, I found if I can write it out, which is very labor intensive, but it works, and I was able to pass too. Did you take the first time you take it, was it the exact year before, or did you take a break?
It was the exact year before.
So you're the COVID years where you're doing it did you take the second test at home, or did you go to the central location?
I did take the second test from my office right here where I'm sitting.
And how would you describe those experiences? Because you did it twice.
The first time it was just as COVID was getting really bad. I don't know that had that much of an impact on it. I did think it was nice to be at my own desk with my own computer set up the way that I would typically do it, and just kind of more comfortable. And the hotel that they had you stay at that we stayed at is very nice, but it's just nice to be able to be at your own place, not have to travel at all. So if I had my choice to take it a third time, which hopefully will never have to happen, I would, if I had an option, I would probably do it in my own office.
I wonder if they're going to keep offering that as an option, because it is labor intensive, because all those proctors staring at you while you take the test for 6 hours or 8 hours. It's a little nerve-wracking watching your eye contact and stuff. When I took it in 2004, we had blue books, and being able to take it on your computer was a new thing, and they would put software on your computer that locked everything, and I was just paranoid that would mess with me because it was one of the first years, so I just blue booked it. Did you write narrative answers to these essay questions, or did you just kind of outline bullet them?
I wrote narrative answers, and I also, I think I saw this tip somewhere, but I would organize the answers by, subtopic within it. So if it's an equitable distribution question and you're addressing the distribution of all the assets, you start with, your non-marital assets or something, and then home and stocks and things like that, just to sort of, nothing fancy, because you really don't have any time to be fancy, that I think it helps break out the answer maybe a little if you try to make some little quick headings.
Did you have any time left over after the questions, or were you basically up against the wall or running out?
Oh yeah, both times. I mean, I think the first year I really ran out on a question and maybe got, a third or halfway through the essay, and that I mean, it's just, as you know, it's all you can do to get words on the paper to answer all those questions in that amount of time. It's a real time crunch.
Do you have any other tips that you would offer folks that are either thinking about taking the test or gearing up to take the test next year and they're getting their apps in? What do you think?
I live in Central Florida, and so I don't have a lot of the same necessarily jurisdictional questions or issues come up in practice as much as maybe some of the South Florida attorneys. So if you're from a smaller community, I would encourage people to, where you don't run into a lot of those issues, to really focus on those, because it seems like that's something that's always going to be tested on, and they're more difficult concepts to kind of grasp and learn, I think, if you're not practicing those. And also, there's a smaller community of attorneys here where I didn't know anybody else locally who was taking the exam at the same time. So I did, take as many CLEs as possible and watch, these types of interviews you did and other things, just to kind of gain a sense of familiarity with the process. And, so that you don't feel like you're kind of doing it alone. You've got you and the other people involved in these kind of presentations who support you.
Oh, cool. I bet you are going to know a lot more people now that you have this designation, because, it is only 6 people out of 20 something passed. And, since I've been involved for 20 years, there's been criticism that pass rate is too low and they make this test too hard. Now that you have, struggled and overcome, do you think that this test represents fairly, the knowledge base a board certified attorney should have?
That's such a challenging question. I mean, it's to put it in perspective, I think I don't know, at least like 10 times harder than the bar exam. And I took the bar exam in another state first and then came here. But I mean, the Florida bar exam, so people have their different opinions on how difficult that is. But I think this is far more challenging. So I don't have a good answer to that. I know people usually say, no, it's fair, but maybe there's more of a way to take off a little bit of the time pressure or make things a little bit less complex. But then it's also somewhat subjective. You do have real people grading the tests. I think all those people try to do their absolute best in grading them, but there's going to be a human element of one person might think an answer is better than the next tester, and they do everything they can to make it fair. So I wouldn't say it was unfair, but I don't know that I would necessarily say that it shouldn't be easier.
And after test 1, did you go look at the answers to see what you did and what you should have done?
Oh yes, I definitely did take the opportunity to review the answers, and I think I know it was remote, and I think if it wasn't COVID, I wouldn't have had that option. I think I would have maybe had to go to, maybe it's just Tampa, but I have a feeling maybe it was Tallahassee.
No, they make you go to Tallahassee to look at it. They make you go to the Florida bar, and you get like a couple hours, and you can bring one person, and you can look at it and make that decision if you're going to appeal it.
Yeah, appalled by how bad my answers
was looking at the model answers helpful in taking the test a second time to see what they were looking for?
I think so. I think that if somebody doesn't pass and they want to look at I'd say there's really no reason not to look at the model answers. I don't think there's a lot of repetition from year to year. I don't recall there being much repetition of even multiple choice answers or anything like that. Maybe there is a little bit, but it's not as though you're going to go and be like, oh, now I know the answer to that question. But I don't know any reason you wouldn't do it other than if you just can't make it work in your schedule. I think it'd be beneficial to see what their expectations are, because you read the model answer and you're like, wow, this person had like 8 hours to write just the signature. It's phenomenal.
I don't think they ever repeat questions. At least I was on the board cert for 6 years after I passed, and every year was a brand new test. And we took a lot of pride in writing those questions. And I cannot think of a more demanding Florida Bar Committee than the board cert committee. So now that you've passed, something to consider if you're looking for a way to serve the bar. That was a really good one. A lot of work, but a really fun experience. Well, Krista, we are super happy and proud of you. And the fact that our programming helped you in some way warms my heart, because it means we're doing something good. So thank you for your comments, and we look forward to see what you do with this awesome awesome thing you have now attained in your career. You'll see it makes like an immediate difference, just because you get the swagger. So walk with confidence, and thanks for taking your time to share your wisdom with our listeners today.
Thank you so much.
All right, Krista, have a great day, and thank you so much.
You too.
And ladies and gentlemen, we have our first board certified tip of the month, and we have newly board certified attorney Andrew Nickolaou, who just passed the 2022 exam. Andrew, how are you doing today?
Good. Thank you for asking, and thank you for having me today.
And congratulations. First of all, board certification is epic. Secondly, you did it in 7 years, and I only know 2 other attorneys that have done that so quickly, which I think is amazing. So congratulations on being a part of a very select group that decided to get board certified. And, you know, these qualifications are not easy, the trials, the peer review. So you're in a very special group. So congratulations, Andrew, and getting your hands around this material so early in your career. And I'm one of the 3 attorneys too, so I can tell you, being board certified in 2004 when I got my license in 97, I've been an attorney now 25 years and board certified most of that time, and it has been a great feather in my cap, and I am sure you will wear it well. So congrats.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
So let's talk about the test and your approach to it. And, you know, there's a lot of people that are watching and listening and are pretty terrified about this test, mainly because of the low passage rate. And it's a hard test. What steps did you take to like figure out what you had to memorize, what you had to study? Where'd you start off?
So I think the best way to start is to start early because this actually was my second time taking it. So I did take it the year prior, and I did not pass. I missed it by I can't remember the exact amount of points, but a few points, enough to be like, are you kidding me? I was so close, and I just missed it. And obviously I wanted to retake it right away, you know, because they do allow you to take it a second time without having to wait any, you know, period of time. And I thought that was going to be very beneficial. So
when after you took it the first time, did you go check out your test and look at it?
Absolutely. Which if anyone has taken it and does not pass it, I completely 110% recommend doing that, because I believe that played a great role in me ultimately passing the second time around. And I will also say that it was a little bit different probably than prior, you know, years and attorneys that have passed it because of COVID. So the first year I took it, the 2021 year that I took it, it was virtual. And that was the first year that I believe, to my understanding, that they were offering it in a virtual setting, which was extremely stressful in and of itself. I mean, the fact of having to go in person and taking it, I would have been stressful, but then changing it up to be virtual and making sure that you had everything ready to go, and, you know, making sure, you know, all these other things that you had to do, because they use special software that literally records the whole thing, tracks your eye movements, tracks whatever else that you were doing, you know, during it. And so that I think added a very high level of stress, because I tend to fidget a lot, and I tend to, you know, kind of look off the screen, you know, a lot, and lose my train of thought, or when I'm thinking, you know, I kind of look away. And so I feel like in that first year that impacted the time that I had taking that exam, because I was in the back of my mind, I think subconsciously thinking about all the other things, you know, in the environment. This year, I also took it virtual. You know, they basically they changed it a little bit where you could do it in person, but you wouldn't be able to use the computer. So if anyone was crazy enough to want to handwrite the board certification exam, then they could have gone in person this year. But I would imagine that most people ended up doing the virtual option. But in having the experience from the prior year, I already knew what to expect with the software, and I made sure I, was in, a very quiet environment, that wasn't going to be distracting, and I was already planning and prepping and focusing for the time restrictions, that, in my opinion, are the biggest, roadblock that an attorney has in passing this board certification exam.
Did you keep track of the hours you spent each year of studying? And if so, would you share that with us?
Absolutely. So the first time I took it, I did not study enough. I thought that I studied enough, but I quickly realized that I did not. First of all, I didn't start soon enough. I think, once you submit your application, I believe the deadline is usually by like the end of August. You really should start planning and timing out almost like a study schedule for, September, October, November, December, where you can at least start, getting some study time in, going over cases, and actually coming up with a plan. And then as you get into January, and especially, if you're going to be attending the cert review, seminar in January, that's when, you really probably want to start picking it up. That first year I took it, I didn't really plan as well or listen to the advice of watching, things like, what you put on of past people that, took it, and, the other things that are available and resources that are available, and I didn't really start too much in terms of planning and studying, at the end of the year after I applied. I started getting things together and materials and stuff like that, but not really kind of digging into the studying and the books and all of that. And so I really probably honestly did not start studying until January, and then the exam is in March. And I don't think I tracked the amount of hours that I spent, but just in that time frame alone, it wasn't enough. I honestly, I don't think I felt ready going into the exam the first time I took it in 2021. And even after taking the exam that day, I was like, I really did not think that I passed it, because there was some stuff on there. I'm like, I don't even remember looking at that in the materials that I studied. Granted, I preface that by saying that the bar likes to put stuff on there that I don't think any family law attorney probably knows, and you probably have to guess, because that's something you would have to typically look up in the rules anyway, because it's just so out there.
Well, it's a comprehensive test, and they do give you the core and subcore, and it is a difficult test. There's not only the memorization, but the application, and being a past chair of the committee that would write and grade the test. Everything is going to be tested. And
Yep.
I think you have to go in there just assuming you have to know everything. And then there's a bit of luck, on what things you know better and how you apply it. So what materials did you, for year two, did you keep track of the hours, or do you have any idea?
For year two, I probably easily spent, just studying alone, probably not even counting the time of actually putting all the materials and everything together, probably 200 hours, I would say, just studying. I spent a lot of time. I literally had blocked myself off, from work, and, was spending hours, in the months leading up to it. And then as it got closer, I was pretty much blocking myself out for the entire week, and then breaking it into portions and areas of studying. So it was a substantial amount of time that I invested into it, because I really wanted to make sure that I passed the second time around. I also took different approaches to studying it, because obviously, having gone through it the first time, I realized I was not ready, that there was a lot, to still focus on and to study, and to make sure that I understood and comprehended. Because like you said, a lot of it, it's not just of, hey, I recognize what that is. It's, how am I going to apply it to this fact pattern and explain it in a way that actually makes sense to the person that's grading it, but also in a concise manner, because that is the other thing that you really have to focus and train yourself on in studying, is time management. And if you don't, or if you are a long-winded type of attorney that likes to write pages and pages and pages in your motions or briefs or anything like that, then you really need to focus on the time management part, because it is very easy. And I learned that the first time around, to get that essay question and to really just kind of sit there and say, oh, I know exactly what I need to explain to them and how to answer this. But then you realize you're spending way, way, way too much time on that one issue. And then you've got another 20 different issues that you really need to touch on to let the bar know that, hey, I actually know what I'm talking about. I recognize all these issues. I know the rules. I know how to apply it, but I just don't have time to lay it all out.
Did you answer like in a narrative way, or would you feel comfortable doing lists or even an outline? How did you approach that?
So the first time around was a nightmare. I honestly felt bad for the person or persons that were grading, my essays, because I felt like I went through as I identified the issues and reading. Well, first of all, you always read the call to question, read what they're asking for, because
that's the bottom sentence of the essay.
Yeah,
it's in
right
bold.
At the bottom. It's in bold. That literally, I didn't even look at the rest of it until I read that and kind of made conscious, like, hey, this is what I need to look for when looking through these insane fact patterns. And after you do that, then it's a matter of, on the computer, with using the exam software and all of that, they have little note sections and stuff like that. So you can kind of just bullet point really quick and say, this is what I need to look for. And then as you go through, just make quick notes as to, what you're identifying as far as these issues and how they're applying to the different areas. And then from there, I didn't really do it as much in a narrative format. The first year it was a garbled mess. It just was all over the place. This year I focused it more on each area. And from there, then I kind of went through, applied from the fact pattern, very quick, this is why this fact applies under this issue. This is the law. This is how the law would apply if the court were to look at it, or if it was the question of how would you advise the client or the potential consultation, put it in that perspective where I'm answering the question, because just bullet pointing and listing out the information, it may show that, hey, what the law is, or you might have memorized what the rule is or what the factors are because you have a good memory. That doesn't mean that you know how to actually apply it to what the actual question is asking or that particular fact pattern. And I think that is what gets you, and again, I have no idea because I'm not a grader. I don't know how it all works or what they're looking for exactly, but I think that gets you more points, when they're looking at it, because they're realizing, hey, it's not that he just is regurgitating what he memorized. It is that he actually understands the law and how it applies to the facts of the question that, they're asking you to answer. And if you can get that correct and you actually lay it out and show that you understand that, then I think that goes a long way. But you've got to do it in a concise manner so you can move on to the next one and actually touch base on all of them, so you can show that you've recognized all of these different issues. Because some of the questions, I had a bullet point for all these different issues. I think I had one that was probably over 10 of them, just different issues, and I was able to manage my time well enough where I was answering every single one. Sure, I may have missed a couple different areas, that they were looking for, but I think I did well enough. Well, clearly I did well enough to be able to get enough in there, of a response in there to be able to answer the questions the way that they were looking for.
And what materials did you use to help you do this data dump so you learned all this information?
So the typical things that you're going to want to look for are the red books from Cert Review. Those obviously are very helpful because they touch on all the different areas. They give you a bunch of information. It is a little bit of an overload, so on those I recommend only doing maybe like one topic at a time. Don't overdo it because it can be overwhelming.
Sure.
The last 2 years of cases, that is something that obviously is kind of ingrained in you. They say focus on the last 2 years of cases and it's all fair game. The second time around, I had the benefit of having already studied the year prior. So, instead of the first time it was 2019 and 2020. The second time it was 2020 and 2021. So I had already literally read every single case and studied every single case from 2020 before. So I kind of had a head start in that respect.
Did you read all the case, like the full case out of the Florida Law Weeklies or the Green
I did.
Books?
So I used two materials for the cases. I got the Florida Law Weekly, some cases where they have literally every family law reported, opinion that family law cases come out in that given year. And then they have an option where you can get, I guess it's like a pre-order or an early bound release if you need it sooner, because it comes out in January, and obviously they don't give you a lot of time to be able to order it and get it before, your exam in March. And so I ordered that pre-order option right away. They sent it in, a bound format, which was just fine. And then later on, they send you the actual green, hardbound book. So I have that obviously for the office, but, I used that and I read through every single case. That was fair game. Obviously, the dependency cases and adoption, those type of cases you can skip over. That was probably the best parts of studying and reading cases, was when you flipped a page and you saw dependency, and I literally would just cross it out and I would flip the page, enjoy that I got to skip a page. But yeah, I read every single case and took some notes on them. And then as time got closer to the exam, in terms of review and, recapping those cases, using the Squibs summaries and that book that I was able to get from you, I kind of went over and did a recap of those cases in those different areas for the last couple of years, and just help jog my memory on those cases. If it was something that I thought that was a novel case, that was a change in the law, that had happened in the last year, which there were
definitely going to show up on the test, right?
Oh yeah. So there were a couple of those big cases, especially in 2021. And so in looking through the summaries as I got closer to the exam, that was also a good time to say, this looks like one of those cases that's going to be tested. So I would go back to the Florida Law Weekly book and I would go ahead and I would, read through the case again, just to make sure I understood it, and had a good, understanding of what the court was basically saying, going forward, especially if it was a change, because a lot of us as practitioners, don't always stay up with the current case law, I've found, and or the rule changes, which, I mean, you've got to do it. That's really what it boils down to at the end of the day, is what I've learned and what board certification and studying for that has taught me, and that you've got to stay on top of the rules and the cases because things change. I mean, even just during studying for the exam, I think the family law rules of procedure changed and updated like 3 or 4 times, with different updates. And I mean, even if they're minor updates, they're still changing. So
yeah, like getting that financial affidavit in 2 days before the hearing. Now it's 5 days. I ran against an attorney that a board certified attorney that didn't even appreciate that change and zapped them. I mean, in how I study, I just read this stuff because I don't consider myself that smart, and by reading it and forcing myself to write it, it sticks in my head, and I'm always going to do that because I need to, because of my own learning issues. And even though I have a book, it's really, just a mechanism of me learning these cases. But it's cool to be able to share them. When you got that email, did you get an email, a phone call, or a letter letting you know you passed?
It was an email that came in, and it was in the form of a letter from the Florida Bar, but it did come through by email, thankfully. So I wasn't having to wait for the hard mail.
Did you get it before the deadline, or before you thought it was going to come to you?
So they told us this year that the results would be released no later than June 1st, and the email came in on May 31st.
Wow.
So it came in the day before the technical day that they said would be the last day that it would come out.
One of the best feelings in the world. I know you have 2 boys, but nothing compares to that.
Yeah, it was pretty exciting. I mean, I was joking with an attorney colleague of mine because I'm a guardian ad litem as well, and I'm a GAL on a case that she's one of the attorneys on. And I had a phone conference with her on that case, And as I was connecting to the phone conference, that email literally came in, and I was on the phone with her and with, yeah. And so I was on the phone with her because I was calling into the conference line because it was multiple it was the parties and attorneys connected on it with myself. And so it's one of those, conference calls that you connect to. And so I was literally calling in as the email came in, and I'm on this conference call as a guardian ad litem, and it must have lasted almost an hour. It was probably like 50
Did you
minutes.
text your wife and like?
No, I did. Yeah,
So
because
you held this in for an hour.
I was having to hold it in, and I got off the phone call because I obviously was wanting to stay professional while on the line as a guardian ad litem. And so, I get off this call after like 50 minutes, and I sent that attorney a message, a text message. I'm like, you don't understand how hard it was to maintain my composure during that phone conference, because literally as I was logging into that phone conference, I got an email saying that I passed the board cert exam. So it just, but yeah, it was a great feeling. And obviously, the rest of that day I was on cloud nine, knowing that, all the hard work and the time and the hours and sacrifice that was put into it, led to me passing it.
Well, that's really cool. And it is like an incredible achievement that should be celebrated. And I mean, the fact that you retook the test and buckled up, and this is a career changing moment for you that's gonna like put you in the upper echelon of all marital attorneys, like instantly, just by having those initials after your name. Having done it now twice, and knowing that board cert is supposed to be special and really represent the top of the the best of the class, do you think it's a fair test?
I do think so. It's a very difficult test. I will I'm not going to sugarcoat it. It is something that covers so many different areas. And obviously you don't know going in, what's going to be on it. The general, like you said, the bar, they give you, the topics, the sub-core topics, all of that. They give you basically a little outline of what could be on it. And you look at it and you almost are kind of just in amazement, because it's literally every single possible area of family law that is potentially out there is on there, which, I could have told you that. I didn't need an outline saying, hey, here, start freaking out, because you need to know basically everything in this, because it's not just all the areas of family. It's the statutes, it's the family law rules of procedure, it's the judicial administration rules. I mean, it's pretty much everything that, you need to know as an attorney, but that most of us, for large part, don't necessarily memorize all of that information. If we need to figure something out, we look it up. That's what attorneys do. You pull up the rules, you look at the rule. If you need to look at case law, you look up case law. That's what we're trained as attorneys, I think, especially in law school, to do, is that, use your resources and look it up, so you can then know what you need to apply to that particular, set of facts. You don't get that luxury. It's not open book. It's not, you don't get to have, the rules or the statutes in front of you. And so you're studying it. Obviously I mentioned the red books from Cert Review are helpful. The Florida Law Weekly, cases for the last 2 years, like I said, the Squibb summaries was helpful. But also I went through and I studied all the rules of procedure, the family law rules of procedure, the judicial administration rules, or the general practice and judicial administration rules.
See, no one even knows they changed the name of that chapter.
Exactly.
I'm
But
so
board certification helps you with that, because you stay on top of these rule changes, which, again, I think is something that has helped me become a better lawyer, and studying for and taking this board certification exam, is I'm more focused on rule changes and new and recent case law, making sure that I'm actually reading and seeing everything that comes through, so I can be a better attorney, for my clients, and actually know what I'm doing. I mean, because like you said, there's some attorneys that, they don't know that there's been rule changes. I still have attorneys that, are going by the old 12.285 mandatory disclosure rules, which, were modified well over a year ago. So, and it's good just knowing that information and looking and making sure you're staying on top of the law. But, for instance, yesterday, Supreme Court released a new amendment going into effect July 1st, to the notice of production from non-party subpoenas, and they finally, I don't know why this wasn't done previously, but they finally changed it where if it's served by email, the objection deadline is not 15 days anymore. It's now 10 days. So again, that's something that a lot of attorneys don't stay on top of these things. I have it favorited and bookmarked where I periodically check in to see if there's rules updates, new family law cases, stuff like that. And I like to, actually look at them and read them. And so that was one that I saw come in yesterday. I mean, literally, it was dated June 16th and it goes into effect July 1st. So as of July 1st, for anyone out there, the new rule is that the objection deadline is 10 days if served by email, not 15 days. So, those are just things that help you become a better practitioner in family law, better serve your clients, and also, let's be honest, make you look good to the court at the end of the day. If you know what you're talking about, judges are going to respect you, and, all we have in this profession is our reputation, in my opinion. And so, if you know what you're doing, if, you are a professional, if you understand, the laws and the rules and the procedures, I think that goes a long way, to helping you and your career, moving forward.
Definitely agree with that. And even if you don't pass the test, I've never heard anyone say that, it didn't make them a better attorney, just going through the process. So
it certainly makes you a better attorney, and I don't think it should be anything that if someone takes the exam, they should be discouraged if they don't pass it. I'm not going to lie, I was bummed for a while, after I got those results the first time, but it also motivated me because I realized I wasn't ready for it. I didn't take it. I didn't spend enough time, studying. I didn't manage my time well during the exam. And on top of that, you have to also kind of take into consideration what's going on in your personal and your professional life during those months leading up to the exam, and really make a decision consciously whether or not you are going to be able to have enough time to devote to studying for the exam. The first time around, I didn't. Everything was crazy. Work was crazy. As much as COVID hurt a lot of businesses and people, as I told everyone, it has been very helpful for family law attorneys. And my practice, saw that, and saw that, increase in that time frame. And we were very, very busy. And that led to me not having as much time, probably because I was focusing on cases and my law firm and all of that. And the second time around, it was more planning better. And, thankfully we had a new associate attorney at that point that started, last year, who had helped with the firm. My wife, who is also my partner, and she is also one of the 275 board certified family law attorneys in the state of Florida. She was a great help as well. So she.
When did she pass?
She passed in 2019.
Cool. So that was the year before I started interviewing. I'm going to have to set up an interview with her.
Yeah. So she's been board certified for a few years now, and she was a great help. Obviously, helping with my cases and kind of jumping in as needed on the emergency situations that came up, and trying to deal with things so I didn't have to stress out and worry about it, and I could focus on studying.
Well, Andrew, any other tips you can think of that might benefit our listeners who are thinking of or planning to take this test?
Like I said, definitely study. I mean, don't discount the fact that this is not a lot of information. If you wait until it's too late, you're not going to be ready. It is a lot of information to understand, and so you've got to make sure that you're looking at all your sources, but also know yourself. Everyone is different in how they study. What I tell someone and how I study may not work for the next person. What you may tell someone may not work. There might be someone out there that only studied 50 hours and then they passed the exam. That may have worked for them, because everyone is different. One person may study, using flashcards. That may work for them. That's not the way I study. I didn't use flashcards. I didn't do outlines. I literally just read. I read and I read and I read. I read the books. I read the outlines. I read the cases. I read the statutes. I read the rules. I made my own notes and everything, just as little quick reminders on things that popped out or seemed important, but I largely just read. And so it's just a lot of personal, ways of doing things, that everyone, kind of does for themselves. I tend to learn things and memorize things by just kind of go over it and over and over in it and remembering it. And then time management. I mean, I keep going back to that because it is not enough time. I'm just honest about that. And it was both years. I mean, even this year as well, it wasn't enough time, but I already knew that going into it. So that helped me plan a little bit better so I can formulate better responses on the essays, because multiple choice, it is what it is. Those, you go through, you get them, you're right or you're wrong, but you go through and you get them done. The short, answer, I will say on those, don't spend too much time. That was another thing that I did incorrectly the first year, is I went down the rabbit hole of
they're just looking for 1 point on those short
exactly.
answers.
And I mistakenly made that problem an issue. The first time I took it, is that I would answer, because they require you to say yes or no, and then give your brief answer to that question. Well, on a couple of them, I don't know if maybe I just felt like, because I knew the answer, I realized I typed way too much. I'm like, I spent way too much time on that one question, which took away from being able to answer an essay question, later on. And so focus on limiting the amount of time that you spend on those short answer, questions. They're not looking for a long response. It's just make sure that you understand like why the answer is what it is. And then using as much of that time on the essays as possible so you can formulate your thoughts and try to make it organized enough that it makes sense, and you're actually applying the different laws to the facts and the issues, and showing them that you actually know what you're talking about. Because I think the more information you can get and the more analysis that you can put on there to show them that you understand what the laws and the rules are and how they apply goes a long way, not just regurgitating, statutes or rules or, anything like that. So time management is crucial, and just stay focused and try not to let all the outside stressors come in. I know that's very difficult, especially nowadays, but having work support, having family support, friend support, that's a game changer, I think, for a lot of people as well, because I wouldn't have been able to do it if I didn't have the support of my family and my colleagues at the office as well, because life is busy and stressful, and if you've got kids and you've got your own practice, or even if you're just an associate, if you got billable requirements, whatever it may be, I mean, it's a lot to take on to be able to set aside the amount of time that you need to focus and study for this exam. And it is a hard exam. It's a fair exam. I think that is why there are, only, I think it's 275 attorneys now in the entire state of Florida that are board certified in marital and family law.
And two are in your house.
Two of them right here. But yeah, I think that's part of the reason why it is such an achievement for family law attorneys. And if you are serious about it, take the opportunity, go ahead and do it, because if anything, it is going to make you a better attorney and a better practitioner.
Agreed. Andrew, thank you so much for your time. The reason we've interviewed everybody in the past 2 years, the Florida Bar has passed, and hearing the different approaches, I think is really helpful. So thank you so much for sharing your knowledge. Good luck and congratulations on this epic achievement.
Thanks, Eddie. I appreciate it very much.
Welcome to another board cert tip of the month. And with me, Andrew Redder from Sesam's Black.
Hey, Eddie,
Andrew, are you with us? Congratulations, my friend, on being one of the 6 attorneys who passed the board cert test in 2022. Yay!
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So only 6 people passed and 3 of them were named Andrew. So I think that tells you a name change may be in order. What did you think of this massive epic exam, Andrew?
It was a huge undertaking. one piece of advice that I would give just at the very outset for anybody that's going to be taking the exam would be to start studying early. It's the whole process can seem and feel very overwhelming. There's a lot of material, a lot of potential issues that could be covered. So, a lot of family and friends asked me once I got my results, how are you feeling? What are you feeling? And the one word that I just kept coming back to was relief. It just felt so good to be done with the process and done with the test, and knowing that I won't have to sit for that exam again.
Yeah, when I passed it, it was like the last exam I ever had to take. So and true to my word. But it is hard, and studying takes on a different form for everybody. It's a massive amount of information you got to plug into your brain. They give you the core and subcore, and really everything within that is tested. So how did you go about learning all of that data and getting it in your head?
So I think that the first place that I started, and what I would recommend to folks taking the exam, is to start with the Florida Law Weeklies from the year that you're going to take the test, and just start going back into prior years. But I think that recent Florida appellate family law decisions are the best place to start, just because those are issues where new case law is coming out or the law may be changing, but also because as you're reviewing that case law, it's a good refresher as to prior decisions that have come out. So, given, as you said, just the sheer volume of material that's on the exam, I personally think the best place to start is with Florida Law Weekly opinions, and of course the red books from Cert Review. Definitely give those a plug.
And do you read Florida Law Weekly every week, or did you just tackle the material?
So I try to read them every single week, especially in, I would say, the 6 to 9 months before the exam started. I became much more consistent with reading them each and every Friday. But I think it's important to not only read the new cases that are coming out, but then to go back and catch up on the prior, probably at least 2 to 3 years of Florida Law Weeklies that have come out.
Besides the red books that you mentioned and the weeklies, what other resources would you use?
Well, I think it's important to kind of focus on subjects and topics that you've either heard from people that have taken the test that are heavily tested, such as there's going to be certain things in child support or military pensions, or just topics that we don't necessarily deal with every single day in our practice, but they're issues out there. They're covered at Cert Review. We see them from time to time in the Florida Law Weekly summaries, and it just seems like there are certain topics that they're always going to find a way to test on. They may change the questions, they're going to change the fact patterns, they may do it, the opposite question that they had done 2 or 3 years before, but there's just some major subjects that are very likely going to be on the exam, and I think it's important to focus on those. Whereas, there's going to be smaller issues that, yes, it's in the red book, yes, it's part of our practice, but are they really going to use valuable testing space on an issue that never really comes up or may come up in our practice once every decade or more? So, I think that trying to figure out what the most heavily tested subjects and topics are, and really focusing on those.
I know board cert is really important to the firm you belong to. How were your partners able to help you through this process?
Well, as you said, it was definitely important to my partners. And from the moment I joined the firm 7 years ago, they definitely set out the expectation that I would become board certified at some point. So that's helped me insofar as, I was trying to be cognizant over the last couple years to, as I'm in my practice, to continue to learn this stuff as you go along. I practice 100% family law, so I'm doing this day in and day out anyway. And my partners were extremely helpful, just because Alex, he's gone through this process before. He's board certified. Caroline, she is board certified, and they were able to provide just some general testing tips, as well as just to share some thoughts on the process and areas that Caroline and Alex thought may be covered on the exam. and just like I said, just some general testing strategies. But they definitely put an expectation early on that, you know, board certification was important, and something that, you know, I should work to achieve.
Yeah, if you're doing something for a living, why wouldn't you want to be the best at it?
Absolutely.
Seems pretty simple.
Absolutely.
So did you have like a study buddy, or did you team up with anyone?
So I did not have a study buddy. About a year or two ago, I was in a study group and spent a couple years in a study group that's since dissolved. But the materials that I mainly focused on were, and we've already spoken about two of them, the Florida Law Weekly Summaries was number one, the Red Books from Cert Review, and then also just reviewing the Florida family law rules, as well as, you know, the main statutes that we encounter fairly common: 6130, 6108, the equitable distribution statute, 61075. I think that those are like the main. If you were somebody that you only had time to look at a few different categories of materials, you know, I would say definitely the Florida Law Weekly Summaries, the Red Books, as well as the rules and the main statutes that we encounter.
And did you keep track of how much time you spent studying?
I started to. I stopped keeping track at some point, just because it was so much time, and I just felt, you know, so overwhelmed with not only studying for the exam, young children at home, also maintaining a busy law practice, that even the thought of I'm spending time to enter time that's non-billable, I just stopped tracking it at some point. But it's an immense amount of hours that goes into it. You know, I would suggest, you know, coming up with a very specific study schedule and calendar that you stick to. Everybody has our own strengths and weaknesses, whether you're somebody that, you know, works better in the morning, works better at night. You know, we all have different schedules and calendars. Me personally, you know, I'm sharpest in the morning. So one thing that I tried to do was get to my office even earlier in the morning and spend the first 2 to 3 hours of every workday just studying for board cert. And I probably did that for a few months before the exam. That would then allow me to have, you know, a fairly standard workday after that, shortened by a couple hours, but still get in a full workday. And then oftentimes after the kids went down to sleep, you know, there'd be another hour and a half, 2 hours, you know, during the week. And then also trying to find some time on the weekend. But it is definitely a test that takes a significant amount of commitment, and if you can't put in the time, energy, and effort to study and really prepare, then you may just be wasting time taking it, and you may want to reconsider when you're able to devote more time. Because personally, I do not think, even for practitioners that practice family law, you know, day in and day out, I think that this exam is so difficult that if you do not study and devote a significant time and energy in preparing for it, I think that there's a very good chance that you're not going to pass the exam, even if, you know, you practice family law on a daily basis. It's just a very technical, very specific exam.
And you have to know everything at once. Literally, you have to know everything at once. The exam has gotten a lot of criticism because the passage rate is so low, and this year 6 out of 20 something passed, which would be about a quarter. Now that you are board certified, do you think the process of vetting these attorneys is fair?
You know, I can't really speak to either that process of what goes on, you know, between submitting that application and then the 6, 7, 8, 9 months that goes by between you even figuring out whether you're going to be able to sit for the exam or not. You know, I know that we submit references for a peer review process and submit judicial reviews. What goes into that, or how that looks, or what they're looking for, or what qualifies you or disqualifies you is not something that I really know. I'd be curious to kind of see the number that applied to take the exam versus, you know, actually became eligible to sit and take it, to see if there was a big drop off there or not.
I don't think they released that.
Yeah, I don't know if they're ever going to give us that information or not. But so I can't really speak to whether the process is fair in terms of vetting, and even the, you know, passage rate. You know, just simply saying a percentage that 10% passed or 25% passed or 50% passed. You know, without knowing more about the time and energy that those folks put in, without knowing more about, how the exam is put together and what they're looking for. I don't know that I'm really in a good position to say that the passage rate is too high or too low.
And now that you have passed, is there any tips that you could give our listeners that may be thinking about or about to take this exam?
Start early. Do not wait. Do not delay. Do not think that this is something that you can study for 30 or 60 days and pass the exam. I know from talking with people that took the exam in prior years, as well as somebody that took it and passed with me in this cycle, they spent months preparing for the exam and devoting a significant amount of time into it. It is a tremendous professional accomplishment, but it's certainly not easy, and a lot of work and time and energy and sacrifice goes into it. So, just the single biggest piece of advice that I would give to anybody considering taking the exam is to start early and to start preparing as soon as possible. That's for the exam, but I do actually have one more tip too about the application. And that's the actual board certification application is like 45 to 50 pages long. And I would say that it probably took me 2 to 3 full business days to complete my application. And that's even with, over the last couple of years, tracking my cases and trying to get, ready for the application process. One thing that I did was really track my trials, and I was very on top of the 7, 8, 9 cases, the trial cases that, you have to have.
The B1s.
I'm sorry?
The B1s on the app.
Correct. Those B1s are ones that I really did not, I spent less time on the front end considering, but took a lot more time in preparing the exam, preparing the application, was these B cases that didn't go to trial, but they still want to see substantial involvement. That was something that I did not do a good job tracking on the front end. And it necessitated hours worth of work going back through some of these cases that are now 3 or 4 years old to figure out, what discovery did I do in that case? Did I take a deposition? Did I send additional interrogatories? Was there a request for production that was more than just the standard request? So in the application process is something that I think people also should not underestimate. If you see that deadline, and I don't know what it is in 2022, but last year the deadline was August 31st, 2021. That was something that, like I said, took me days to complete. And I would definitely start that application as soon as possible, and at least 2 to 3 weeks before the deadline.
Well, keep in mind, every 5 years you recertify and have to provide the same information. So keep your app handy. Well, Andrew, thank you so much for spending time with us today and giving us your insight, and congratulations on this epic achievement. You're in a very special group of, not too many people do this within their first decade of practicing. So kudos to you. That just shows you're a superstar, and we look forward to see what you do with it.
Thank you, Eddie. I appreciate that very much.
Andrew, it was a pleasure talking to you. And hello, we have one more board certification tip of the month. We have with us board certified attorney, Chris Rumbold. Chris, congratulations on being one of the 6 people that passed the 22 board cert exam.
Thank you. Much appreciated.
So we love to pick your head on pick your brain, and we will try not to get too dirty.
Sure.
And we love to hear how you approach the exam, and now that you've passed it. Only 6 people out of 20 something passed it, and there's a lot of criticism that the tests may be too hard. Now that you're on the side of passing it, do you think that the test is fair and representative of what a board certified attorney should know? Or do you agree with the criticism that it's just too crazy hard and designed to make people fail?
No, I don't think it's too hard and designed to make people fail. I did take it twice, so I took it last year as well. I think one of the difficulties with the exam, at least for me, is you do all that studying up to taking the exam, and you've got all this great information in your head, and then you have a very limited amount of time. to actually be able to translate that into the written word. So when I took it last year, so the structure of the exam, I'm sure everybody knows, is multiple choice essay, multiple choice essay, short answer essay, and then 2 essays. So I did fine on the first, second, and fourth sections, but on the third section, I had real problems with time management. So I wrote 1 sentence for the essay question, and that obviously was not sufficient. So when I took it the second time, I spent much less time on the short answer, and it was tough to get it done in time, but I did get it finished in time. And I think that probably made all the difference.
I think everyone we talk to has issues with the timing, even if they're, fast test takers. I think most people will run out of time, especially with the big essays, and that freaks you out.
Yeah, so the second time I took it, I finished all sections on time, but I was much more cognizant of my time management the second time. I think it was also probably super helpful that I reviewed my exam from the first time with Julia Wida, and we spent quite a bit of time going through it, reviewing all of my answers, looking at the way in which the question translated or didn't translate to the answer that I had. And I think that was super helpful as well. I just felt like in a much different place the second time I took it.
And when you reviewed the exam, could you see why you didn't pass the first time around? Was it obvious? Or
so yes. So the short answer, you have all this, or at least you have all this information in your head, right? And you want to get it down on the paper. So short answer means 2 sentences. It does not mean like 3 enormous paragraphs, which was why I ended up having the time to write 1 sentence on the essay that went with the short answer. So the second time I took it, it was 2 sentences max, 2 minutes per short answer question max. And then I had plenty of time to do the essay question that was associated with it.
So just pure budgeting and being familiar with the format from the year before.
Yeah. And so I went to the tips and nibbles and I heard them say short answer. I just didn't really know what that meant until I went back through and reviewed the exam.
Yeah, they're not looking for you to show how smart you are. They just want same thing with essays. When I graded the test, I didn't like narrative answers. I was fine with a bulleted answer, as long as it conveyed the information. So, but I took the test back when you had the option to use Blue Book. So I actually hand wrote my test. For your past year's test, did you take it remotely where they were observing you? In
both times I took it remotely.
All right. Would you do that again? Okay. If you had the option, or would you do it live?
I think I probably would have been more comfortable live. I mean, I took the bar exam on, I think the last year it was offered written. And so, like Blue Books, I'm all about filling them out, handwriting out my answers. So it was a bit of a learning curve. And, I had taken the exam the year before, but I had forgotten, just what I needed to do in order to get to the part where I could actually start answering the first question. But I don't know. I mean, I think it was fine.
So they tell you the areas, the core and subcore. So there's really no surprises. Everything within those things are probably going to be tested.
Right.
Once they give you the areas that they're testing on, what did you do to memorize or learn or master that material?
So having taken it before, I had an idea about how much time I wanted to set aside. So I set aside between January 1st and the exam 300 hours. And I reviewed the green books. I went through all of the opinions for the last 4 years. I went through all of those 3 times. I went through all of the rules, highlighted, tabbed, all of the statutes highlighted and tabbed. And then when it came down to the last week or 2 before the exam, I busted out the red books and went through them. I know a lot of people do outlines. I'm not a fan of outlines. I do much better with a highlighter in my hand and just reading. So that was what I did. The year before, I spent about 100 hours, and I knew that wasn't enough when I was taking the exam.
So after you had 300 hours in your belt and you're going to sit down for the exam, did you feel comfortable you were going to be one of the 6 or one of the few that passed it?
No, not at all. I felt like I had much more mastery of the topics, a much better understanding of how the test takers wanted me to present the information that I knew. But if I had been asked different essay questions, I mean, maybe I wouldn't have passed. I don't know.
I briefed a Supreme Court issue to the Supreme Court that was on my test. So that's how I brag that I passed mine, because I had the privilege of really knowing one of the essay questions.
Yeah.
Way back when. So a little bit of skill, a little bit of luck, right place, right time. How'd you feel when?
I think that is part of it.
How'd you feel when you got that email?
Really, really good. Although I have to say that traditionally I put a lot of pressure on myself. I am unfortunately a perfectionist, and I feel like the bar has been raised. If I would have normally spent an hour on a motion, it's now 2 hours. I want to make sure that all of the case law is in there, all of the rules are in there, everything that I know is in there. I certainly think that having that badge has caused me to be a more thoroughly researched lawyer. And I do think like it's changed my practice a little bit, at least in the manner in which I think it is acceptable for me to be prepared for a hearing. Like I do enjoy being the most prepared person in the courtroom, but now it's like exponential.
You have a whole new standard to hold yourself
Yeah.
to.
Yeah. I mean, that's a much better way of saying it than I said it. But yeah, I am holding myself to a higher standard.
So I know you're very involved with the family law section. Would you ever consider being on the board cert committee, which is a Florida bar committee?
If somebody asked me,
I think you do one of those committee preference forms, just like in the section. They have them for the Florida bar.
Let me say it in another way. If somebody wanted me, yeah.
It's a fun committee. It's a hard committee. It
Yeah,
requires
I mean,
a whole lot of work, but
right now I'm treasurer, so I've got a couple years in the
you
family
gotta
law
pass.
section to
they got you busy for at least 6 years.
Yeah. But I did think that it would be really fascinating to grade the exams. Just
That's
because
the smartest I've ever been was when I was on the board cert committee, not
I'm
studying for the
sure,
test.
I'm sure, and it's funny now because like I'm sure 20 years ago when I took the bar exam, I had these same thoughts, right? So like after the first time I took the exam, every single case I read, I was like, this is what they're going to ask me. This is going to be the issue. I know they're going to test on this. And I had all these furious case notes everywhere. And now it's kind of similar, right? So I keep thinking, if I was grading the exam, I would ask about this case or this issue. And every time I see a quick rule change, like we recently had rule changes, I'm like, I know they're testing on that.
They usually do. They usually do these weird little changes in the law. And if you read Florida Law Weekly every week, you notice those pattern changes.
Right.
And,
right.
Those are usually the things that end up on the test.
Yeah.
Any other?
No, it's good stuff. I mean, professionally, I haven't really seen a change, but it's been what, like a month and a half?
Well, I saw your website's changed. It looks really
yes,
nice.
But that's kind of the extent of it. And my letterhead changed too. But I mean, other than that, no. And I'm hopeful that with this distinction, I really enjoy speaking in public. I really enjoy writing. I feel like this is going to be a catalyst to more of that, or at least I hope it will be.
Yeah, I was very lucky. I was a baby lawyer. So like when I passed, no one knew me, but as soon as I passed, they knew that I had a skill set. So
yeah,
I didn't have that little freshman surprise you with everybody. But you took it after 20 years. Did you have did that scare you that, that part in your career? Doing such a challenging thing. I mean, so
family law section service for me, it didn't really start until I had moved to Gladstone and Weissman, which is probably a decade ago now. And then after I left and established my own firm, it took a while to get the trial credits. And I had qualified to sit for the exam, I don't know, maybe 5 or 6 years ago, but I just didn't have the time with opening a new practice. And now I think maybe I would have had the time if I had prioritized it. Because as a sole practitioner, I somehow managed to find those golden 300 hours to study. In the back of my head, it's like, dude, you're in your 40s. Can you really sit for an exam like this? And I did, and I passed. So I guess that's good.
Well, I think there are people out there that don't take it just because they've been out there a while and they don't, they know the passage rate is so low and they're unwilling to deal with that potential failure. And it takes a whole lot of courage to face that. And I can't even imagine what you're feeling now that you've passed it. So kudos.
So what I'm feeling is, what's the next exam I'm going to take?
I hope never to take an exam again.
well, I'd like to become a member of the academy. So that's going to be an exam, and I've already started my application for that. I just have to finish it. So we'll see.
Any other tips, Chris, that you could give our listeners that are interested in taking and sitting for this incredible, epic exam?
Yeah, just give yourself a break. Be in a position where you can set aside the time. And if you miss a day, you pick up the next day. I really had to be kind to myself during this. It took me away from my business, my dogs, my husband, and it required a real commitment. But I'm in such a different place now, just with confidence that passing gave me. And I think even if I hadn't passed, just the sheer breadth of knowledge that I had to quasi commit to memory. Let's remember, I'm in my 40s. My memory is not what it used to be. But it's just such a great experience. And I felt this way after the last time I took it. I was like, this is a fantastic experience. Everybody should, if you're willing to try, you should really try.
Yeah, why not be a master at what you do?
Yeah, exactly.
Simple. Well, Chris, thank you so much for your time, your tips.
Yeah, of course. I appreciate the offer, Eddie.
Well, we appreciate you, and if we can ever return the favor, we'd be happy to.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I really appreciate it.
Good afternoon, and we are back for our board certification tip of the month. And with us, newly board certified attorney Andy Wilson. Andy, how you doing?
I'm great. I'm now an expert, I guess.
You are, and believe it or not, your ability to be sued for malpractice just became a whole lot easier. So congratulations. With
Yes,
that.
I need to call some people about that.
And you're held to a higher standard, as you should be. So congratulations. I know you're with Young, Berman, Karp and Karp down in Miami, a great law firm. And you have been an attorney, what, 10,
12.
11, 12 years now.
12 years.
And you're from the University of Miami.
Just for law school.
Where'd you go to undergrad?
I went to Emory in Atlanta.
Oh, so very, very, that explains why you passed. So. What did you think of the test, the board cert test?
So I thought it was a bit of a doozy. I had done all of the practice questions that the committee releases that are on the website, I don't know, more times than I can count. And so I knew going into it that it was going to be multi-issue spotting on the essays, and I knew that some of the multiple choice were going to be a little bit out there. I thought that the multiple choice went fairly well, and it got to the short answers, and I thought those were really challenging. And I remember being concerned because, you know, they record, the way that I did it was recorded, because you can type on your computer, it was recorded from home. And so they monitor your face, they monitor your movements, so you're not talking, they look in the background, scientific stuff that I don't really understand. But I remember looking at several questions and mouthing like, what the? Because I wouldn't have known how to say yes, to say no, to say maybe. If a judge asked me, I would have like looked for help. So it was a fair test, I would say, but it certainly was broad in scope and specific in detail.
So you got to know everything they tell you to study, right?
You got to know more than that. And when they tell you, you know, read all the rules, and, you know, you as a practitioner and me as a practitioner, you know, oh, okay, interrogatories 30 days, that's a throwaway. Well, not how they test you, you know, it's going to be a nuance of service within that. And that's not every question. Not every question is a gotcha in a way, but it wasn't just, hey, I'm good, I've litigated for 12 years heavily, I know all of these procedures off the top of my head. It didn't go that way. They didn't test it that way, I should say.
You got to know the stuff, but they tell you the core and subcore, so you know the subjects that are going to be tested. And I think it's fair to say that everything in there, you know, if a statute has a list of factors, you're going to need to not only know and apply those factors, but anything that comes out new, you know, in that year or the year before is usually tested on. So how did you go about the whole studying process, if I can ask?
Yeah, so I started the process at what is it, Tips and Nibbles and Tips,
So
whatever that's called.
January.
Well, I started with a panic attack when I sat in that room, and there were people who had just passed the year before, and they were saying that they had started 6 months prior, or this person said that they'd rented a house near Tampa because that's where the test was for 2 weeks and did nothing but study. There were people who said, who had taken it multiple times, were like, I would be driving in my car and repeating things out loud and testing myself. And I'm like, I have how many trials before March? I have these evidentiary hearings, and I got to catch up to all of you. And so that was when I had a mini meltdown. And then I talked to the partners that I work with, and then I started getting my act together. And it started with heavily outlining everything that was spoken about in the Orlando cert review seminar. Then it was outlining the books. And I mean, do you want me to continue with all the studying?
Yeah, tell me all the materials. You know, we're giving tips to what people should be looking at to master this stuff.
Sure. So let's see. So I started with the general concepts. So like, I think that many of us who do, let's say, family litigation, as opposed to, let's say, domestic violence, you know, you're pretty good with equitable distribution, you know quite a bit about alimony and the different factors and stuff that go into those. So as I would be more comfortable with a topic area like that, I started outlining that first so that I would know that I am getting in the depth level with that before I would move on to something very specific, because I know if I had to start reading, let's say, military, which I don't think I've ever done a military divorce, I knew I'd get overwhelmed and I'd get a little intimidated because there's just a whole lot of knowledge there that I'd never used. And I couldn't rely on, oh, remember when I was in the so-and-so case and we did that, you know? So I charted out on a calendar, today I'm going to do this. And I kept, I work at a fairly large law firm, for at least for family law. And so I kept my schedule fairly the same in terms of work, but then I made sure that every day there were a couple hours where I was either copying down notes from the red books that were given out at cert review, or I was then starting to memorize things. One of the tips I was given in Tips and Nibbles was study how you used to study, and I am a memorizer. So I downloaded an app and I started making flashcards, even from the most basic, like what's the standard for alimony? Need an ability to pay. Okay, I'm never going to forget that one, but I threw it in there. And so I started, I think by the end, I probably had 900 flashcards saved in every single topic that the committee says is going to be tested. And I would go through those, and the way that the app worked is if you got one right, then it didn't show it to you for a while, but if you got one wrong, it would come up more frequently. And so, for example, when you have to memorize, I mean, I wouldn't say you have to, but you probably should, all 9, because I still have the, what's the thing called?
Onomatopoeia?
Yeah, whatever those things are. Anagram, and now whatever it is. But the alimony is the die factors. DIE, FACTRS, that's every factor for alimony. So I would put those in there. And I would say, all right, what are all of them? Then I would do, what's the D in die factors? What's the O in die factors? So that I was really hammering those in. And then as it got closer to the test and I was getting more of those questions right, I had reached out to my family law professor, Kira Willig from back at UM, and I asked her to send me some of the exams from her class so that I could go over these multi-issue spotting questions and at least try to pull those out, because I knew that's where, I mean, they told us that's where the bulk of the points are going to be. And so I was doing that. And then the last 2 weeks before the test, I basically took off work. I mean, I was there, I was monitoring emails, but I cleared all the calendars off of my schedule. I was delegating everything out. I would say, don't talk to me. I was studying on the weekends. Even before that, I was studying on the weekends. And then somehow I took the test and I passed.
So between January and March, it's doable.
It is doable. I did it. And I worked the whole time too. Now I maybe only billed, let's say 100 hours in February and, probably 20 in the first part of March, but I was lucky to have the support of my firm to be able to do that, because it was an expectation, almost a requirement, that I pass this test. And I wouldn't be able to further my career within the firm, or of course outside of the firm, which I have no desire to leave. I'm very happy where I am. I love the team that we're at. But even if I wanted to go somewhere, I needed this accreditation in order to really sell myself as the top tier family law like you are, and the rest of the people who are board certified.
So how'd you find out that you passed? Was it the email or a phone call?
So I got the email. And I can tell you another story off camera about it, but I got the email and I basically, oh my God, it happened. And I happened to be out on vacation at my parents' house. So then my mom came in, and then I got to call the partners, and a dear friend of mine who had helped with, who's board certified. Her name is Laura Davis Smith. You probably know her. So I called her because she was a big support to me. And so my mom got to see all of that fun news, which, that made her week.
Laura Davis gives the best hugs in the world.
She is a fantastic person and an even better lawyer.
Yes. So do you think that now that this has changed your trajectory, you already mentioned it was like an expectation of the firm. How do you feel?
I didn't think I would be as proud of this achievement as I am. I think a lot of lawyers work hard, but you have to be of a certain intelligence level and a certain skill level to even get into this profession and succeed, to even be qualified to take this test. And so I wouldn't say that in, let's say getting into law school, I wouldn't say that was the hardest thing I've ever done. I didn't think college was all that difficult. Law school went pretty fine. I could have worked harder, but I certainly did okay. This I really dedicated myself to. I really took it seriously. And, I had a team that helped me and I had support, but I did it. I studied it. I memorized it, and I wrote it. And I did it. And so I actually was on a phone call this week, and an attorney was trying to give me advice, and they were just wrong about the law. And so I kind of said, like, look, I studied this recently because I just became board certified, so I know. And this lawyer was not, and they erupted on me. And hearing them talk about, oh, you must just be good at taking tests. What does this little piece of paper mean? It stung. And I was like, boy, you are ignorant at what really goes on in this and what this means in your career. And that, in a way, almost made me even prouder of myself, because I was able to hold myself out to the ethical standard that we have, try to help somebody, and it just felt good to be right.
Well, even if you don't pass, you probably are the smartest you ever are the year you study for the exam, just because you're taking it all in. And even if you don't pass, there's still some merit putting yourself through this process, because it, no matter what, will make you a better attorney one way or the other, a better divorce attorney.
You are absolutely right. And it's kind of funny, because when you do sort of the same things in litigation kind of day in and day out, motion to compel, we need temporary support, we need to compel that, a little bit of it gets rote. And so you get comfortable in what you know. And when you have to start expanding your mind in the studying process, it really is so valuable. And so even just as a practice, I'm going to go back to my flashcard app that I had on my phone and on my iPad. I'm going to go back to that, next year, or when I have a huge trial coming up and I got to refresh my evidentiary rules, and go back to that, because there was a lot I didn't know. I thought I knew a good amount, but there is a whole lot more.
I still have my outline, but it was from 2004, and that's like back when we had special equity and all this crazy stuff. So it's not as helpful as your flashcards, because you'll see the law does change. Almost changed significantly this year, but not. So do you know how many hours between January and March that you actually put into this? Can you quantify that?
I can quantify it with an approximate of probably between 150 and 200. I would say by the last couple of weeks before the test, I was doing probably a solid 6 hours during the workday of either reviewing flashcards, going over materials, taking practice exams, or at least just issue spotting them. And then that would be during the week. And then on the weekends, I tried to take Sundays off entirely. I needed that break to watch trash TV and clear my mind. But Saturdays, I would still spend probably from the morning until early afternoon focused on all of that. And then, let myself have a Saturday night so I could at least not, drive myself insane staring at the walls of my apartment.
Any interest in serving on the board cert committee now that you passed?
It's something I would consider. I need to reach out, actually. I'd love to go and sit in the test and nibble, whatever, the thing that starts it off. I'd love to be able to offer my advice there, because it was really an effective presentation, but I didn't hear a lot of people like me who hadn't really given studying much thought until we sat in that room. And while I don't think everybody can, especially solos or people who aren't working on very high profile cases where you're going to get paid, it's really hard to take all the time away from your practice. And so I just want to kind of share that with them, and how, I think I could make that work for other people as well, if you just schedule and plan quite a bit in advance.
So you don't have to lock yourself in a wood cabin for 2 months.
I think that would have been crazy for me. Everybody's got to do what they want. Some people, can study at a Starbucks. I couldn't go to a Starbucks and not be distracted by everything, so you really do have to do whatever works for you effectively or has worked for you in the past.
I was more of a writer down than flashcards, and just by the process of writing it out, usually stuck in my head. But we're all different learners, and I think you have to know what's best, how you retain this information. And there's such a low passage rate. I think only 5 people passed this year.
It was 5 out of 24, and 3 of them were named Andrew. So any Andrews out there, you got a leg up.
We do have 3 Andrews. I have the benefit of interviewing all of you this year, which is really cool. Do you think that that's like a fair representation? Like only 5 out of the 24 pass it? Like,
I'd love to know well, I say that, but I don't know if I mean it. I would love to know where I fell in that, from 1 to 20. Well, I guess it was only 1 to 5, but I would still love to know where that spread was. And within those of us who passed, how much of it was curved? Did I only get 50% of the questions right, or did I get 80% of the questions right? That kind of a thing. But that's really just more for ego than it is for anything else. In terms of whether, I don't know if you're exactly asking, should it be more people or less people who pass?
well, do you think it's representative of who should be board certified? Let me ask it that way.
I think in order to pass this test, you have to show the breadth and depth of knowledge to be considered an expert. I don't think you can wing it. I don't think I could have done 10 minutes less of studying than I did. I'm probably the guy who got 5th. I mean, it is consuming how much you need to know. And there are things that I left the test and I felt that there were several questions, and I'm talking the essays, which have the most points, where I felt like, I got this. They're going to look at that as a model answer because I typed really quickly and I knew the material and I felt really good. And then as my, days went on, I would be like, crap, why didn't I bring up unequal distribution? I mean, I don't know if that's really something, but like, let's say that's the example. And then I'm like, crap, everybody else would have known that one. I'm now down on the list. I'm going to have to do this again next year.
Well, taking it at home in front of your computer is a lot different than going to the hotel or convention center where during lunch you all talk about the first half and it freaks you out and usually distracts you for the second half. So a good tip is if you're doing it live, the test, as opposed to home at your computer, don't talk to anyone about the test at lunch. And if you're studying at that point, it's just useless. You're just just relax and get ready for the next session. Did you run out of time?
So I have always been a very fast test taker, whether that's gotten me the results I want in the past or not. My whole life, I've always been one of the first ones finished. And this test was not like that. And I can type 120 words a minute. I am fast. And so even with that, I would find myself, I've got 30 seconds left and I could keep going on some of those essay questions. Now, that doesn't mean that I'm giving you every brilliant legal analysis or finding every single issue or pivotal fact within those. I could just be vomiting things at that point. I don't know, but it worked.
And it's funny, when you pass, you don't really care about looking at your tests as much as if you didn't. And there's a review process if you don't pass, and you can take a look at the test. You can even appeal, and usually a couple people overturn the cert committee's decision. So those are always options. Thankfully, you don't have to worry about any of those, Andy, because you got that email that gave you the warm and fuzzies.
Exactly. Yes, I feel very lucky, and I still kind of want to know where I fell in that rank, though.
Sometimes it's better not.
You're right. I mean, I'm the 5th place person this year. You know what? You still walked away with the thing.
Yes, and you get the initials and the honor and the prestige and all of the fun stuff that comes with that. So if you had one tip you could give our listeners who are thinking about or studying to take the test right now, what would you tell them?
So the first, this may be a multi-part answer. So the first is that it is absolutely worthwhile. It isn't I can't speak to somebody who hasn't passed. I got lucky and I passed it the first time, but the experience of studying absolutely made me a smart lawyer. Even if you are unable to take the test, even if you aren't able to get there, sure, it's an immense amount of time that you really do need to dedicate it. I don't know how you could do this and let's say bill a full 152 hours a month plus study. I don't know that would be possible. I mean, unless you're a genius, but it makes you such a smarter lawyer. It makes you more confident. It stops those gaps when you're in court. Like, what's the right response to this? Or is that motion really the way to go? Or how do I angle this discovery? It just makes you feel like you really do know what you're doing. So my tip would be, do this. Even if you don't get it the first time, the investment is worth it. And even if you have to take it again, now that you've gone through it, it's got to be easier That's what the people that were in the nibbles and tips or whatever, those who had taken it more than once were saying, it wasn't as challenging to study for the second time because I knew now what it looked like, I'd been through it. I knew how to memorize all of those things and it worked. I guess that's my tip, my encouragement tip. My tip for actually taking the test, I couldn't have done it without memorizing. And I think some of the stuff is just rote memorization. So for example, mnemonics, that's the word we're missing, mnemonics. So all the mnemonics for like the 29 billion factors for time sharing and parenting plans or for relocation, keep writing them down and get them in there and get them in your brain. And that kind of helps you if you're doing a depot prep and you're like, all right, I got to go through the die factors now. Oh, I forgot to do tax treat, it really does just make you a better lawyer. You are dangerous when you are studying and after that test as well, especially if you keep it up.
It certainly gave me a lot more confidence, just having the knowledge base and so many tools to use in our profession, I guess. Andy, if there's anything that you would have done different, what would that be?
Sure. So a couple of things. So the first thing I would have done is I really would have read through the rules of procedure. I kind of ignored them because I thought I knew all of them, or at least I knew enough to fake it a little bit. And the procedural questions on there were detailed, and I really should have spent the time on that because I bet that would have been a couple of more points, even though that's not the bulk of them. I think that would have helped. The other thing that I would have done differently is on some of the smaller topics, at least they say that they're smaller topics, things like military, quadro, tax issues that aren't like the big ticket items like parenting plans or alimony or child support or jurisdiction. I would have spent a little bit more time on those as opposed to just like, okay, I've read it, I hope it sticks. I would have committed those things to memory because there were, I want to say probably 4 to 5 questions on military stuff on my test between short answer and multiple choice. And I can't say that I knew a single one of them. And so that is something that I should have focused on more highly as opposed to just the assumption of, well, it's going to be about child support, I'll get that right, as opposed to skimming over something that was told that it was going to be tested and then it was tested.
I think it's safe to say everything they tell you is going to be tested will be tested.
That was absolutely true.
Well, Andy, congratulations. I really appreciate you spending the time with us and imparting your wisdom. And we wish you the best of luck in your career. And if we can ever help you out, just let us know. We'd be happy to return the favor.
Thanks so much, Eddie. I appreciate you including me, and I'm glad you're still batting 1,000 with all of us.
Stephen Squibbs presents this month's board certification tip.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, and now it is time for our November board cert tip of the month. And with us today, we have a very special guest, Russell Frank, who's out of Orlando and one of the most recent recipients of Family Law Board Cert. Russ, how are you doing today?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me.
And Russell, I think you've been a Florida attorney since like 2006 and started off in criminal and then came over to private and started family. And now you're doing all family in juvie, right?
That's right. I started my career in Washington, D.C., spent a couple years there, and then moved back to Florida, where I'm from, in 2006, and then started doing some criminal defense work at that time.
So welcome to family law, and
yes.
Congratulations on doing what is a pretty significant task, passing the board cert, passing peer review. It's not just a test. It's really a thorough background analysis that you have to go through. When folks take it, chances are they know going into it, they're not going to pass just due to the math of it. And that's psychologically really challenging for some people. So first, what made you want to do this, and why did you make this a priority in your life?
Well, I thought about it once I had done about 5 or 6 years just in family law. I thought about it. I had a conversation with another attorney that was board certified in another area, and they had indicated, you should give it a shot once you get there. So it was really about a 2-year process for me. I had the credits and everything like that. I just wanted to make sure I had enough time to devote to the test and to the application process. because the application, I spent several months getting that together, reaching out to folks, making sure that was in line, obviously, before I could even think about the test.
The application is pretty daunting, and we recommend that you get it immediately. You can just download it and keep track of your cases as you go along, because it requires a lot of statistical information. Every case you have to say who the opposing side was, who the attorney, the judge was, what issues you litigated, what issues you settled, case names, when it was started, when it was finished. So it's a lot easier if you keep that information contemporaneously than going back in time and trying to recreate it. So when you decided to take the test, how did you approach the studying process?
Well, what I've learned from talking with other attorneys in different fields is that I guess we're somewhat lucky, I guess, in family law, in that we have the board certification review course every year. I guess not every area has that. So that was, I go to that almost every year. So of course I went this year, and I thought the virtual process of it this year actually was kind of helpful for me, only because I didn't lose time to socializing outside, or unnecessary stretch breaks or things like that. So I feel like I got more of the program than I have in the past. And I think that was a benefit to me. So once I got to the review course, got the books, that's really when I started studying. So it was probably a good month and a half, 2 months of studying. And I'm a flashcards guy. I've sort of always have been. So the way I approached it was that I read every single book. I read the 3 volumes of the review books, took notes from there, and then from the notes made flashcards into different sections and mini sections, and then just started drilling down on the flashcards and then reading some of the case law from some of the areas I thought might need more studying and more research into, some of the equitable distribution, the coverture fracture, those sorts of things that I just wanted to make sure I had a better understanding of. But it was mostly flashcards, and I reviewed those quite a bit. And then just did that on the nights and weekends. So I didn't really stop working too much. I wanted to keep my regular practice going as much as possible. So I was able to carve out time on nights and weekends to do the flashcards, review the flashcards, and then take the few sample questions that they did offer, go through those, several times, making sure I had thought out all the different scenarios and answers and things like that.
Yeah, it's not just the memorization of this information, but those essay questions really call for you to apply the knowledge and really figure stuff out. And we always tell people, when you have a big essay question, go straight to the call to the question, which is at the very end, and it is really what the test examiner is asking you. Read that first, then read the whole big fact pattern, and that way you kind of have a little bit more direction as to where all the stuff is going. And it's real fun to put red herrings in these test questions that have nothing to do with the answer, but just because it looks like a hot issue, it attracts you and potentially distracts you. So yeah, read that call to the question at the very bottom of the essay questions, and pretty much each section is worth the same. You have some essay questions, true, false, multiple choice, and you have your ethics, which is kind of pass or fail. You have to just find the ethics issues. Would you say you have to know everything there is to know about family law to pass this test?
I mean, it's probably hard to learn everything, but I think that, I think with the review books and the sort of the advice you get through the process with the review course, I think there are some good areas that you can focus on and learn much of everything in those areas. And I think that's going to be extremely helpful. Yeah. And
they give you the core and the subcore topics. And really that's all they tell you. Study the stuff. And you have to know it really well. Do you think that, do you think the test was unfair, or do you think it was just challenging enough that if you're going to call yourself an expert, this is what you have to do?
It was fair. I thought it was fair. It'd been, I think, about 15 years since I last took a big test or a bar exam. So it was a little bit difficult getting back into study mode, but I thought it was fair, and I agree that it's supposed to be tough. I think, and as my old basketball coach used to say, if it was easy, everyone would be doing it.
Right. And right now, you probably know more about family law than you will ever know in your entire life. So,
Yeah.
It's a good crash course. Is there any particular advice that someone gave you that really, now after you took the test, you can see really helped you and or put things in perspective for you or anything of that nature?
Looking back now, it's probably easier for me to say, but it's always good to not overdo it and not get burned out during the process. Like I said, I tried to maintain my practice and found time on weekends and evenings, but didn't let it completely dominate everything. Still found some time to go out and have a little fun, which is a little more difficult with the pandemic, but trying to take your mind off things, whether that's just watching a movie or something like that. It's important, I think, to keep it in perspective and try and have some normalcy as well.
I guess if you're going to take a test like this, the year of the pandemic is a good time to cue it up. So you don't have I know when I took the test 15, 16 years ago, and being pulled in all different directions, including having little kids and starting a new firm. But you just jump in and you take it. And I didn't think I was going to pass my first year, and I got lucky I did. And since then, it's been a blessing. So
well, that was my mentality as well. I sort of didn't want to get too dejected before you start, because going to the review course, you hear some of the presenters will say, I passed it on my second time, or something like that, and you're saying, wow, I mean, this person seems really intelligent. They're here teaching the class, and they're telling us they had to take it more than once. So you just got to, like I say, keep it in perspective and just keep your confidence about it.
or lock yourself up in a log cabin for a couple months. That's my favorite story. Cool. Any other last tips for our hungry viewers looking for ways to help them pass this test? Any other words of wisdom?
I would talk with other attorneys that have taken it, and I found it actually helpful to talk with other attorneys that were board certified in other areas, not specifically about obviously the formats of the test or anything, just about their strategy, their thoughts, and I found that to be helpful. I had a couple partners that were board certified in other areas, so they were extremely gracious with their time and giving me their experiences and kind of preparing me for what was to come. So it was very helpful, but I would encourage everyone to look into it. I think it was an incredible process, only for the reason that it's re-educating yourself on all these different areas. And sometimes you don't have the time to go back and review every single area unless it pops up in a case. So it's always good, I think, to have that breadth of knowledge. And I think that the studying and the preparation definitely has made me a better attorney with more knowledge of the areas within family law.
Cool. And Russ, you still, I see you're board certified mediator. You still doing mediations in Central Florida or all over Florida with Zoom?
Yeah, we're still doing mostly virtual mediations these days, but we've got plenty of room in the office if people want to come in and do them in person. So yeah, we're still doing the mediations. Yep.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see the long-term impact. And I think you're going to see UMCs stay at Zoom, evidentiary hearings come back live. This is just me pontificating. And mediations, you either love it or hate it. And I see some dinosaurs that can't share a screen and get very frustrated. And I see some attorneys that see the benefit of having their computer and all their files in front of them as they're chatting. So interesting times ahead to see how we manage these changes.
Absolutely.
Well, Russ, thank you so much for sharing your knowledge, your wisdom, and we appreciate it. And congratulations. Not everybody passes this test, and in fact, you're in the minority. So congratulations and welcome to the club.
Well, I appreciate it. Thanks again for having me.
Russell, thank you for your time.
All right, you take care.
Thank you for joining us. Stephen Squibbs presents this month's board certification tip.
Hello, everybody. And today we have a very special guest, one of the few people who passed last year's board cert test. Jennifer Lawson. Jennifer, thank you for joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
Jennifer has been an attorney over 10 years. So she hit board cert within the 10-year period, which is amazing, and has spent more than half her legal career at the Green Family Law. And that's in Orlando, Florida, right?
Correct. Yep, downtown Orlando.
So congratulations, Jennifer. Amazing task. Most people who sign up for it do not pass. So just having the nerve to take it, kudos. But not only that, you now have those special initials at the end of your name, BCS. So congratulations on being in the club.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Happy to join the club.
So we'd love to have people on our little monthly CLE and talk about your experiences. Everybody has kind of a unique approach, and it's such a hard test in that you look at the pass rate, and just looking at the pass rate is low. And that doesn't even take into consideration the folks that don't pass peer review and the background checks. And those numbers aren't even published. So starting off, how did you approach this? What made you decide to become board certified, I guess, to start?
Sure. So that's a goal that I had for myself for a very long time. I actually, oddly enough, decided that I wanted to be board certified when I was in law school. So that's very ambitious. I hadn't even passed the bar exam yet, but I was always dedicated to excellency. I knew in law school I wanted to practice family law, and I knew I wanted to be at the top level of family law and hold myself to that standard. So it was a goal that I set for myself at that time, and was very cognizant about how do I meet the qualifications for it, and making sure that I have enough trial experience and it meets the requirement every step of the way. And luckily it all, with hard work, came to fruition.
So everybody says this is like an impossible test. And I remember taking it and what it took to study. I took it back in 2004, a couple of years ago. How did you approach this amount of stuff you had to learn and apply? Like,
Sure.
How did you approach, cracking the books, I guess?
So, it's a very hard test. I don't think it's obviously an impossible test. I do think it's the hardest test that I've ever taken in my life, which it doesn't seem like it should be that way, right? Because it's what we've been doing every day for at least 5 years before you take the exam. But it was definitely harder than the bar exam for sure. So the way that I approached it, I was very lucky to have my boss, Karen Green, as a mentor and be able to provide me with some guidance in terms of, how to approach the exam and the topics and what materials to review. Personally, I spent a lot of time on the cert review materials themselves. Both what was out for the current year, and then if a topic was going to be on the exam, it was fair game as one of the topics, but there wasn't materials for that year. I went to older years and made sure to review those materials as well, because not every single year, there's usually a handful of topics that rotate year by year. For the course materials. And then the second thing that I did, which I think is actually the most valuable thing, was reading the case law from the last 2 years and highlighting as I go, and right before the exam, rereading my highlights.
Reading 2 years of cases, would you read them as they came out in the Florida Law Weekly, or would you binge read them all at one time? How did that work?
I binge read it. I don't know that works well for everyone. I think it depends on who you are. Me personally, my mind works best by having things at kind of the forefront and the repetition, which is why I went back and read the highlights. So, as close as I can get to the exam of reading that material was better for me in my memory.
And everybody has these fancy ways to memorize different factors. Did you employ those kind of learning mechanisms?
I didn't. That would have been helpful. I did have people quiz me. family members. I took advantage of them. They don't practice law, they don't practice family law, but I was like, hey, you have 5 minutes, I'm going to send you something and let's just see how many I can get on these factors lists. So support system was key in helping out with that.
Besides having family and friends, did you like form a study group with other people taking the exam?
I didn't.
That might be a little scary.
Right. And I don't know if anyone in the Orlando area took it as well as I did. So, it wasn't something, especially during COVID, that was advertised very much about who was taking the exam. So that would have been hard to find someone else to be a part of a study group for.
And what a unique time to take the test. Do you think doing it during COVID helped or distracted you either way?
It helped. Less, commitments, normal world commitments that we have pre-pandemic, of course. And I actually got to take the exam at home in a familiar environment, being monitored via video and audio to make sure that everything was above board. But I think that helped too, being in a familiar setting and being comfortable.
I don't think that is going to be offered again. I think they're going back to the old, come on down and everybody take the board certification test in one room, and you're sitting next to someone who's taking a different test than you, I think, and everybody's sweating bullets and just the anxiety of everybody in that room. And then you if you dare talk during lunch and about a question, and you could spin out of control and just be triggered.
Right. Well, you couldn't talk to yourself during the exam when it was monitored. They said that beforehand, like, don't read the questions to yourself, keep your eyes on the computer screen. So it was nerve-wracking in its own, to try and fight some natural instincts that you might have so you don't get flagged for potentially cheating.
So you said you pretty much need to know it all. Now that you've taken the test and passed, do you think it is a fair representation of what it takes to the knowledge you need to know to be board certified?
I
do. Would you recommend this to the folks that work with you?
I would, yeah. And when I've been, since passing, people have been coming to me and asking questions and whether or not they should do this. And I think it's a rewarding experience. I think it makes you a better lawyer. It's a huge benefit to your clients to learn all the, additional things that we don't do every single day, the more nuanced areas of the law. My recommendation is just make sure that you're ready for it and to set aside that time commitment, because until you're ready, I don't think it's a good idea to invest part of the time. It's not something that you can just kind of halfway do.
Well, any other tips or thoughts of people that may be considering taking this exam and maybe nervous due to the passage rate or the daunting effort that's required?
Sure. So prepare, make sure that you can pre-plan your life and make sure that it works into your schedule. If you've got a bunch of trials coming up, maybe this isn't the correct time for you to do it. Make sure you figure out a way to put the time in for studying that's going to be needed to go the whole entire way. And don't overdo it though. Don't burn yourself out on work and studying. And what was key to me was really leaning on support system and making sure that there were people there to help out and giving myself breaks in different ways that I could.
Well, Jennifer, thank you so much for your time and sharing these tips with our audience. I'm sure they appreciate it.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Stephen Squibbs presents this month's board certification tip.
Hey, everybody. We are here back with our board certification tip of the month, and we have a very special guest this month, Kim Hamill. Kim was one of the class who just passed in 2021 and one of the 8 or 9 new board cert attorneys we have. And she has been practicing law, I think, since 2013, 2012. Is that right, Kim?
13, yep.
So that makes you, I think, one of the youngest people to have become an attorney to pass the board cert test. So you are on the fast track. Congratulations on doing that so early in your legal career. Just out of curiosity, most people, it takes decades to even get the gall to take the exam. Obviously, this was something you were interested in from day one. You can tell just because you made it so quickly. Why was this so important to you?
So, well, I had the privilege of working with somebody who was board certified since law school. So I actually started in the marital and family law arena right after my first year of law school. I interned for a judge, and then I was a law clerk on my 2L and 3L year for a board certified attorney here in Tampa, Christine Durr. And she was actually taking the exam at that point in time. So I kind of experienced that with her. She obviously passed. And so it was, she was really sort of a mentor as far as telling me what I needed to do early on and making sure that I had my trials and logging that information. I think that's something that people don't realize, is that when you go to fill out the application, if you haven't seen it already, or even if you're planning on taking the exam in 2 or 3 years, look at the application. It's there, it's online, because it'll give you an idea of what you have to complete, and that it's very tedious. So the fact that I had knowledge from when she was taking the exam to log my information about my trials and my evidentiary hearings definitely.
Did you keep track of all that information contemporaneously, or did you go back and have to recreate it?
I would say I tried to do it contemporaneously, but obviously I wasn't every month that I was able to go and circle back and do that. But I tried to, at least every couple of months update it, especially if I had, some busy months with evidentiary hearings and trials.
And you're talking, you have to show substantial completion, and you have to show 7 trials, and all of that information. You need the other attorney, you need the issues that were tried, the case name, the number, even your judge, you need to list it there. So that's a lot of information. It kind of reminded me of filling out the Florida bar application, very similar.
Right. And I'm still logging it because I know at some point we'll have research. So it's important to continue to do that as well.
Every 5 years now. So that's really a very unique spot for you to be in, starting your family law career, watching someone successfully pass this exam. You were just in the right place at the right time.
I would agree. Yes.
So was it always your intent to take this test?
Yep, I think so. Once I learned about it and knew that I had, I think, the requisite background and the amount of information that I was able to compile from, or experience, I guess, that I was able to compile over the first 5 years of practice. And it's really actually 6 years. So if you go right into marital and family law, you have to be, I think it's August 31st is the application deadline. So I passed the bar in September of 13. So I didn't have I was 1 month shy of the full 5 years, right at that 5-year mark of practicing. So you actually have to wait that additional year if you're one of the first, if you're taking it right out of that first 5-year period, you're actually applying in year 6.
6 year.
So that's one thing that I had to learn and find out about from another attorney who was in the same situation as me a couple of years ago. So
there's not too many of us, I'll just say that. There's only a handful that made it within that first 6 years. But it's a cool feeling because, it kind of sets you apart from your peers, because it is a tough test. And there's a lot of criticism that the test may be too tough. What do you think? Do you think it was fair representation of what it takes to call yourself an expert in this area?
I do. So I think one of the toughest parts about the test is the speed. So time management for me was something I had to really work on. I knew that, so I actually took the test twice. The first time, and this is the other side of it, like life happens, you try to plan it out. I tried to plan this out. Like I know when I was going to take it, I was going to just focus and start studying here. And you just have to realize that life happens, because one thing I wasn't anticipating from the time I applied to the time I took the test was getting engaged. So then I was planning a wedding, and I said, I'm not going to take it this year. I'll just take it next year. And because it was going to be, in my mind, an impossibility. So I spoke with some people, and they said, you should really take it, just walk in, wing it, and just get the experience, which is essentially exactly what I did. I tried to study for a couple days prior. I don't know if it helped me at all, but I just walked in, I did the best I could. I had zero pressure because I knew I was winging it. And I got the experience of taking the test, which I'm so glad that I did, because you really see people say they test on nuances and how they test and the types of cases that they test. And I got that experience, and also the time management experience, because I didn't finish the first time by a lot. I think I might have completed half the short answers. So that was very valuable for me to have done that the first time around. And then I was ready from a time management standpoint. I was really ready the second time around. It was still tight, but I knew what I needed to do to make sure that I was able to get answers down in every section.
And because you had that experience, I guess you had the confidence of knowing what it was going to be like in all the different sections. And did you take both tests in quarantine, or did they have one of the test taking rooms open one of the years?
Yeah, so the first time I took it, it was like right around St. Patrick's Day, it's March of 2020. So it was essentially, but
we shut down.
Not really, not yet. It was like a week later.
On the verge.
Was when everything shut down. So we were all in the room of the hotel here in Tampa, as the Hilton is where I took it in person. And then this past year was online on the computer.
With monitors staring at you and listening to you and making sure everything is appropriate. How did you go about studying for this massive test?
So the best recommendation that I received early on was to review the last 2 years of the Florida Law Weeklies. So I got the book, the green books, and then you can order the printed version in advance, just the pre-bound copy, which I did receive both years. And so when I went the second year, I had already done what was the second year of the prior year. And so that was very helpful. I go to the Family Law Cert Conference every year. This year will be the first time I haven't gone since I'll be on my honeymoon, but that's obviously very helpful. I went even when I was in law school clerking for the first firm I worked with. I still went to the board cert. So I had many years of that conference under me. So I did refer to the red books on some interesting issues like UCC-JEA and some jurisdictional procedural issues where we don't get a lot of the case law summaries that are specific to that. But when it comes to the substantive issues, the PEACE acronym, I really relied on those Florida Law Weeklies. And what I did with them, which I kind of reverted back to some of my old studying roots, which was also a recommendation that I had received prior to. Everybody studies differently. You might be a note card person, you might be an outline person, you might just be somebody who wants to recite things out loud in order to ingrain them in your memory. But I actually took the Florida Law Weeklies. I read all of them, even if it was just a small little case and you knew what it was going to say by the time you read the third sentence. I still kind of skimmed through it to make sure it wasn't anything weird or new that came out of the case. And I had OneNote. I used OneNote. I use OneNote for my case notes as well. I had a section for each topic. And then I sort of had a nuanced cases section. So if there was a case that was really weird, like Hahamovich would have been one of them back in the day, that I knew was just, this is out of the ordinary, I would put that in the nuanced case section. So I'd probably end up with 15 or 20 big cases that I felt might be tested on. And then I had a section for basically the PEACE acronym or all the other topics that are outlined on the testing topic list. And I would start filling in just sort of issues and other things that would come out of the cases. Nothing long where I'm typing out long responses or holdings or, the IRAC within my outline, but just kind of throwing in those, because when you read the multiple choice and you read the short answer, if you've read those cases, you're going to pull back to that almost immediately. So that was really helpful. And I just updated it as new things came in.
By any chance, did you keep track of how many hours you studied for each test?
I did not, but I would tell you, well, I barely studied the first time around, as I said, definitely winged it. The second time around, I didn't get in enough hours that I wanted to, admittedly, probably 60% of what I wanted to do. That was also because I was supposed to get married before the second test, but the wedding got postponed. So then I was still kind of in wedding planning mode, even for the second test, which was not ideal, but I went through with it. And I think you just have to trust your background. If you've been doing this for a while, and if you clearly have the qualifications to apply, there's a lot that you already know. You don't need to restudy substantial change in circumstances. So I think there's a lot of trust in knowing your confidence in knowing that you know a lot already, and then really focusing on the areas that you maybe haven't practiced in a lot. Like if you haven't had a lot of heavy financial cases with weird equitable distribution issues or imputation issues or things like that, then focus on those topics. Same is true for the jurisdictional and procedural. I haven't had a lot of USA and UCCJEA, and those tend to come up on the exam, so I focused on that as well.
Every couple of years, you get a putative father privet type question that blows your mind. So you're talking to a whole bunch of people now that are thinking about the test or taking the test in April. And is there anything that you would tell them to encourage them, or any secret Kim tips that you have that you can bestow?
Well, I mean, I think that there's the biggest thing that I've kind of already said it, but it's just, there's things that are going to come up in life. There's things that are going to come up in your practice. They're going to try to derail you from studying. And if you trust in the fact that you are already at this stage, and that you can push through it, and you might not hit the number of hours you want to study, you might not finish every case that's in the Florida Law Weeklies, but you just have to have confidence in yourself. And I think that that's really important, because I got derailed, and I almost threw in the towel the second time around, and here I am. So I think that just trusting in where you are and the experience you already have is really important.
So how has it changed your practice already in just a few short months that you've had it? So, like on the shingle, so to say.
So I'm very busy, which is good. You can definitely see whether it's tied to the board certification, credential, or otherwise. I have had a very big uptick in the number of cases that are referred to me. I haven't tracked whether that's a result of board certification or not, but that's definitely, I think, the biggest positive of what comes out of passing this exam, for sure.
Well, congratulations, Kim. You are one of a select few who passed, so that makes you very special, and we appreciate you spending your time with us and giving us some tips about the board exam. And good luck with the rest of your career, Kim.
Thanks, Eddie. Nice speaking with you.
Stephen Squibbs presents this month's board certification tip.
And now for our next segment, our board cert tip of the month, we have the one and only Mr. Grant Gisondo, who recently became board certified, one of the few who passed the test. He's with us today. He runs his own law office in West Palm Beach, now has those three initials after his name, BCS. Grant, how are you doing today?
I'm great, Eddie. How are you?
I am lovely, and I got to thank you for taking your time out of your day today to help our listeners. And there were so many people that take this test, and so few that actually pass it. We love to hear what you guys have to say, and we're interviewing pretty much everybody who took the exam and passed last year. So we're getting some great tips, and of course, we want to hear from you.
Great. Well, thank you for having me.
So there's a lot of criticism about the test, that it's just not a fair test, that it's too hard, not enough people pass every year. Now that you have taken it and you've successfully taken it, is it an unfair test, or do you think it's just a hard test?
I think it's a fair test. It's a very hard test. Hard is an understatement. It's a very hard test, especially in the time that they give you to take it. The time constraints were, I think, one of the biggest obstacles for me. I'm not a very fast typer. I had a ton of anxiety about typing an exam. I even wrote the bar exam when I took it, and that's the last real big test that I took. So the time constraints are really tough, but I find that if you do adequate studying and you memorize what you need to memorize, you eventually get faster. So for example, like if you're going to know the alimony factors, you should be able to bang those out really quick.
And what factors do you think you need committed to memory? Like alimony,
all of them,
relocation?
Yeah.
Everything. Did you
time
use
sharing factors, unequal equitable distribution, everything.
Did you use mnemonics to memorize them, or?
I did. What I did for the factors was I did mnemonics. And then the 3 weeks before I actually took the exam, every morning, I wrote all the factors. And then I was able to, over like the first time, it might take you 20 minutes to get through everything. But then, a week later, you might get it down to 10. And then a week later, 5. And you're not writing every single word of the whole factor. You're just writing the key words to let the person grading know that you recognize that this is a factor. So you can kind of shorthand it a little bit. You don't have to write the whole statute, but I think you have to know all the factors. I mean, I for my responses, I did write all the time sharing factors down.
I think I think it's important to know it all, and then you have to apply it, and that's one step even further into that. And as someone who was on the board cert committee, and I was chair for a little bit, and I got to write the test, narrative answers for these essays bothered me because they were clumsy. They took so much more to read. They had so many additional words. I don't think the people who grade these tests mind if you put things down and list, and you convey information in a way that may not be, the briefing writing style that you're used to, as long as you demonstrate that not only do you know the stuff, but you know how to use it. And don't mess up and use case names, because those don't help you. They will only hurt you if you're wrong. They don't get you any bonus points. But if it's an obvious case, throw it in there because you know it. How many hours do you think you studied?
So the first time I took it, I failed. I had around 500 hours. And I know I can say that affirmatively because the second time around, I kept track of the hours that I was studying. And the second time around, I was somewhat embarrassingly admit that it was at least around 550. So total time for two shots at it was, north of 900 to 1,000 hours maybe.
And, had you not put in that time, just think you would not have that under your belt. And that makes, even if you don't pass the test, just taking in all this information makes people a better attorney. Going to board cert without the intent to taking the test, I still think that makes you a better attorney. And it's a fun weekend too. Did you, besides, it sounds like you approached this almost like a sporting event, and you had drills and you had a strict timeline that you went by, and you had the experience of not passing the first time. And thank you for sharing that with us. I know a lot of people don't like to talk about their failures in life, but I think it creates who you are. And if you I think it makes you a much stronger attorney that you got back up on the horse and you were resilient and you did it again and you passed. I know someone who took it 5 times and passed on their 5th time.
I don't think there's anything wrong with taking this exam and being unsuccessful. It's a hard exam. It's a lot of information. I'd rather get up to bat and strike out, at least know I tried.
And chances are you're going to fail the first test anyways. I mean, it's just a numbers game because of the passage rate. And if you can't grasp the fact that you may not pass that, you may not grasp, the results you get. And that could be really disappointing for you, especially if you've always been an achiever, because this is probably the hardest thing I've ever taken. And I'm glad I was lucky. I only had to take it once, but I was much younger when I took it and much smarter than I am now.
And review your test if you fail, because when I did review my answers versus what they wanted in that time they let us review it after failing it, it really gave you a lot of insight of what that, what those test takers were looking for, and the depth of the information they really did want for a good answer.
Now, can I ask you, after you took the first test, did you think you failed it? Or did you have questions that maybe you did pass it? Or was it clear to you that you didn't pass that year?
I walked out of both tests feeling pretty bad.
All right. So you got good news the second, when you got the letter. That was a happy day for you. Well, there were two attorneys last year that looked at their answers, or actually the year before, and challenged it and had a successful challenge all the way up through the BSLE, and overturned the certification committee's denial. So even if you don't pass, you still may have passed, depending on whether or not you want to take that look after you pass. So that's a great idea. You had to go to Tallahassee to do that, or I guess because of COVID, they set up a time for you to see it online, or how did that work?
Yeah, it was over Zoom. They monitored you while you reviewed your test, and you didn't have control of the actual document. You have to tell them like next page, next page, next page. But I jotted down some notes. I was like, wow, I can't believe they wanted me to go there based on that issue. And spotting the issues is just major. But really reading what the answer key looked like when you fail is monumental. I think that made the biggest difference in my studying
for the next year. I got it. So coming back, a couple feet, what advice would you give folks that have never taken this test before that want to pass it?
So I started really early. I would recommend doing that. And when I say early, I started September 1st. That gives you a lot of time, and I committed every weekend until the exam. So from September 1st to the exam, it was every weekend. I would kind of stop my day Friday at noon, and I would turn over to study mode. I'd eat a good lunch, and then Friday afternoon, Saturday and Sunday would be nothing but studying. And then I took 3 weeks, 2.5 weeks before the exam to do nothing but study. But I treated it like a job. I still came into work at my normal time, and I just studied. Instead of logging onto my email and working, I studied, and then I caught up on emails kind of in the evening. So starting early, I think, is huge, because you have to get through a lot of information. And then when you're going through the information, certain portions of it are going to stick out, like, wow, I really need to memorize this. Like I would say chances are you're going to get an equitable distribution question somewhere, and somewhere in there you're going to get an unequal equitable distribution issue. So you kind of have to know those factors. The alimony statute factors, they're not huge. You could probably memorize them in a day. Just do it. It's not going to take weeks and weeks and weeks to memorize that. And then you kind of build on it, just like a house. This week I'm going to memorize this. This week I'm going to memorize this. And you slowly, ramp up. So before the exam, the last week, you're really kind of in tune with what you know.
And you hear some test takers go so far as to look at who's on the board cert committee and pull their appellate cases. Did you think that was necessary at all?
I heard that. The first time around, I did read a few cases. The second time around, I did not. I don't think that the people who are drafting the exam are going to write an essay directly off of a gigantic appeal that they had, in the same year. I think it's kind of a dead giveaway. But with that being said, if a monumental case comes out
that's going to be tested.
Something, I mean, that's like prime. I wish for that. And also, changes to the statutes. The first time I took it, I think there was a change to the military statute. You got to know that stuff. Those updates and changes is right. You might not see it in an essay, but a short answer or multiple choice, it's likely to come up.
So what did you rely on for your study materials?
I used primarily the red books. From the red books, I deduced them to outlines that I made my own. You can probably find outlines if you really look for it, but making the outlines really made the big difference. And then I took from the outlines, I put it on flashcards. I hand wrote flashcards. And then I would do the flashcards, as much as possible.
So-
try to commit as much as you can to memory.
Were the people in your life going crazy testing you? They know more about some of these factors than some of these other attorneys walking around after they helped you pass. That's pretty neat.
The other thing that I did that I think made a big difference was that I wrote openings. So if I got an ED question, I didn't have to think in my head, what is the first thing I'm going to write? Because staring at a white screen is very intimidating. So I said, like, okay, ED, I'm going to start out with pursuant to 61075. Or if I know I'm going to get an alimony, I'm going to say, alimony is this, so I'm already in my head triggered of what I'm going to write. It's just a matter of spotting the issue and then boom, I'm writing this. That way I'm not, fiddling with, oh, how do I want to start this paragraph? Because again, time is not on your side. So it almost has to be like mechanical. You see the issue, you're writing this. You see this issue, you're writing this. And it takes a little bit of that staring at the white screen away, which is nice. And of course, notes, outlines, whatever you do to form, an answer.
And you had the opportunity to take one of the tests during the COVID lockdown and one without. I think the test is probably going to be live this year, and they're not going to do the monitoring at home, take your test. Can you just describe the two different experiences real quick?
I would definitely prefer taking it live versus a COVID exam. So I did it in my conference room because I didn't want any background stuff or books or anything. And my conference room is just a white room with a black table in it. But what I didn't know that was so stressful was that I have an automatic light switch. So after 2 minutes of non-movement, the light goes off. So I had to keep doing this in the middle of the test to keep the lights on. And I was so afraid I was going to get flagged for cheating. And you have the camera that's looking at you and you're kind of like, okay, can I look straight? I've never had to take a test being virtually monitored. And it was really stressful for me. I'd rather just a proctor looking at me.
Yeah, I did it old school too. I did my answers blue book. I didn't even type them out when you're there. I don't even know if they have blue books anymore. I passed in 2004, a couple of years ago. But they gave us the opportunity between typing and blue booking it, and I blue booked it just like in law school. Mm-hmm. Do they still have blue books in law school?
I've never typed an exam in my life before the board cert exam. Everything I've done was handwritten.
Only law students know what these blue books we speak of are. I've never seen them anywhere else, but I saw them at the board cert exam again. Any last words you want to leave with our viewers, Grant, if they're discouraged or don't want to take this test? What would you say to them to get them off their hiney's?
Just take it. Just do it. Just do it. Just take the test. If you fail, you fail. I mean, I give more credit for people that take it and fail, whether you pass it or not. Just do it. It makes you a better lawyer. It makes you a stronger person. Just do it.
Excellent words from our guest of the month, Grant Gisondo. Grant, thank you for your time. Congratulations on being one of the few who have tackled this beast successfully. And I hope you have many more years of successful practice in front of you.
Thank you very much, Eddie. It was a pleasure.
Stephen Squibbs presents this month's board certification tip.
All right, now we have for our next segment on our show, our monthly board certification tip of the month. And today we have a really special guest. Her name is Stephanie Libby out of Tampa, and she's one of the folks that passed board cert this past year. Stephanie, how are you doing?
Good, thank you.
Welcome and congratulations on those 3 new initials you have after your name, BCS. Pretty cool, huh?
Yes, it is.
So this is, like a milestone in most attorneys' careers. So congratulations. And you've only been an attorney for 13 or 14 years, right? So this is coming
15, yes.
15 years. So this is coming, at a very good time in your career. And first of all, what did you think of the test?
Which time? It was, I had taken it before, so it was what I expected. I didn't think it was any easier or more difficult than before. And I think if you attend some of the certification prep stuff, they sort of help you anticipate. But, it's your multiple choice segment and your short answer and your essay. So kind of like a bar exam.
Much harder, I think.
Yeah.
And I passed in 2004, and I served on the committee that wrote and graded the test. So I had kind of an inside view of it. And because of the passage rate, there's a lot of criticism that it's not a fair test. And I ask everybody I have on the show that has passed, do you think that this was a fair test?
It's funny, after I reviewed my exam the last time that I took it, and I was a little disenchanted after I saw like my grade and my answers, and I did the whole appeal and ended up getting a few points back, I think, but was still a couple away from passing. And I was actually considering not taking it again, just because I thought, well, I don't understand, I put the stuff in my answers and my essays, and I think, and this time, I if anything, maybe I knew a little bit better how to maybe do the essays, and I would recommend that to anyone who doesn't pass, is to go review your exam. But I think it's meant to do what it does, in the sense that it's, like you said, it's extremely difficult. It's not meant to be easy, and so I think it certainly satisfies that.
So if they tell you all the core and subcore areas, is it safe to say you got to know everything?
Yeah, I think you do.
So not only knowing it and having all these things memorized, the factors, equitable distribution, time sharing, alimony, relocation, you got to apply it. And this is where kind of the time crunch comes in, because you have so many essay questions. You have the true and false and the short answer, and then the ethics question jammed all into one day. And I think the biggest concern that the people we interview have is the lack of time they have to finish everything. And when you passed the test, were you able to answer pretty much every question?
Yes, I was. I was pretty big on time management, just from the first time I took it. And I took it this year, it was all remote because of COVID. And so, but even when I took it in person, the way the software works, if you take it by computer, is you can keep a clock. And so you know how much time to allot to pretty much to each section or each answer, and if you're really good at multiple choice, maybe you can reduce your time there and add more to your essays. But yeah, it is, especially when you see a model essay answer. I mean, there's no way you're going to write all that in the time that you actually have allotted for the exam. So you really are under a time crunch, and time management is really, really important. Sometimes it's not as important to write down, like you said, every part of 61075, but apply it as well.
I think a lot of people spend a lot of time writing narratives, and the people grading the test don't necessarily need to see narratives. We're fine with lists, with elements, and much more condensed presentation than a formal, briefed answer. And I think a lot of people spend a lot of time making their answer a little more fancy than it needs to be. As a test, someone who grades them, we just want to see the stuff and know how to apply it. And the only thing that frustrates us is bad handwriting when people used to do the blue books. But now I think that's pretty much eliminated, because across the board, I think people are doing it by computer now. Did you even have the option for a blue book 2 years ago when you took it live?
Yes, there was. We were in a hotel, and there was a room for people who wanted to handwrite it. And then there was a room for the people who were taking it on their computers.
Just out of curiosity, what was the percentage of that? Do you know?
There were more. I don't know the percentage, but there were certainly more people in the computer room than there were in the handwriting room.
Yeah, 2004 was totally opposite because we were all concerned about this software they were putting on our laptops that were new and all the technical issues. And now last year you dealt with the pandemic, a whole new series of events that change things a little bit, but you still have to deal with. Would you say you were lucky you took it in the pandemic year, or do you think that was kind of distracting the way the test was and how they monitored you, with cameras?
What ended up being nicer was the fact that I wasn't in a room full of people, because when you took it in person, it was, you and then I think an empty seat and then a person next to you. And they might have been taking a tax certification exam or another area. And so they've got books on their desk and, there's other stuff that you're aware of. Whereas this time around, I was at home in a room by myself with no other people, no other distractions. I was a little nervous about being watched because they have you put your camera on and
Big brother.
You're sitting right in front of it. But as soon as you start, you forget, you totally blank it out and you just start going. And then you're more focused on getting as much out as you can in the time that you have. So, there's some pros and some cons to both, I think. But in the end, I thought it ended up working really well the way that they had to do it.
So when everything is going to be tested, the core topics, the subcore topics, how do you go about laying that out and putting it in your head and studying for it?
Well, I usually start with the red books, the certification review course books each year. Those are really good about giving you every topic. And then there's sort of the section at the end where they add some additional. I think, a lot of times there's military law or Hague type stuff, some of the things that maybe we don't deal with as much, but that are included on the exam. And I know when you register for the test, they also give you a little outline of the areas that are tested. And that's pretty comprehensive in the sense that there's a lot. And so you just kind of start filling in from there and reviewing things on those issues. And I think everybody knows too, you've got your big ones that are going to come up regardless. And then you have sort of those other ones that maybe we don't deal with as regularly in our practice, but you're still responsible for it. So I usually start with the outline that comes with, signing up for the exam and the areas that you're responsible for, and then going through the red book because the materials, are fill in most of those categories.
They keep you on track and they're very, very comprehensive. Any other resources you used, like the Florida Law Weekly Green Books, or a lot of people do that?
I did that too.
There's a little trick. You can order the advance in January and just not get the hard copy of it.
Yes, I did that. I did the 2 prior years copies and read those, from beginning to end. And then the red books, I read those as well. Once we had the cert review and we got our hands on the materials. Those were pretty much the 2 resources I think I use the most. And then just looking up the statutes too. Sometimes it isn't often that we read 6108 from beginning to end, or 61075, or, some of the other ones that we deal with all the time, but maybe we're just looking at one thing or one issue. And so I found it helpful in some cases to just look up the statute and read it. Some of the main ones, especially if they have elements and so on and so forth, because I think we just think we know them. And then when you actually have to think about it, you realize that you don't know the entire thing.
And did you notice, having taken the test more than once, were there like some trends that you saw with recent case laws being addressed or anything like that?
I don't know so much about trends, but definitely the big cases, the seminal cases, whether it's a district split kind of case and maybe a recent decision has come down, or if there's a big, I'd say any of the Supreme Court ones or any of the ones that, you hear being discussed maybe the last 2 years over and over, and maybe finally there's a decision on or something. I would say no, the big cases.
And we have all these factors for all these different elements of family law. How did you go? Did you memorize all the factors, or did you use mnemonics? How did you approach that?
I actually did flashcards for those. I just found it easy, if you're 61075, if you're dealing with, the factors for an unequal distribution, I just put them on a flashcard, and that way I had them really quick to reference. And, even the day before, the night before, if you just want to review a few things, I found that easy, because it wasn't like having to go through a whole outline or go through the whole statute. It just set out, little factors for me, but that's just what worked for me.
So did you keep track of how many hours you actually studied for or anything like that?
I had heard in the past, because I think, attended the cert review tips and nibbles and talked to some other people who had taken the exam. And I think a lot of people throw around like the 100 hours number. And I think that was my goal. I think I was right around it. But I think it's maybe more the quality of your studying and how you learn best. But I was in the end right around 90 to 100 hours.
So that's a pretty neat accomplishment. Did you, when you got that letter in the mail, was it an email or a letter?
It was an email.
So how quickly did it come in before you read it? Was it sitting there for a while, or did you?
No, I think I pounced. Right away, but it came in earlier than I expected it. I think they said, they expect results by like June 1st or whatever it was, May 31st, June 1st. And I think it came in several days before that. So I wasn't expecting it. And so I definitely pounced.
And that had to have been a great feeling.
It was just because I think anyone that takes the test puts some time and energy into it no matter what. And so it especially having, gotten the opposite response before, it was nice to get the "you have passed."
So, it's tough to fail at anything, but, chances are you're going to fail this test your first time. The numbers prove that. And you mentioned you were a little discouraged getting back on the horse. What really motivated you to do it?
Well, my boss is board certified, and he was really pushing me, and just didn't really give me the option of not taking it, in a nice way, in a very encouraging way. But he was like, "You got to do it again. You have to." And I think reviewing it, while it discouraged me a little bit, it was helpful, just because I think if anything, you have to take something away from it by looking at, what you did versus maybe what more they were looking for, or maybe how better to appease the grading type of system. And that's really what, you're not writing for anybody else. You're writing for the people that are grading the exam. So I was certainly encouraged to do it again. And I think too, once you re-up your application and then you start studying, you're in, like, you're committed.
And realistically, the people who write this test are not professional test writers. They're smart board certified attorneys. And 2 years ago, there was additional challenges that actually changed the result of two persons' grades. So your suggestion to go read it, not only to get a gist of what they were expecting, but potentially, to challenge the committee's denial of your grade, is an opportunity that I don't think a whole lot of people know that you have that ability to go see the test and do the challenge. And there's just a whole bunch of little time, if you do it, there's all these time requirements that you have to be very mindful of because they're pretty harsh. So Stephanie, anything else you want to share with our viewers of sage wisdom, and if they were thinking of taking the test or getting ready to take the test, what words of advice would you offer?
Oh, I mean, I think at the very least, you don't hurt yourself by taking it. You know, if anything, you learn no matter what. You're going to take something away from it, pass or fail. And I know plenty of attorneys that have taken it, you know, once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, and they haven't passed, but they've never regretted taking it because they've all acknowledged that you become a better attorney just for studying for it. So I don't think there's anything to lose. You know, you learn so much, and just going through the materials. And I think it makes you, it's a little humbling too, because it makes you realize
how much you don't know.
After reviewing my exam the last time, I realized like I'm not very good at multiple choice. I get really tripped up on some of those. So I spent a little bit more time on some of the, like the little things like jurisdictional stuff and where they can, you know, do little tricks. But yeah, I think it makes you a better attorney just having gone through the process. And I would encourage anybody to do it.
Yeah, I can't imagine why you wouldn't want to be a master of your craft, especially if something that's as harsh as what we do and brutal, you know, why not strive to be better? And that's always been my attitude. I encourage everybody. That's why we have the show. So Stephanie, thank you so much for your time. We know you're super busy and your hourly rate just went up. So thank you for contributing to our listeners, and we really appreciate all of your tips.
Thank you.
Stephen Squibbs presents this month's board certification tip.
All right, now we have our monthly section of our board certified tip of the month, and we have an exciting guest today. She is the president of the Palm Beach Bar Association and one of our most recently board certified family law attorneys, Julia Wida. Welcome to our little CLE.
Thank you for having me, Eddie. I am so happy to do anything I can to help other people pass this exam.
It is a crazy exam, but very passable. I think it's hard, but I think a lot of people get scared because there's that stigma that it's too hard. But after you took it and you passed, you know, do you think it's a fair test?
I think there are a lot of challenging components to this exam. For me, the most challenging is the time. There is a lot of time pressure on this exam. And I think in your preparation for taking the exam, you should try to time yourself and get used to the fact that this is really a test of how quickly you can get down all of the stuff you know. And if you are prepared for that, it'll make it feel less stressful as you're taking the exam. Many people have had to take this exam more than once, including me, and there is no shame in that. And for the young women with children, I want you to know that this is definitely doable. And if you approach it as a learning process, this is something that will only increase your practice and make you a better lawyer.
Julia, we've already interviewed like 6 or 7 folks that passed this year, and they have all said the same thing: time management. And some folks don't even have time to finish the multiple choice. They run out of time of essays. So it's really important to be able to get this stuff out on a paper. And just out of curiosity, when you wrote your answers, were they in a narrative form, or did you do something a little more casual, like just listing things? How do you approach writing your answers?
So I tried to stylistically write in a way that I thought that the exam reviewers would know that I understood the material. I am a good writer. They would get all of that. The problem I had is I would start that way, and then with the time crunch, by the end, it became more like bullet points. But I would add in some explanation, so it wasn't just bullet points. There was something else there, some substance with it. But that is how I started each of my essays, in an actual paragraph form. I was thinking about not only the content, but the style of it. I was really trying to do the best job I could.
And approaching the studying of this test, and they give you the core and the subcore, and it's really everything, right? Everything that they tell you to study is going to be tested. Would you agree with that?
Yes, I studied everything.
So how did you approach that?
Okay. So I had watched all of your case law updates and all of your interviews with the people who had taken the exam and passed. And one of the common things I heard was, go back to what you had done during law school and undergrad. And so in law school and undergrad, I tended to read things 2 to 3 times and really think them through. And I know in our professional lives, we don't have that kind of time, but I tried to incorporate that. So starting right after July 4th, I celebrated July 4th with my family. I have a 4-year-old daughter. We all celebrated together. And then I started to really focus on studying. And I started with, they'll tell you 2 years of the Florida Law Weeklies. I actually did 3 years, and I very actively read all of the cases. I was highlighting, I was writing notes in the margins, I was making note cards based on the things that I was learning. I actually have like a shoebox full of note cards while I was doing that. And what I was finding as I was reading those cases is common things were coming up. There were common issues, common patterns. So I had a notebook that I would keep beside me, and I would write down all of these things. So sometimes it was a conflict in the DCAs, sometimes it was an issue that was recurring, and I just kept this beside me. By the end of all of my studying, I had about 45 of these common issues, patterns, themes, whatever they were. And Eddie, I believe that most of these things were tested on the exam in some way, whether it was short answer, whether it was multiple choice, or somehow on the essay. A lot of this stuff was picked up on. And then I also kind of did the same thing with all of the statutes and the rules. I very actively read, I highlighted, I had note cards. I would keep in my notebook, if I noticed that there was a statute that changed or a rule that changed, I would write that down in my notebook, and I'd have this list of everything I knew that had changed in the last year. And then I would memorize all of that and just keep reading, keep reading, keep reading. I did not outline every topic. I know most people will tell you to do that. I did not do that. And then as we got to the cert review course, I started to focus more and more on the red books. So I found the red books, there were certain things that weren't in depth enough. So this time around, I added a new material. I added this yellow book. And if there was an area that I wasn't totally sure about, I would read the entire section on it. And I think reading it and hearing it in a different way, and some of this is a little more in depth than what the red books have from the cert review course, I think that helped. It's just digesting it to the best of your ability. However you do that for yourself, I personally think this helped me. I also used this book. I thought this had a little bit more depth than the cert review materials. I think they're all excellent. And for me, all of them helped me to get a really good understanding. And then Maria Gonzalez and Abigail Beebe had said something about, once you've finished studying a certain area, try to write down everything you've learned about that area so it's crystal clear. And I did that for all the core topics. So I might not have outlined per se, but I had these little summaries that toward the end, the last few days before the exam, those summaries and a few of my note cards, that was all I was using. And then I was kind of like speaking it out with myself and expanding on it and just like quizzing myself. So I fully got it.
I agree that reading the Florida Law Weeklies, as you know, is a great component of learning and staying on top of the law. It's not the only thing I do, but it's the primary source, and just having exposure to it every week, because I read it every week. At least the family cases, you're right; those trends become very apparent. Would you read the Florida Law? Did you subscribe to the Florida Law Weeklies and read them weekly, or?
Yeah, so I used 18, 19, and then I got the draft bound copy of 20. That's what I did, and I used all of them, and you can see everything is very tabbed up. And what we actually did is I was lucky enough to have two study partners, Cash Eaton and Grant Gisondo, and we used some of these cases. I would make copies of just the fact pattern, and then I would put in, the trial court ruled X, and then we would make our own short answers, and we get on Zoom and we time ourselves, because the time is really an issue. We time ourselves and we try to get through it, and then we talk it through a little. And I think that was really helpful. That was something I had never done in the past. So I do think that having study partners, if you really like them, know them, trust them, they all pull their own weight, then maybe that's something for you.
So starting the summer before, I guess it's like 8 or 9 months of a study regimen, how many hours total do you think you put into it the year you passed?
So during this exam, I went online and bought something that looks like this. It's a calendar. It's 1 page per month. And I would also keep this in my study area, and I would log all my hours. I was at around 400 hours of studying. I know that sounds ridiculous, but
Grant
went all in.
Grant says he was at 500, so he's the furthest amount that I've gotten, and most people say it's somewhere between 1 and 400 hours, and it's to have these initials, it's significant. And I served, when I served on the board, the committee, and it's a bunch of humans that are not we're not professional test writers, we're just family lawyers that make up this exam. And serving on the committee, I probably learned more about family law just because it was such an intense experience. Mm-hmm. So if anyone is looking for a committee to serve on and you're board certified, the most rewarding and challenging committee I've ever served on is the board cert committee. But as they're humans, they sometimes don't get it right. And did you ever take a look at your previous test?
Yes, and I appealed in the past. I didn't go all the way up like Jacqueline and Megan did, but I did appeal and just kind of got a response that was, you didn't pass. So
did you find a benefit in reading the test answers?
I did. And I could see what they were testing, and I could see that in the time allotted, I was struggling to get down everything they were covering. I mean, those model answers, they're very, very in depth, and the time that's allotted on the exam, it is very hard to accomplish that.
Well, and reading those answers actually helped you the next year?
Yes. This whole process, I mean, I would say anybody who's going to take it and you're afraid of failing, don't be afraid to fail. I mean, you are honestly going to learn so much. You're going to become a better lawyer. Your practice is going to be better. I mean, there's so many reasons to just do it despite the fear of failure. And there's a lot of, fear-based stuff that happens at the tips and nibbles course and all of that. Just block that out. Jeff Weissman had talked to a group of us, a small group of us, and just kind of reiterated how important it is to stay positive. And I took that to heart. And I basically did everything I could to keep the people around me and myself as positive as possible about this. So whether that means you have friends who keep your spirits high and make you laugh, be with those people, keep them in your life while you study. If that means that you enjoy yoga and meditating because it keeps you calm and keeps you positive and keeps your outlook positive, then do that. If there are affirmations or power posing, whatever you have to do, you have to stay positive, because the reality is there is a psychological component to this exam. It is almost like mental warfare. You know, we are all good lawyers. We all work hard. You know, everybody's studying. The percentage rate is ridiculous. And so you're going in knowing this is a battle and not everyone's going to pass it. So stay positive. I really think that that was another key piece of why I passed this year, because I did make that a priority after I spoke with Jeff Weissman.
That's a great tip. And I think, we have a self-fulfilling prophecy at times, and there's so many people that do kind of fear-based mongering about this test that really prohibits people from even signing up to take it.
Mm-hmm.
And like you said, when I sat and actually studied for it, it made me a much better attorney. Whether I passed the test or not, just going through that knowledge and, forcing yourself to do that immersive dive into family law, I think that's, no matter what, it's a win situation. So,
Yes.
So there's the positivity right there. You're going to be a better lawyer, whether you have these initials at the end of your name or not.
And there's something personal that comes with this experience too. If you have to take it more than once and you persevere, you come out of it not only feeling like it's a professional success, but like personally, I feel very proud to have survived all of this and just kept pushing through. You almost feel unstoppable. And I think that is in and of itself the win, right?
Well, overcoming trauma can make you very resilient and almost give you superpowers. So I'm glad you have taken the reins, Julia, and I see what you're doing with everything in Palm Beach and the vision you have, especially, for working moms that are lawyers. And, you're an example that it can be done and done with grace.
Thank you.
So congratulations on being one of the ones that passed. We're all trying to get this passage rate up, and the purpose of these little chats are to take away the mystique of the test and to, let everybody know, yeah, it's a tough test, but, if I can pass it, certainly, all you have to do is figure out how you learn the material and put in the effort. And it might take more than one time. And if you have that expectation, you're not going to get crushed, but as family law attorneys, we get crushed all the time. So
we can do it.
But this is kind of personal. I get that. So Julia, any last tips you want to give our listeners? And also thank you for subscribing to our CLE series. You have been one of our biggest supporters, and we really appreciate you very much.
I do think the case law updates are very helpful. The more you listen to other people talk about the cases and you hear it from a different angle. So I really think this is very, very helpful for people who want to take the exam.
Well, Julia, thank you for your positive messages and your time today. And hopefully these words will encourage and help other people with this obstacle.
Yes.
Julia, have a great day.
Thank you so much for having me.
Stephen Squibbs presents this month's board certification tip.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our board cert tip of the month segment. And this month we have a great guest, Krista L. Mitchell, who has been practicing law since 2009. And she's one of the folks that just passed this past year. And she runs her own law firm, CLM Law, out of Orlando. Krista, nice to see you, and thanks for joining us on our show.
Thank you so much for that wonderful introduction, and thanks for having me.
Well, we're on a mission here to help people pass the board exam, board cert. And I can't think of a better way than talk to people who just passed it. And fortunately, we have such a great bar where pretty much everybody we've asked to participate has done that. So we're giving out a lot of tips to test takers. So speaking of some tips, this is they say family law board cert's the hardest test you could probably take in your life, right?
It was hard.
How did you approach the whole test taking process?
Oh, I did everything I could think of, really. The pandemic hit, right? And then I didn't have to drive anywhere. I didn't have to drive to the office and drive back. So now I had more free time. So I actually, starting in about September, got up early at like 5 o'clock every morning and studied for an hour and a half every morning before my kids got up, Monday through Friday. That was the first thing that I did. And part of the studying, I actually brought my little study things with me. At the Nibbles and Tidbits, which you get invited to if you're allowed to sit for the exam, as one person recommended ordering and reading all of the Florida family law cases published by Florida Law Weekly. They come out in this little green binder book. And so I ordered those for the last 2 years. And I read every single case in there that had to deal with family. They have a bunch of dependency cases. I just skipped right over those. I made flashcards. I have a giant shoebox full of flashcards. That's just how I retain information. Yeah. So basically everything I could.
So I kind of want to dig in and figure out the materials. The green books are great. And there's a little trick. You can order the softbound one early in January to get it a couple weeks ahead. Any other resources that you looked at or were in your toolbox?
Yeah, the red books from the board cert review that they have every year. I had those for the last 2 years. That's where I started my outline. And I'll say it was probably in January or February. And I think the test was actually in March, but January or February, where I realized that not all the topics on the test are actually covered in the red books, right? So I was kind of scrambling last minute when I figured that out, but luckily it wasn't too much information that wasn't covered in either of the last 2 red books. So,
and the red books kind of change every year. I think I have 15 sets of them since I've been going, and some years are better than others. How did you go about learning? Did you feel like you needed to memorize statutes and all of the elements in all these statutes, like relocation, alimony, unequal ED, that kind of stuff?
I did.
How did you get that stuck in your head?
I used mnemonics and made up just crazy. I mean, some of these factors have like 20 plus factors, you know, I just had crazy mnemonics made up. I asked other people if they had any. They didn't. I Googled. I think some of them are probably inappropriate, or I'd share them with everyone, but
whatever it takes to be able to retain all this information. And not only do you have to retain it, but the real test is not just, what you know, but how you use what you know and applying it in the essay questions and some very tricky true, false, multiple choice. This test gets criticism that it's just too hard and the passage rate is too low. Now that you've passed it, do you think that this is a fair test for board certification?
I'm biased, right? It sets me apart. So it's really difficult. I'll tell you that much. And I think that there's a lot of people who know a lot of the broad strokes, and really the board cert test, I think, is, especially with the multiple choice and the short answer, like true, false, and take a position, those tend to focus more on the nitty gritty. I mean, I remember one multiple choice question and the difference in the answer was one single word.
Christy, did you keep track of how many hours you put in studying for this exam?
Not specifically, but definitely over 150, somewhere between 150 and 200 for sure.
And COVID being a really interesting year to take the test because the way the test was administered was different. And we're just in a different time where, you probably have a lot more time available to study than you would otherwise.
Right. Yeah.
So that was probably helpful.
It was somewhat helpful, but it caused a lot of anxiety that this was the first time that the test was going to be administered online. And then, you weren't allowed to have any interference or interaction. You couldn't have your phone there.
I heard the proctoring was very anxiety ridden.
Yeah, you're videotaped the whole time,
So I believe this year they're returning to live testing, so these folks won't have that issue. But whatever life throws at you, you got to deal with it.
Right. Yeah.
Do you have any other tips that you would like to bestow upon our listeners who were in your position a year or more ago, thinking or getting ready to take this exam?
Ethics opinions. When I sat for the test, I was thinking ethics was going to be multiple choice or one of the short answers. And we had an essay.
Yeah, they pretty much give you one essay and say there's 10 ethical issues, find 7 of them, I think is a passing score. At least that's what it used to be. Did you think the ethics question was difficult, or did you, how did you take that?
I did think it was a little bit difficult because I didn't know any of the ethics rules, right? I know like the general principles of like, don't be an unethical attorney, but specific rules, like with the family law substance, I memorized the statute. I could cite to the statute and list factors and all that stuff. So it helps build your confidence, which is why I committed to memory all those factors. But with ethics, I wasn't expecting to have to write a long essay, so I didn't commit any of the actual rules to memory. So a lot of my essay answer was just winging it. It's like, oh, that doesn't sound right, but I don't really know the rule that says why. Let me tell you why I think it's unethical.
And I think the ethics question is either like a pass or fail essay question as opposed to the other ones that get weighted in part of your score. So
really?
you either issue spot all the ethics issues. At least we treated it differently when I was the chair of the board cert committee. And if you spotted enough issues, you passed that question. And I think if you didn't get the ethics question the next year, all you had to do was just take that. I could be wrong because it's been over a decade, but just mainly issue spotting, conflicts you got to know. Don't call yourself board certified if you're not, or a specialist if you're not. There were some advertising issues, a lot of conflict issues though. And
mine was sleeping with clients.
That's
like, when are you allowed to sleep with clients and when are you not?
Well, if the relationship had started before,
right.
But the fact that I know that just means I've written this test way too many times.
Right.
Christy, any other words you'd like to impart on our viewers or thirsty for this knowledge?
No, just best of luck to you all. It is a very difficult exam, so best of luck.
Well, Christy, I know your time is important, and I thank you so much for sharing it with us today, and thank you for your tips.
Thanks so much. Have a good one.
Stephen Squibbs presents this month's board certification tip.
Ladies and gentlemen, today we have a very special guest for our board cert tip of the month, board certified attorney from Cocoa, Florida, Barbara Helm-Peters. Barbara, are you with us today?
Yes. Hi, how are you? Thanks for having me.
Thank you for your time and sharing your wisdom with our viewers, and congratulations. You're one of the recent graduates of the board cert process, and you just accomplished something really meaningful. So great job.
Thank you.
So we have a bunch of subscribers who listen to us monthly and like to get tips on how to pass this epic test. A lot of people are scared of it, and one thing I've noticed, you've been licensed for 25 years and you took the test. A lot of people are scared to do that far into their career. What would you say to those people that have had their license for a while and want to be board certified but just haven't done it?
I would say it's definitely worth it. I basically reached a point in my career where I felt a little disillusioned, and I needed sort of, I took it more as a personal challenge to do. I definitely feel like it provided me with additional information and made me an even better attorney. I feel a lot more I guess, knowledgeable, even though with that experience of 25 years, it gives you a different perspective on family law.
And the test is covered a lot of information. I see behind you some red books. Can you tell us kind of what resources you relied on in studying?
I did rely on the red books. I read all of those. I went through and I got all of the case law from the previous year. I know, I'm sure a lot of other people have said to do that as well, but I found that to be very helpful. And I read every single case that was published through the Florida Law Weekly compilation for the year prior. And how I did it, which I think was very helpful for me, and I don't know, I figured I'd throw this out, is I went through the head notes that they have at the beginning, and instead of just opening it up and reading it from the front to the back, I read it in groups according to the head notes. And that really made, I think it made it more clear in my head and easier to see the different trends and the different areas of law, because you're just constantly reading the cases dealing with that one area. And so it was easy to really pick up on the different circuits and kind of what the trends were, and reinforcing those specific, topics.
And it's cool when you tap into those things that, like, patterns that are showing themselves. Those are the things that are tested the most, don't you think?
Yes. And again, like I said, reading it all, together really, I think, brought that out and made it easier to identify.
So they tell you the core areas, they tell you the sub core areas, and I think it's safe to say everything they tell you is going to be tested. Would you agree with that?
Yes. I mean, I found that there were focuses, it seemed like, on certain parts more than others, but I mean, it was a little bit of everything for sure. And
go ahead.
It's hard because the family law is such a vast area of knowledge. And you are expected to know kind of those minute details regarding it. Even if you have a general, like I felt like I had a very vast, knowledge of family law, but this, I think it helps you get into the really specific minute details of it.
Yeah, people ask me what's on the test, and when they do, I just basically say everything. Because I think one way or the other, through the essays, the short answers, the true false, they're going to find a way to test everything.
Yes.
Especially these big Supreme Court cases that come out. I am with the CN Supreme Court case, I'm in getting rid of the step up visitation. I anticipate that's going to be major on next year's exam. And you took it in kind of a unique year, the COVID year, where instead of going to take the test, like usually it's Tampa or Orlando, you took it from home and you were proctored.
Yes.
Do you think you got lucky because you had all this extra time to study, or did this drive you crazy how they did the testing this year?
I don't know that I had any extra time to study. But I mean, I liked it. I joked after the exam that it would probably be a really funny, like America's Funniest Home Videos type video for the people that are proctoring the exam, to show that the people that are taking the exam, because it was a lot of like, like, oh my God, during the exam. But it was a unique challenge to do it at home. I had to find a place where I felt like I could concentrate and not be distracted and all of that. But it flew by. The day flew by.
And talking, we've had the pleasure of talking with almost everybody who passed the test last year. in pretty much uniform. The biggest complaint was lack of time to finish everything. How did you handle getting all of that information out of you so quickly?
I tried to make sure that when I would read, especially with the essays, I think that's where you run out of a lot of the time, is just make sure that I put everything, I typed everything in as I would see the issues, and then try to go back and fill it out so that at least everything was in there. I think every section of the exam, I was either typing or mid-type or about to type when it cut off, because of the time. So you just want to make sure that you put it all on your answer sheet, or it's not the sheet, but the whatever it is, the answer. You type it in there.
The thing you type on, the thing with keys on it.
Yes, you get it all in there.
Yeah,
So
back in the day, I took the test with blue books because I didn't want, back then the technology to lock up your computer was very new, and so I did it all handwritten.
I definitely recommend the typing option. I think with handwriting these days, it would just you would definitely run out of time.
Did you write your essays in a narrative form, or did you just like bullet out?
Issue point. I would bullet point and then go back and fill them in as much as I could in narrative form. It was kind of a combination.
So family law is so factor heavy in all its different statutes. How did you memorize every factor? And if so, how did you go about doing something so epic like that?
Yeah, I mean, I pretty much went back and I read all of the statutes. I did memorize, or I tried to memorize the factors of most of the statutes that I thought had factors that would come into play, if that makes sense. I tried to think, okay, equitable distribution, time sharing, relocation, military, kind of the ones that you think, all right, these are kind of factor intensive. And then I used, like with alimony, I used the die factor, student, or what's it called? The abbreviations, or
right.
And then I tried to make up other ones for the other factors. Yeah, so I would make up little mnemonic devices for the other factors.
And study group, or did you do all this on your own?
All on my own.
Did you keep track of how many hours you put into studying?
No, but I would imagine, I would say I did not keep track of my hours, but I would take weekend days and just spend all day. There were a couple weeks during January, like around the review course time. I took that whole week off, and so I started early around then, every day, and would just review. And then a week in February, I took off like the whole week to just stay home and review. And then every weekend up until the test, I pretty much reviewed all weekend. So I would say it was probably over 100 hours for sure, probably between over 150.
I think that's a pretty normal response. Would you say there's so much criticism that the passage rate is so low? Would you say it's a fair test?
Now I would, yes. I was a really, after the test, they give you the survey. And the one thing I remember about the survey is I thought it was nitpicky. I mean, that would be my one criticism, is that it seems it's pretty nitpicky when, some of the things that you're expected to know, which, as an attorney that's practiced for so long, I would know, okay, that's, in this rule, and I would just pick out the rule and make sure it's 10 days versus 20 days to respond, or, whatever the question was for the specific time period. So there were a few things that I thought were a little nitpicky, but then I thought about it on reflection. And I mean, you want to make sure that people know, people who are board certified have that knowledge, and our the Florida Bar is putting their stamp of approval on it, and so you want to make sure that they are qualified for that. So I get it, but it is pretty the level of detail that you need to know is pretty minute.
I would agree with that. Just know everything is again the mantra. Barbara, is there any other tips or wisdom that you can give all of our hungering listeners that are in your position a year ago and getting ready to take this test and are freaking out and probably a couple months away?
I would say it's definitely worth it. If you don't pass the first time, definitely do it again, because you get that extra year basically of studying, and you kind of know what to expect at that point. And it makes you a better lawyer. It really does. Even if you don't pass, it makes you a better lawyer.
How could it not? Because you're deep diving into all of this information. And when I did board cert way back in 2004 when I was a baby lawyer, and I figured if this is what we're going to do, why would you not want to be the best at what you do? So I think it's a great sign of that. And like you said, even if you don't test and pass, it's going to make you a better lawyer because you're going to know the material so much better.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah. And I mean, even practicing, 25 years, I mean, I've I know a lot, I've had a lot of experience, and I still think that this was definitely a good experience for me. It was kind of a personal growth type reason for taking it, but it's still, you're always learning, always getting better.
Well, congratulations on not only taking it, but being one of the ones that passed it this year. We're very proud of you, and we look forward to seeing what you do with it. Congratulations, Barbara, and thank you for your time.
Good luck, everyone.
Stephen Squibbs presents this month's board certification tip.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to another segment of our board certification tips. And today we have a great guest, Cash Eaton, who is from West Palm Beach with the Sasser Sistero Roy law firm. And he is one of the 10 folks that passed the board certification exam. Cash, how are you today?
I'm doing good, Eddie. How you doing?
Congratulations on such an incredible achievement. And we have a lot of people that want to pick your brain by me asking you questions about how you could accomplish such a meaningful task. So this test, they give you core groups, they give you sub-core groups.
Yeah.
Where did you go from there?
Let's see. So I think that in talking about the groups of or topics to study, so the way I really approached the test was to divide it out exactly that way, to really take those general concepts that we hear in like the PEACE acronym, parenting, equitable distribution, alimony, take those large topics and then really start breaking it down into more and more detailed and specific information, because when you take the test, I really think that that's one way that you set yourself apart, especially on the essays, is to really get into those sub issues for those major topics and show that you know how to apply those sub issues in your essay writing. So that's how I kind of organized it in my mind.
So let's start with the memorization, because there's a whole lot of stuff that you have to memorize. There's statutes, there's factors, there's important cases. What resources did you use to load all of this data into your head?
Sure. So in the beginning of my studying, the materials I used, or I would say relied on heavily, is 2 years of the red books or of the cert review materials, and 2 years of Florida Law Weeklies, but really, I mean, the case law.
The green books.
The green books, because people who do Florida Law Weekly will make a green book with all the family law cases, but if you don't have access to that, even if you just pulled it from Westlaw or Fast Case or something like that, just basically 2 years of case law so that you know kind of what are the trending topics in family law, which really helps with understanding the sub issues, whether that's jurisdictional disputes or splits between the Court of Appeals, whatever it might be. Really kind of get an idea of where the test preparers, what they might be testing you on, because they're kind of hot button or more common issues. So that's where I started as far as what materials I relied on heavily.
since you mentioned test takers, there's a lot of advice out there that maybe you should look at who the test makers are and even research cases they're involved in. Did you go that far?
I did, but I would caution anyone, it's really not an end all be all. To the extent that you may have a little extra time, I just kind of looked generally, especially if I knew the person who is on the test preparing committee. I know that they have an active appellate practice or something like that. Then I really did try and clue or key in on maybe what decisions they might have been involved in the past couple of years. But that was more just to kind of round out my studying, because if you do all the other stuff of taking the materials and starting to work it down and really start to understand and apply it, you should be fine nonetheless. So yeah, the answer is yes.
Did you like manipulate the data? Like some people, if they write out an outline or these anachronisms to remember all the factors, how did you get all the stuff in your head?
Sure. So this is the best, or this is what I would call my major piece of advice for those taking the exam. In order to memorize the factors, because family law is so factors heavy, I was big on the term escapes me, but when you take like scuba, when you use the factors, you try and work them into words.
Onomatopoeia or something.
Yeah, the mnemonics. That's the word I'm looking for. So I was very big in mnemonics.
Kerrigan is, I think, the master of mnemonics, and I think she has a mnemonic for everything.
I did have a mnemonic for everything. Granted, that wasn't the beginning of the studying. That was towards the end, in the couple of weeks leading up to the test, to start taking everything that I learned and putting it into digestible, organizable kind of bites. But one of the popular ones with alimony is die factors. And, that really spells out, it's not in the order that it's listed in the statute, but it spells out the kind of key phrases for each of everything. So I had it I was making my own up, trying to keep a general theme, like some were very computer based. Like one was dice, mic, cod, PDF. I forget which one that was, but it was taking that information and trying to put it in my brain that way is really beneficial. And plus that way, when you're taking the exam, you can kind of write that down very quick in your notes and always kind of refer back to it throughout the exam. So it's a good way to organize it. And trying to work down the elements into organizable words. So like, don't say the duration, don't try and memorize it as like the duration of the marriage. Try and just memorize it as duration, to really simplify it like that, especially with relocation factors, because some of those factors are very long. So you've got to just try and take the key words or the key bites so that you can apply it in the exam.
So memorization is not all you need to pass this test. You have to show proficiency, you have to apply the law to the facts. And how did you take it from memorization to mastery?
So this is how, and it's kind of a funny, it involves a bit of a funny story, because the way I looked at it, since I was a 2-time test taker, I wanted to, I spent a lot of my time the first time studying memorizing. And so I was like, how can I do things a little bit different to really try and get me over the edge the second time that I took it? And so one of the ways in which I did it, because I'm a big believer not only studying, but studying creatively and effectively. So one of my creative ways of studying was actually teaching the materials. And the way I did that is a quick anecdote. My fiance and I, we were very big hockey fans. And so we would still go to the games. That's my thing. I'm not going to miss the games leading up to, I'll miss a lot of stuff, but I'm not going to miss the games in my studying. And so since we have an hour car ride down to Sunrise, Florida, and an hour car ride back home, I was teaching her material, and God bless her, because who would want to learn family law on an hour car ride down and back? But she worked through it with me, and I would teach her the stuff. I teach her, what alimony, if I'm talking about alimony that day, I teach her about need and ability to pay and how that can be affected by these variables, how to get to net income. every type of topic. And it was, as I was teaching it, I really felt myself starting to understand the materials and starting to apply it. And then the best part of it is that if she was confused about something, or she's saying, you know, that doesn't make any sense, or what happens if this happens, it causes your brain to really start thinking creatively and trying to pivot, which is obviously great for the exam because you don't know what's on it. So it allows you that ability to think quickly and effectively when you're giving an answer to the person who's listening to you. So if you have family, friends, a spouse, anyone, then that's what I recommend highly doing.
It sounds like you probably made your marriage stronger by teaching all this stuff.
There is some truth in that, I'm sure.
My first wife was a forensic accountant. I have stories about that. I kid. Study groups or solo?
I think that's a very personal choice. I did do some group studying, but not in large groups. You know, I had some friends who were colleagues, you know, who were taking the exam, and so they would call me up routinely and ask advice or questions or things like that. Sometimes I would, and I'd reach out to them. And so I'm a big fan of reaching out to people and having people pick your brain so that you know that you're thinking, and again, kind of teaching the materials. I think some people might get nervous in their studying of, you know, about asking other people because they're worried that they might be letting someone know that they don't know the material as well as they had hoped or something like that. But I'm a big believer in reaching out. You don't want to get stuck in your ways when you don't know the right answer. But so it's a personal thing. If you work well in groups, then by all means. But I did a vast majority of my studying solo, no doubt.
And how many hours would you say you put in? Could you even quantify that?
Yeah, I think I can. I mean, I was a lot more diligent about keeping track of the amount of hours the first time I was studying for the exam. I really do feel that I probably hit at least 150 hours. I started around Thanksgiving break and a little after that, and then did a lot of studying in December and January, but a lot in December. So, I mean, I probably hit 150. I think I hit less hours the second time. Just everything was kind of crazy with COVID and that kind of stuff. And so I probably didn't do as many hours, but I do think that I studied more effectively and more creatively. And granted, some of it does stick when you study for the first time. So, you know, the first time you're studying for it, it's a blank slate, but the second time it's not a blank slate. You're going to retain some of it at least.
And the reality is, because of the pass rate, I mean, chances are you're not going to pass the first time.
Right.
Did you take a look at your answers or look at the test after your first test?
Oh yeah, and took a lot of notes. I highly recommend that. I know of people who failed and got frustrated or was like, well, I'm not doing that again. So they didn't, but you'd be surprised at how I think it's a good thing to know in general, because especially if you're pretty hell-bent on taking it the second time, which I was. So you definitely need to do that if you're going to take it a second time, but you should do it just in general, because you should know how close you were, how far you were, because, you know, it might surprise you.
Yeah, it makes it real. Like when I took the test, I had no thought I was going to actually pass it, and I just got lucky. I did, but I was all prepared to take it a second time and was going to use that first experience as just an opportunity to learn what the test was like and to be familiar with it and not be scared of it. And you come from a firm that believes in board certification.
Right. Yeah, there are 4 board certified attorneys at the firm. So, I mean, I knew if I didn't pass the first time, I would take it the second time. That's why I took really diligent notes and was all about that, because I knew.
Now that you've passed, are you interested in serving on the board cert committee and writing the test?
Definitely interested in it. I mean, I haven't, talked to anyone really about it, but I mean, I think it's a good way to give back in order to make sure that, good attorneys are doing the test, or making the tests and things like that. So yeah, I'm definitely interested in it. but I know it's a lot of work.
I think it's the most work I've put on any committee in the Florida bar, and it's one
Yeah.
of those big bar committees, not a section committee.
Yeah, that's what I've heard.
Any other tips that our listeners may benefit from your experience?
Time management in two ways, both in studying. If you know, because it's kind of funny, because I understand that my circumstances are different than a lot of other test takers. You know, I have fiance, but I'm not married. I don't have kids. I know that kids, especially if they're younger, are a very difficult thing to balance with preparing for the test, but that's okay.
The same as a hockey habit, I think.
But, right.
Same as a hockey habit.
And we all have things that distract us. You know, we can't study all the time. You gotta focus on other things, but it's definitely something. So the preparation, when you start hearing things like 150 hours or, even 100 hours, it might seem daunting, but if you break it out over time, it's definitely something that's doable. The thing that is important to remember is just about consistent studying during that study period and during that study time. So, I mean, it's not, it does become daunting if you cram for it a couple weeks before, but if you space it out over time, anything can pretty much be managed. And with that said, I do highly recommend, if you can, but every firm is different, trying to take some time a couple weeks before the exam to do nothing but studying. I think it was really beneficial. I personally had the luxury. I took 3 weeks off. I had some vacation time saved. I devoted it to that. And so I took about 3 weeks off to just study. And I think it was really beneficial to really round out. I had the base knowledge, but to really round out and to really get into the depths of the sub issues, whether it be appreciation or different forms of income and that kind of stuff, then it's really beneficial. So time management on the test, devote most of your time to the essays. They're worth the most. And I found that people who focused primarily on the other parts of the exam, short answer, multiple choice, whatever, and then went to the essays, that they were distracted and constantly thinking about their previous answers. Focus on the essays. They are the most valuable. There's no doubt about it. That's just percentage wise how the test works out, points wise. So focus on the essays. Don't neglect the other parts, but focus on the essays. So I mean, don't sleep on professional responsibility. That seems like such an easy thing. We all are professional attorneys. If you're at that point in your career, you're taking the test. So why review the Florida bar rules? No, focus on them. It's an easy way to get points. And so I will admit that I did not study the first time around or put a lot of emphasis on that issue, and it completely bit me. So don't sleep on it. That's one piece.
Did you ever run out of time to answer a question during the test? A lot of people
ran out of time especially in the first time I took it. I realized that was something that I needed to focus on the second time around, was don't let good become the enemy, or don't let perfect or great become the enemy of good. Get as much information on the page as you can to touch on all of the different issues that may be presented especially in the essay. In the essay, if there's multiple issues, try and touch on all of them. Don't focus on the ones that you know extremely well and then neglect the other issues. You should try and manage your time in a way that you're touching on all the issues, even if you don't get to talk about it in all the detail that you would like. So,
and would you write your answers in a narrative, or at times would you just list factors?
If I'm running out of time, I would just list. I think it's beneficial just to list or itemize things out, bullet points, especially if you're crunched for time, because at least then the person who's reading it knows that you are it's a person who's grading the exam and on the essays especially. So you're trying basically to convince them that you know what you're talking about at a really high level. And the good way to do that is to show at least where you're going with your answer, and that you know what factors there are, or what elements or whatever it is, that you know what it is, and that's where you would go if you had this fact pattern in real life. I think it's beneficial to do it that way.
So one last question for you, Mr. Eaton. This is an important one. Who is the best goalie in Florida Panther history?
Definitely would go with Roberto Luongo on that one. He is one of the greats. There's no doubt about it. Even though he didn't win a Stanley Cup, he's one of the greats.
Over the
But I was a huge
Bees.
John Van Beesbrook fan when I was growing up as a kid. So
I thought you were going to go for John there. But
yeah, I'm a big Beezer fan back in the day, no doubt.
Yeah, they started right when I was in college, and they would sell these $8 tickets the day of the game, and that's how we learned hockey in Florida. Well, Cash, thank you so much for spending time with us. We were lucky, and everybody who passed the test has shared their wisdom with us, and I really appreciate it, and you taking important time out of your schedule to help our viewers accomplish this goal.
I'm an open, but Eddie, I appreciate you having me. I'm happy to pass on this information. Anyone who's listening, I'm easy to find on Florida Bar, obviously. Always feel free to reach out. So thanks again.
Ladies and gentlemen, Cash Eaton.
In the meantime,
Hello, everybody. And today we are interviewing the 10th person who passed the board certification exam in 2021. We've had an incredible response. Everybody we've asked has agreed graciously to participate. And today we're lucky to have Katherine Katie Johnson, who hails from Jacksonville, Florida. She is with the Zisser Law Firm, and the founding member, Elliot Zisser, is instrumental in board certification. I think he might be responsible for the first test we had. Katie, welcome to our little CLE show, and thank you so much for joining us today.
Well, thank you for having me.
So my first question is, why the heck did you leave South Florida for Jacksonville?
That's a really great question. I went to Florida State University for undergraduate. And when I made the decision that I wanted to go to law school, I decided that it probably wouldn't be productive for my studies for me to remain in Tallahassee. And I wasn't really quite ready to move back home and be too close to my family, which is a joke. I wish I was. So somehow I landed in Jacksonville, and I have called it home ever since.
I left, I grew up in Miami, left for law school, ended up in West Palm. So I guess similar kind of path. And you graduated in 2012, right?
That's right.
You became a lawyer. And now in 2021, you are a board certified marital family attorney, which puts you in the top 3% of all family attorneys. So congratulations. It's obvious you approach this with zeal of getting it done. And when you hit that level at your age, it's just an amazing accomplishment. So congratulations on this incredible achievement. And I hope the rewards are already being showered down on you, because once you're board certified, there's all kinds of rewards that happen to you, especially your reputation. So we wanted to ask you about the test, because the viewers here, most of them are interested or are taking the test this year. And there's a lot of criticism that it's a hard test. I used to write it. I used to be on the board cert committee. I think it is a very challenging test, but I think it's typically fair. First off, did you think it was a fair experience and tested everything you needed to know to hold yourself as an expert in this field?
I do think it was a fair test. This is actually my second time taking the test, which meant that I was unsuccessful the first time I took the test. So I think if you would have asked me what I thought about the first test, I might not have said that I thought it was that fair. But in actuality, I probably wasn't as prepared as I needed to be. So after putting in the time and certainly having the benefit of going through the process for a second time and somewhat anticipating what to expect and having the study hours behind me from the first time around, I was obviously in a much better position and felt much more prepared. And since I passed, I can say that I thought it was a fair exam.
And thank you for sharing your journey with us. I think if you take this test, you have to assume you're not going to pass it the first time, just because it's a numbers game. And if you look at the passage rate, most people don't, whether it's their first, second, or third time, don't pass it.
Right.
So they give you core and subcore areas, and they say that's what you need to learn. What did you do from there?
So I had the benefit of having a lot of great mentors throughout the process, which is, you haven't asked me yet what I would recommend, but I'm sure you will. And that would be one thing that I would certainly recommend as anyone interested in going through the process to reach out and try to buddy up with someone who has gone through the experience, and even better if it is in the recent years, because I'm sure the test may have evolved, or procedures and preparations might have come, people might have different approaches and strategies than they did back then. So I received a lot of advice, and something that was recommended to me that I thought was very helpful with my preparations was, in addition to reading, of course, all of the Florida statutes and knowing the factors and being able to spell them inside and out, which I think is kind of common sense, I was told to read all of the Florida law weeklies throughout the last 2 years. And that's something that I did that I felt was really helpful, and especially as it relates to the short answer questions.
So you got the green books, or the advanced, there's a way to get them in January, the paperback, if you're really trying.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think that shows you patterns, and there are definite patterns in the law. I read every family law appellate case that comes out, and I do that not, to create content. I do that so I can learn the law, and just watching these cases come out again and again, and you see the obvious patterns. I think it gives you some inside knowledge of the obvious things that are going to show up on the exam. So pay attention to those patterns. The first time you take it, can you like share the differences between the first time and what made you successful the second time?
I think one thing that made me more successful the second time around is I had the motivation that I had already put in the time the first time around. And obviously I was unsuccessful. And although I thought I was making my study preparations a priority, I found that I didn't. And for example, some advice that someone gave me was, the week before the exam, or at least 2 weeks, block out anything and don't schedule hearings, don't handle your cases, if you have that ability to do so. And I was really good about being routine up until that time. For whatever reason, as family law seems to just happen, you can't control case emergencies. And I ended up getting really just sidetracked and bombarded. And the 2 weeks prior to the exam, when I should have just been finalizing my preparations, I got distracted, I guess is the best way to say it. So second time around, I was not going to make that mistake again twice. And I said, if I'm taking the time out, taking the time away from my family and my kids, then I'm taking this exam and I'm going to pass it, and I'm going to make it a priority, and I'm going to get it done. And that's what I did.
By any chance, did you keep track of how many hours you put into preparing for this test?
So this is something that is unique in that this time around, I was actually preparing for the exam while I was on quote unquote maternity leave. I had a baby just at the end of December. So I was working, but not really working, although I don't think any lawyer can actually say that they have the luxury of taking a maternity leave off or time off, because you can never really step away from your cases. So I was caring for and being responsible for keeping a new baby alive. So I didn't track my time this time around in detail. The first time I took the exam, I know I had more than 100 hours, and I did track my time, and I created a file on my billing software to input my time to keep track, because I was told, I think by Lawrence Stats, that there was statistics that showed that you had to have at least 100 hours in, otherwise you're not going to pass. So I was like, all right. And without a doubt met the 100-hour requirement. And this time around, I didn't keep track of the time, but that's all I did around the clock, and probably 3-hour intervals with taking care of my child.
And obviously it paid off. So congratulations. Did you get an email or a letter or a phone call telling you passed?
I believe I received an email telling me that I had passed.
That must have been a pretty good moment.
It was, and I actually wasn't expecting it, because I know it always falls right around the time, I think it's Labor Day. It's a holiday.
It came out a couple of days early this year.
It did, which was nice, because last time you had to wait after the long weekend and to get the news, and it came early, which was a nice surprise.
So when you took the exam the first time and were unsuccessful, did you like go review the exam afterwards, or did you take a peek at the answers and the model answers?
So I really wanted to and had intended on reviewing the model answer, but that was the year when I took it was when COVID first happened.
Right. And it was really hard.
And there was a little confusion as to whether we were going to be able to do it virtual, whether we had to go in person. And it ultimately ended up where I wasn't able to drive to Tallahassee to review the exam during my pregnancy. So I didn't, but that was something that I really wanted to do. And it's been advice and what a lot of people recommended that I do after I didn't pass the first time.
And I think last year, 2 people challenged their grades and actually were successful in passing when they were told they were failed. So it's definitely, I really suggest it if you can do it. And I know COVID times makes everything a little more hectic. I know the test during COVID times, you were monitored. You didn't go to a central place, you did it remotely.
That was stressful, yes.
Someone was staring at you through your computer as you took this test. I don't know what's going to happen in the future, but was there a preference did you prefer going and traveling live or just doing it from home, being monitored?
I think that they both have pros and cons. I think it was really stressful, just the uncertainty of the technology, whether my exam would upload. My dog started barking in the middle of the exam several times. She hardly ever barks, and she's actually laying at my feet right now, and hopefully she doesn't start barking at the mailman. But I remember in the middle of my exam, something happened and she was going nuts. And so they have strict rules where you can't get out of your chair. So I was scared to get up to let her out of my room, but I'm yelling at the dog and I didn't know if I was going to get flagged. So I just didn't know how that worked. And that was really scary and probably kind of humorous if someone really was watching me through the eye of my computer.
And you have a French bulldog, right?
I do.
What is your puppy's name?
Her name's Josie.
So Josie helped you study and she monitored your exam.
Yes, but I will say also that it ended up being able to take it from home was, with my personal circumstances, much better because I did just have a newborn baby, and it would have been stressful for me to have to travel out of town, being I'm in Jacksonville, get a hotel. I don't know if I would have done it. And I think that might have been the reason why I actually decided to pull the trigger and take the exam, because I thought it was likely it would be held virtual. Otherwise, I was studying, but I wasn't really fully committed until I thought that was going to be the process.
And speaking with all the people that have passed the test, and you being the last one that we had the chance to chat with, the biggest concern was lack of time to complete the test. What did you think about that?
I agree wholeheartedly with that concern and gripe, I guess is the best way to say it. One thing that I feel the board certification is looking for is a lawyer's ability to develop their arguments and analysis and the level of analysis and the arguments that can be made. And I don't feel like a testing applicant has the ability to really develop those arguments in the strict amount of time, especially with those essays. For me, I felt like I was having to write my answer as I was reading the question. And I know there's the tip, read the call of the question, which I did, but the patterns are so convoluted that you don't know the twists and the turns of the question. But I felt like I had to write my answer while I was reading the question. And that, I think, is a big reason why I may have been unsuccessful with the first exam, is that I didn't budget my time appropriately. And so if I felt like if I would have had more time, ultimately there were other areas of the exam I didn't pass, but that was something that I struggled with, that I was really cognizant this time around that I can only allot that 60 minutes or 30. I don't recall what it was. You have it mapped out how many time per minute per question you can spend. And I was really strict on that. But I do feel like having a little bit more time, even if it was another few minutes per section, would be more fair to the applicants.
And the call to question that you mentioned, that's that little paragraph at the end of the question that actually asks and tells you what you're supposed to be answering. So the
Correct.
thought is go straight there. And then when you read this convoluted fact pattern about Homer Simpson and Marge, or Brad Pitt and Jennifer, or whatever, you'll know where you're going, and instead of just reading what would otherwise be one hell of initial intake of crazy facts.
Correct.
Those essays are crazy. Do you have any other tips that you would like to provide to our folks?
Other tips, I think I did the process the second time around. I didn't have a study buddy per se. I think it would have been helpful if I did, to have someone, to help hold you accountable and to help motivate you, when you want to kind of throw in the towel. But I didn't have that. I was thankful that I had my mentors, and certainly Elliot Zister at my firm. He was a big reason why I decided to start the process. And, he always encouraged me, as did, the others, and Ashley Myers in town and the other lawyers in my area code that have recently passed the exam in the recent years. So I had a lot of motivation and support, but it would have been nice to buddy up with someone, but there just wasn't anyone else my year that I knew well enough to do that with.
Well, thank you so much for sharing your information and giving everybody inspiration. And I always tell people, if I can pass the test, and so, I think it's a doable test. And even if you don't pass, you're going to make yourself such a better attorney. So why not go, if this is your vocation, don't you want to be the best of it? And how do you become the best of it? Learn it. And even if you don't hit board certification, just by doing this process, I think it definitely makes, I haven't talked to anyone that has studied and, didn't pass, but not one person has said, this going through this has made me a better attorney. They all say that. So just, setting up a system where you're going to go through all this stuff is going to make you better at your craft, whether you're board certified or not. So that alone, I think, makes it worth it. You going to be attending board cert in January?
I unfortunately am going to be out of town. I have my first vacation in a year. So unfortunately, I will not be there this year, but I will definitely be there next year.
Well, you deserve it. And hopefully next year they'll be asking you to speak on a topic.
Well, I would look forward to that.
Katie, thank you so much for your time. And we appreciate you sharing these tips with our audience.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you for joining us for this month's edition of Stephen Squibb's Monthly Family Law CLE. We hope to see you again next month. In the meantime, do something that matters. Visit www.eddiestevens.com for more information.
And I'm Scott Rubin.
And we are with the law firm of Fogel and Rubin. We have been board certified for a number of decades.
We have both been chair of the Family Law Certification Committee.
And we have both been chairs of the Board of Legal Specialization and Education, the Oversight Board for Board Certification. We've been asked today to present to you some suggestions that may assist you in preparing for the certification exam. I would like to start with recommending to each of you that you study in depth all rules of procedure, whether they be family, civil, or any other rules that may be applicable to marital and family law, that you equally spend time on all of the statutes that will apply in family law cases, not necessarily limited to Chapter 61, but other areas that are statutorily utilized in marital and family law cases.
As important as the rules and the statutes are, and they're the bedrock of what you need to know, application of the rules and statutes happens in the case law. And there are not all that many family law cases that get reported. You should be able to look at every one of them, at least for the past couple of years, but pay close attention to all of the family law decisions that have been reported where a member of the Marital and Family Law Certification Committee is involved. They're the ones who write the questions. We don't have professional test writers. Similarly, because an exam bank is used, which means that questions from prior years can be repeated, you should be looking for major cases involving prior committee members as well. Those fact patterns will often appear on the exam.
When I prepared for the certification exam, and when I have counseled others to prepare for the certification exam, it has been my recommendation that you consider your preparation as you would consider a consult with a new client. For example, when a new client seeks to ascertain during a consultation the likelihood of success if that client seeks relocation, you must know and must be prepared to discuss in detail during your response to an exam question on relocation the legal requirements and the factual requirements that would suggest to the court that you should prevail on that issue. If you cannot answer the question or give an opinion as to the likelihood of success of a client during a consultation, then you will have great difficulty answering that issue on an exam question. You're very much gearing your answers, as Scott will explain more so, to who it is the exam is asking you to step into the shoes of.
After the fact pattern, each of the essay questions of the exam will, in essence, assign a role to you. In what's known as the call of the question, you will be asked to be the judge, perhaps the judge's law clerk, perhaps the appellate court, perhaps the attorney for one party or another, and then asked to analyze the facts that you're given pursuant to the statutes and rules that apply. And so it's very critical that you read that and answer from that point of view. If, for example, you are asked to be the judge and to not just analyze the different positions, but to reach a conclusion as to what the result should be, and you instead analyze it from one party's point of view and just advocate for that one party, you're not going to do well on the exam.
Finally, a suggestion that we have found helpful to those we have counseled on preparation for the exam is to determine the wheat from the chaff. What I mean by that is, if in fact the question addresses primarily a particular topic such as relocation, do not focus on extraneous facts that are provided in the fact pattern. That is, for want of a better term, a red herring. That is what the committee does in drafting its questions to determine whether or not you in fact are capable and competent to recognize the issue and the facts that pertain to that particular issue. And Scott will give you further examples of that.
Now, Terry told you that one of the examples she gave was a question about relocation of a minor child. That fact pattern could well have contained information concerning the premarital asset of one of the parties. The premarital asset of that party and whether the other party has any claim to that asset might end up being an issue in the party's dissolution of marriage case. But if the call of the question is directing you strictly to relocation, not only do you not need to discuss the premarital asset, but you should not.
And by eliminating those facts that are not relevant to the question being posed, you will save yourself a great deal of time, and you will have the opportunity to complete the answer to the question.
So you've been board certified for a long time in marital and family law, which I think is an amazing credential on your resume. Do you have any tips for those of us who are maybe looking at that point in our career where we're thinking like, should we take the test? Should we not take the test? Is it important, not important? Or just any tips of the trade on how to consider taking the test?
I highly recommend it if you're going to be spending any time in family law, because it's the one way that you can ensure that you will be at the cutting edge of your field. One of our obligations to our clients for going to hold ourselves out as experts in this area is to know what it is we're doing. So being board certified to me is a very important representation of your credentials. And don't be upset if you take the test and don't pass it the first time. There's many, 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 many people that don't pass it the first time. But you will learn more preparing for the test than you will probably ever learn. I know when I was studying for the exam, back in the dinosaur age, all I kept saying to myself is, oh my God, I didn't know this. I didn't know this. Because we get pigeonholed into doing certain types of case, and we can do it in our sleep. But to be board certified, you have to have a working knowledge of all other aspects of the family law arena, which involves a lot of different chapters of the statute books, a lot of the rules, a lot of the judicial administration, and all those other aspects that we don't deal with. So studying for the test will make you a better lawyer for sure. And I highly recommend it. And you should be taking the test. It's a pain in the neck, but it's worth it.
Going back to board cert, some people are intimidated just because of the passage rate seems to be kind of skewed.
Yeah.
What tips would you give people that may be nervous or maybe taking the test next year?
Well, that is a challenge. The rate has been formidable for certain in terms of that low rate, whether it be less than 10% or whatever. What my encouragement would be that as I was on the committee and we saw people like Tom Sasser come through and people like that and just blew it out of the water, that if you're really prepared and do great work, you're going to be fine on it. And what I mean by that is, I'll be honest, I didn't pass it the first time. And I went back and I say that candidly because, I believe in transparency, but I redoubled my efforts. And I mean, I realized the next year it took a year. It wasn't those things. I had a practice. I was married. I didn't have children yet, but it wasn't those, you can pull it off in 3 months. It literally took a year of working my way through. Brenda Abrams has that wonderful set, looking at that time at the Red Books, looking at all the appellate decisions over the last year. At that time, I started buying that green book, the Florida
the annual
Law Weekly. Yeah, the annual. Mm-hmm. And so I bought, it's really neat. I've continued to buy every year. I've got this complete library going back to 1990. It's really cool. Kind of nerdy, but I remember it started in 1990 and I read every case from 90 to 93. So, I mean, I felt like there was no way they would not let me through that next year. And it was probably because I didn't get it the first year. And I said, a lot of people can say that. A lot of great people in the academy didn't get in the academy the first time. And it made me realize it does take that much work, but at the same time, there's 300 lawyers or whatever it is now in the state who are board certified. So it certainly, by all means, can be done. And it's been invaluable. It makes you a better lawyer. And the best advice I ever got when I started out there was a guy who's passed away, but he was in the county, and he said, don't be one of these generalists. I think in the Keys, particularly, at least through the 70s and into the 80s, you could be a generalist. And guys did wills. It was like kind of the small town Atticus Finch kind of thing. They had jury trials, they do civil trials, they do divorce. They would do everything. But then as the 80s progressed, people realized the desire to get specialized. And now you don't really find generalists. In this county, I'm sure yours the same way. People do one thing generally and do it, relatively well or not, but specialize. And certainly board certification is part of that.
Yes, yeah. I just tell people, hey, if I could pass it, hopefully
I kind of the same way. I mean, I'm not smarter than anybody else. I might work harder, but it's formidable, but it certainly can be done when you realize how much it takes.
And going through the process, even if you don't pass, makes you a better lawyer.
There's no question. Yeah.
And I don't think anyone I've talked to has ever said something contradictory to that.
I absolutely agree. There's no question. I remember, you probably can say this, is there's no better feeling those first months or year after taking the test, because you walk into court and you know there's no question you can't answer about the statute or about the case law.
At least for a couple of years till some of
Yeah,
it becomes
yeah.
gray.
That's
And then
right.
you serve on the board cert committee and you relearn it all again and
you
again.
relearn it because you have to learn it again, which you've done. So that's to be commended too.
And I think that's probably the hardest committee to work on out there.
Took a lot of work, right? Tremendous
hardest
amount of work.
Yeah, writing and grading and peer
Mhm.
review. It's a lot. Becoming board cert is a big deal, and it's more than just a test. And I think people don't realize how important, for example, peer review is. And peer review can prevent you from becoming board cert and
Or
does.
staying board cert. And
Right. Every
people
5
don't
years.
realize, and people don't realize, particularly in a small county, I'm in front of all my judges all the time. I mean, there's only 4, or there's actually, I think there's only 4 circuit judges in the county.
Wow.
So I know all of them very well in terms of I've been in front of them from decades, or as long as they've been on the bench. And so to your point, peer review in terms of judicial review is a huge deal.
And you are a big fan of board certification. Can you tell us when you became board certified in marital family law and kind of how that has impacted your career?
Yeah, I became board certified, I think it was in 1988, year was 17 years old. And I became board certified. And that year when I took the exam, I think there were maybe 8 or 10 of us all together. And it was incredibly competitive. And I studied really, really hard for it. At that point, I felt really good because it's a validation. To me, with my background, I had to work very, very hard for everything that I ever accomplished. So when I got the certification, I was really, that's one of the high points of my career back then, because there were not a lot of certified lawyers. So, and a lot of lawyers initially were grandfathered in. I wasn't one of those lawyers that got grandfathered in who didn't have to take the certification. So that was it. And that was the step that I needed to then get into the Academy of Matrimonial Lawyers, which happened the following year. So that was a very important time in my life.
And would you give, like, if you were mentoring, what tips would you give someone about board certification, or how would you tell them to approach that test?
Okay, well, first of all, even lawyers who are not, there are a lot of lawyers who are not board certified, and there are a lot of lawyers who are not in the academy who are still some of the best lawyers around. So it's not that you need to be certified to really be a great or a good lawyer, because there are a lot of lawyers who are really, really good who just don't have that, and they're doing just fine. I think that if you want to be certified, you need to be really mindful of the law, the trends of the law. You need to have a book, or you have to have all the updated cases, because certification is very big on the updated cases. And Eddie, I know you do that. You've been compiling that for years. So I think you have to read every Florida Law Weekly, make note of the cases. You don't have to memorize the names of the cases, but look at the trends. And nowadays, you know, the trends are most telling, more so than in the past. In the past, when I first started, the opinions, there were very few reversals. There were not a lot of opinions. And basically, when a trial judge ruled, they were not caught up in technicalities like they are today with reversals. So, like, for instance, if you don't lay out all the elements of why you're awarding permanent alimony, it's going to be reversed on appeal. In the old days, you were awarded permanent alimony because there was a disparity in earnings, it was a long-term marriage, and that was the end of it, and it was affirmed. So I think
just had to cite Canacaris, right?
Right. Yeah. So, you know, when they talk about equitable distribution could have been anything. It just had to be equitable. It wasn't necessarily equal. So, you know, so everybody used to cite Canacaris, and of course they misspoke the name. It was Canacaris and all the other names they used, and some forgot it. And you know, but the judge said, well, it has to just be equitable. And so an 80-20 to me is equitable. Now you can't do that. So I think if you want to be certified, you need to make up your mind a couple of years in advance that you really need to focus on getting there and not worry if you don't pass the exam. Just you go in, learn the law, relax, take it, and if you don't pass it, you take it again and go from there. In fact, that's one of the only things that I have hanging on my wall from my career is my first certification. It's kind of yellowed by now. It's very yellow. I think all the print is faded off of it, but I know what it means.
I think that's probably one of my proudest achievements as well.
Yeah.
Today we have a special guest, one of the 4 folks who passed the board certification test this year for marital and family law, attorney from Boca Raton, Peter Tromador. Peter, are you with us?
I'm here, Eddie. How are you?
I'm doing great. Peter, first, congratulations on your board certification.
Well, thank you.
Only 4 people passed the test this year, so you are certainly in the minority. And I wanted to use this opportunity to kind of ask you a couple of questions about the test, what you thought about it, and any tips you may have for future test takers.
Sure. Well, Eddie, you know, the test was difficult this year. There's no question about it. And the tips are to start preparing early. I think the conventional wisdom is to begin preparing sometime in December, early December, which is what I did. And the preparation really is, first of all, to attend the certification review course in Orlando every year, where you receive the red books, which is a summary of Florida law that may or may not be tested on the exam. And then you also have the Tips and Nibbles seminar, which is at the cert review, which is worth doing. And one of the things that you learn there is, of course, that there's always an ethics question on the exam. And so that's something to really zone in on. And in terms of preparing for that, you have, you know, the bounds of advocacy from the Florida Bar for marital and family lawyers, and also the Florida Rules of Professional Conduct. So that's something to know pretty much inside and out when you're preparing for the exam, because you know that one of the 5 essays will be on ethics, and that they will have testing on both of those items and areas of the law. So that's one significant tip right off the bat.
Now, the test is a number of essay questions, true and false, multiple choice. And as a past chair of the board that created the test, I have a lot of experience in writing those questions and grading them.
Sure.
From a recent test taker perspective, did you think it was a fair test?
I thought it was a hard test because of some areas of law would not be readily apparent that you would think they would be on the exam. And so really, when you're preparing, it's important not only to have the green book, which are the cases from the last year, to order from Florida Law Weekly, approximately $100 or so. You want to order this and have an advanced copy in paperback as well, but also to go under and study some of the more esoteric areas of marital and family law. And it's also good to take a look and review the Florida Bar book on Florida dissolution of marriage. And so that is a significant tip. Those topics that are covered in this book are not necessarily in the red books that you will be getting at cert review. And so you really do need to take an additional step and go a little further above and beyond what's provided at cert review for the potential test takers.
So the board cert committee communicates to the test takers all the core subjects and the sub-core subjects. Do you think that the test stuck to those areas of law?
For the most part, I do think that the test stuck to those areas of law. And again, including some of the more esoteric areas of marital and family law that might not be in the day-to-day practice of a family law practitioner, and that you wouldn't know necessarily without really studying and preparing for the test. And so not only the core, but the sub-core areas are important to incorporate into your study regime.
Would you mind kind of telling us about your study regime and how you went about this task of getting ready for this?
Sure. And so it's a couple hours during the day or in the evening that you have to carve out in order to properly prepare, and really weekends, full weekends leading up to the exam. And so it's a substantial number of hours that you have to put in order to properly prepare for the exam.
And a lot of people don't use case names in the exam because I don't think it helps you if you do, and if you get it wrong, it penalizes you. But do you think you need to know every element of every law that affects those core and subcore groups?
No, you certainly don't need to know every element of every case and the case names. However, as you know, there's a very heavy emphasis on the more recently decided cases, perhaps in the last year or 2 years, which are incorporated through all areas. And again, this is really the book that you need to look at and review in order to understand and prepare for this test on the more recent and notable cases which have been decided in marital and family law over the last couple of years.
What about those cases that are different among districts? Like, for example, in the 4th DCA, we look at actual ability when it comes to attorney's fees, when some other DCAs look at relative ability. Are those important to know?
Yeah, it's important to be able to distinguish those if there are splits in the various districts on important areas, like 6116 fees or anything of that nature.
And I have heard from a lot of people, especially people who were not as fortunate in past, but just the fact of taking the test and studying it made them better lawyers. What's your thought on that?
Yeah, Eddie, I mean, it certainly can't hurt to study and learn more law, even if you don't pass the exam on the first try around. I mean, there's a certain degree of luck when you're taking this as well. And so it's a worthwhile experience to prepare for the test, although very time consuming and not without sacrifices.
Any other tips that you can offer our viewers today?
In terms of actually taking the test, it's important, like any standardized test, to really keep careful tabs on the time in the testing room itself, presuming that there's a physical in-person test in the years ahead. There are large clocks, and you really have to budget your time on those clocks per section of the test to make sure you don't run out of time. The timing is tight. You have to go quickly. You can't spend too much time pondering on any one question or any one essay as you go through this.
And did you take the test by the blue books, or did you use the computer?
So I used the computer. I would say that 99% of all the test takers, at least during last year's administration of the exam, used their computer. If you have even minimal typing skills, I think it's very important to use the computer as opposed to the blue book. However, if you're taking the blue book exam, you'll be sitting there in a room alone with yourself or maybe one other person, and so that might be a benefit if you like isolation.
When I took it 16 years ago, it was the opposite, because everybody was scared their computers would get locked out, and it was new at the time, and most of us did the longhand blue books. So it's amazing how technology changes that. For every statute and rule that we have in Chapter 61 and the other ones that impact us, do you think you need to know those rules by heart?
You need to be very familiar with them, particularly the Florida Family Law Rules of Procedure, before you're taking the test. There are, of course, many rules which correlate to the statutes itself, and so understanding how they interact, I think, is very important, particularly on the essay questions.
And you have just started your new practice. Congratulations. And becoming board cert is certainly a boost to that. Do you think having that logo and those credentials have given you a boost to the launch of your firm?
Sure, it certainly helps. It can't hurt. Fundamentally, it's a marketing tool to a large extent, and we'll see what happens. But it's nice to have it.
Now, would you recommend this daunting task to other family law attorneys?
Yes, I think it's worthwhile. It's worthwhile to, at a minimum, gain additional knowledge through the study process and through hearing the speakers at board cert. And if you've got a chance to pass it, you try to pass it and you see what happens.
And even if you don't pass it, I think there's some benefits going through the process because, again, it forces you to learn things that you might not otherwise know.
It also forces you to have the initial qualifications, which are trying cases, submitting the applications to your peers and to judges. And all of that, I think, has some benefit as well, aside and apart from studying and actually taking the exam.
Did you get your app in far enough in that you were already approved to take the test, or when you take the test, did you not know if you had been past clearance?
I had it in early, and that's another piece of advice, which is to get the application in as soon as you can, to also follow up with the judicial references that you're sending your review to, including calling the judicial assistants from time to time to confirm that the request for the referral has actually been received and is being processed. Probably wouldn't be a great idea to have no responses back from certain references that you're submitting to the committee.
Well, if the committee doesn't hear from your references, they have ways to deal with that. And for example, they look at all your trials you've listed and they could send peer review requests to judges that you didn't put as a reference. I don't think a lot of people realize that.
Yep, absolutely.
Well, Peter, thank you so much for your time today, and congratulations on this pillar of your career. It is really an impressive feat, and we're all very proud of you. And thank you for assisting others who may be taking the test in the future.
Thank you, Eddie. Much appreciated. Take care.
And today we have one of the four who passed the 2020 board cert exam, Andrew Lieberman. Andrew, are you here?
I'm here.
Andrew, thank you for joining us today, and congratulations on passing this year.
Thank you.
Andrew, you have been an attorney since 2007. What made you decide to sit for the family law board cert test?
So ever since I started my own firm and started focusing on family law, I think it was about 2012, and I knew there was a certification. I knew that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to be board certified and specialize in marital and family law.
And when you decided to take the test and take the plunge, what did you do to start to get ready for that?
So the first time I applied was back in 2018 for the 19 test, but then my wife was pregnant and we had the baby on the day of certification review. So I made the decision to push the test to the next year, 2020. So it gave me a little bit of an advantage that I knew I was going to be admitted, or I was going to be approved. And so the tip I would say is start early, give yourself a really long runway, because I hadn't taken a test since 2007, and here I am in 2019, 2020 preparing for a test. So I started in September, and just looking at the materials, looking at what was there, and figuring out how am I going to understand all of the material in a way that it could be remembered. That took itself a long time. And so I want to make sure if I start in September, I had time for a wasted day, or it wasn't a big deal if I thought I didn't make progress that day, because I always had all these months ahead of time. And so I think that was very helpful to me. It also, I spread out the studying too. I was studying 1 day a week. So on the weekend from 9 to 5, I would go in and study.
How many hours do you think you put in studying for this test?
Over 200. I wish that I billed it like I just so I knew exactly. But keeping track of time, I think, would help too, because people told me you should study 125 hours. And I guess when I knew I was studying, when I got close to 100 or 125, I kind of felt that gave me an advantage. Like, at least I put the work in, or I knew I was around in the ballpark.
So after studying for 2 years for this test, going into it, did you feel comfortable that you were going to pass?
2 years. It wasn't 2 years. I put it off, so I knew I was going to get approved. So before I started,
and when you say approved, that means approved for clearance to sit for the test, yes. And you pass peer review and they check all your credentials. It doesn't mean you're board certified. It just means if you pass the test, you'll become board certified.
Right. So I knew I still had to fill out the short form, but nothing changed. So I knew I'd be approved. So I think that was a little bit of an advantage, because people don't get approved to take the test until usually early January. So if you start in early January, I think you're at a disadvantage.
Or some people don't even know they've passed clearance when they take the test, and they take the test conditionally, which would terrify me.
Right. Put all that studying in, that wouldn't be fun. So I really studied from September of 2019 through March of 2020.
So not only studying, but get the app in early so you get that clearance as quickly as possible.
I would say as you're applying at that same time, you should be looking at what materials you need to read and review.
And they tell you the subjects, they give you the core subjects, they give you the sub-course subjects. And do you think you have to know everything in those categories?
Yes, I think that the sub-core topic there was listed military, and that happened to be an essay. So do not skimp on the sub-core topics.
Yes, and when I used to serve as the chair of the committee, the board cert committee, so I have many years of writing and grading that test. When you took it, did you think it was a fair test?
Yes, I think they told you everything that was going to be on there on that outline. It was extremely difficult, but it was fair. They did tell you everything was going to be on there.
And you have a couple essay questions. You have an ethics question, true and false, and multiple choice. What did you find the hardest?
The essays were by far the hardest. The first 3 essays in the morning were by far the hardest essays I've done on an exam.
Now, did you do them handwritten, or did you go to the computer?
Computer.
Did most people use, when I took it, most of the people were in the room doing the blue books, but that was in 2004, before technology is what it is today. What was the percentage of people taking it on their computer?
I think everyone was on the computer.
Did you have any issues with the software that they put on your computer to lock out every other program?
So I had an issue because I guess, like I said, I deferred. So I got an email that last year. And so when I tried to sign in, I was using that email and password, and I got a little bit nervous about it. But then I found a new email, and so that was the only difficulty I had with the software. Make sure you have the right password and year and all that.
Did you take any days off before the test to lock yourself in a room and study, or?
Yeah, so I think like mid-February, I started just really focusing on the test. It was hard to concentrate on much else. And really, I think March 1st, I just told myself, I'm done. March 1st, I'm just doing the test. I'm just studying for the test.
And
the test is on March 13th.
Did you memorize any case names?
No.
Why not?
I didn't think the case names would matter. I thought it was the content and the substance that would matter.
They don't unless you get them wrong. So it's good not typically not to take that risk unless you're sure. But You pretty much need to know every single element of every rule and statute, don't you?
Yeah, so I memorized, I had 11 acronyms, and I couldn't find an acronym for the child time sharing factors, so I just memorized the child time sharing factors. Somehow I grouped them together, and I was really impressed that I could do that, but I didn't think that was possible. And I just want to tell you, like, if you're taking the test, I wrote all those acronyms out, and I don't know that I used all the acronyms. I don't know that I went through and wrote everything down. I really went through and analyzed everything there, and nothing I did was, exactly how I planned it would go.
Did you write your essays in a narrative form, or did you use more of an outline bullet approach?
Narrative. I did not outline.
And if you knew someone that was taking the test next year, what advice would you give them?
Like I said before, start early. The materials from the board certification review are very good. I made handwritten flashcards that really helped me remember, and it makes you think about what you put on those flashcards. I read the 2018 cases, the 2019 cases. I think maybe what was the most helpful that someone told me was the test isn't really about memorization, it's about knowing. And I think that's very true, because you can memorize all this, but they're going to give you a fact pattern it's very difficult. And it's going to be different from what you've been doing if you're just memorizing. So I think reading those cases, if you really read the cases from the year that you're taking the test or the year before, really think about how those judges wrote those answers and how that analysis went. I think that would be very helpful.
Because the test takers don't just expect you to recite elements, they expect you to recite all of the elements and then apply them.
Right. And I think from my standpoint, it was more about the application than reciting the elements. I think the application was far more important.
And what did you think of the ethics question?
I thought the ethics question was simpler than the other questions. So if you want to talk about the questions, I think there's going to be, how it was for me, there's 3 questions, and whatever the topics were, they were very complex. Like, for example, for alimony, it wasn't just need and ability to pay. Very complex, very subtle. And there was 3 questions kind of like that. But then the last 2 questions, I thought the ethics question was straightforward. I don't think they're trying to trick you there. And then there's another question I thought was also straightforward. So I don't know if they intended it that way, but 3 of the essays were incredibly difficult. And then the 2 of the essays I thought were very manageable.
In the ethics essay, is it still just try to spot 10 ethical issues?
Yeah, I think so. I think you're just going through, and for our essay, they gave you this attorney who just made a lot of very bad choices, and you're just kind of calling him out on it.
Did you read any other materials other than the 2 years of cases and the red books from board cert?
The statutes. I thought the statutes were very important. I thought the statutes also were more straightforward than the materials. I think that you should start with the statutes.
Anything else you want to say to our audience about this test, taking it, or why you should take it?
So if you're going to take it, I thought it was very stressful, but I didn't even want to go back in for the second half, but go back in. You can pass. It's doable. And I don't know. I'm very happy that I passed. I think it's nice to be able to say I'm board certified. I'm specialized in family law.
So it is kind of an exclusive club, and only 4 people passed, and I know a whole lot more people took it than that. So Andrew, congratulations on your achievement. We're very proud of you, and we can't wait to see what you do next.
Thank you. I just want to everyone know, you can study very hard. I know people study very hard and they still didn't pass. And, just make sure you study. And even if you fail, it doesn't say anything about you. You're taking this really difficult test, and just taking it, I think, is a big deal. Just taking it says something about you.
Plus, it makes you a better attorney, don't you think?
Oh, yeah. The studying, I learned a lot of things, how to do it the correct way. And that's I think it just helps the profession in general.
Did you have a study partner, or did you do this all on your own?
So I studied on my own. I never studied with somebody. I did have people that I knew that took it, and I would talk to them. And I think that was good for the psychological value, to know you're all in the same boat. You're all wondering what's going to happen. You're all stressing out, and that's very helpful. And you even talk a little bit about the topics to make sure you're on the right track also.
During your break, did you talk about the first half of the test with other people?
Oh, yeah, I definitely did. It made me feel better. Some people think it makes them feel worse. But again, I thought I didn't think that was talking about is helpful because everybody thought the same thing. That's kind of how it felt.
So it's a super hard test, but it's fair, and you need to know everything.
Yes, and I think even if you know everything, you still have to know it. You have to apply it, and that's really the key. I kind of compared it to when you're giving a consultation and they're asking you all these questions, you have to know those answers.
Andrew, thank you so much for your time today, and we appreciate you giving us some tips.
Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to welcome a very special guest, one of the 4 passers of the most recent board certification test, Kelly Albanese. Kelly, are you with us?
I am.
And congratulations on becoming board certified in this most recent round.
Thank you so much.
It is truly an exciting thing, and to be one of the 4 people that passed is remarkable. So congratulations.
Very exciting. Thank you again.
Well, I believe the best people to give tips on how to pass this test are the people who just passed. And I thank you for answering my call, and was wondering what tips you can share or what helped you pass this really tough exam.
Absolutely. So I would definitely suggest and advise reading through the Florida Law Weekly collected family law cases for the past 2 years. And, a lot of the cases are dealing with dependency. You can skip over those because that's not on the test. But as for all of the other cases, read them all, highlight them. You will see a pattern of what the courts are getting the appellate courts are having brought in front of them over and over again. And the test, you will see that a lot of the fact patterns come from those cases out of the collected cases. So in January, they release the paper copy for the year before. Go ahead and order that. You don't need the hard copy to start highlighting. Order that and just go through all those cases is a must.
What do you think about how you approach studying the statutes?
That you'll see, again, they refer to certain statutes. I mean, the time sharing, alimony, those ones know like the back of your hand. But I also got through LexisNexis, I don't know the exact off the top of my head, but just it comes with 2 books, and I can send you that information later. But it's just a collection of all of the family law statutes, and just go through that at least once. It'll give you a refresher, and that's pretty helpful as well.
And there were only 4 people that passed this year, and there was a lot of criticism that the test is too hard. I passed back in 2004, and then I was on the committee that wrote and graded the test, and we always thought it was hard but fair. Now that you've studied for it and passed it, what do you think about the exam?
It's hard, but I think it's fair. It took me 3 times, to be honest. So I took it back in 2017. I was close, but just didn't get that, I saw once I reviewed it, because they give you a chance to review your answers, why I had, come short. I couldn't take it in 2018 because I had a baby at the end of February and the test was 2 weeks later. And then I took it again in 2019, and honestly, it just wasn't smart. I shouldn't have taken it at that time because I was in the middle of moving. My kid's first birthday, just again, bad timing. But this year, I happened to be pregnant. And so I just, from January 1st until I took the test, I made sure I studied at least a couple hours every single day. I maybe took off a day here or there, but that was what my focus was. And I really think that if you just study enough, they're really not trying to trick you on the questions. I don't think, again, after taking it 3 times, it's hard, but they want to make sure that they, are weeding out, and, now, you can call yourself, kind of an expert in the field, and they want to make sure that,
you're qualified to do that, because people, already it's only been a couple months. I mean, people really look to you as being able to help them now that you have this extra level of certification. So
be careful. You also now have an extra layer of liability too.
Exactly.
Even though that has never been an issue in my career. Did you think they tell you what's on the test with the core topics and the sub core topics? Do you think it was true to those areas of law?
Yes, I do. I followed those. And another little tip is, I think every single time I took the test, there was one multiple choice question on surrogacy. So just review that statute at least once, know that statute, and I can almost, I can't guarantee, but pretty certain that if you know the statute, you'll be able to get one multiple choice question right.
And during the lunch break, did you talk to anyone about the test?
Nope.
Did you take it by computer, or did you do the old blue books?
Definitely computer.
Did you have any issues with the software that they put on your computer?
Never once. Nope.
It's interesting how things changed, because in 2004, the minority of the people used their computer, and the rest of us did it the old blue book fashion. I'd be interested to see.
I would definitely suggest doing the computer, and even when you do the little class that they offer before the big CLE in January, everybody suggests you want to type it, because if they have trouble reading your handwriting, that could cost you points.
Did you write in a narrative answer, or did you give a bullet answer?
I did it in broke it down into paragraphs, dealing with the issue of alimony, and then the issue of, if they asked, I think there was something about the Hague, the Hague Convention issue. And I underlined those and then just wrote those out in each. So less of a narrative. It was kind of a narrative when I broke it down. But I definitely made it where they knew what topic I was talking about in each part.
And if you sign up for this test, chances are you're going to fail it. And you were brave enough to tell us about your 2 previous attempts.
Yep.
Were you ever discouraged with this and said, this isn't for me, or?
No, just because I knew the first time it was actually encouraging that I got as close as I did, and it kind of pushed me knowing, okay, this is more doable, because everybody has, you're so scared because it is so tough. The second time I knew it was there was no chance, because I just knew that I didn't prepare enough. And then, if I hadn't passed it this third time, knowing how much time I put into it, and that I really dedicated myself and took every single day to at least, look over something. I probably would have been a little rough if I didn't pass this time, because I don't know what I could do different.
So you were pretty happy to get that email?
Yes, very. I read it a few times because I was like, am I reading this right? Another thing is, not to interrupt, but we all took the bar. And and that's what I went back to, is what did I do to help pass with that? And I'm very big on, if I write something down, it helps me remember it. So, and not typing, but actually writing pen. So I wrote note cards, and then I would keep reviewing those note cards. And that was what I did for the bar as well. So kind of look back at that and think, how did you pass the bar? And kind of go with that same strategy, I think, is a good way to handle it.
Writing out longhand works really well for me. Once I do that, it's pretty much stuck in my head.
Exactly.
Do you have any other tips you have to offer folks that may be thinking about taking the test, maybe people that are scared of taking the test, scared of failing it?
It's give it a try. The worst that can happen is you fail, and you can try again. Even just the honor of being allowed, I know people that have applied and haven't even been given the chance to take it. So just being able to, have a peer review and pass all of that to take it is an accomplishment in and of itself, I think. I would definitely suggest go, because the first year I didn't go to the CLE in Orlando. I just got the books. Definitely suggest going to that CLE. Sit in the first 2 rows. They let you, they have those dedicated to the test takers, and just pay attention. You can get the slides afterwards, and make sure, the speakers will start to have repetitive things as well that they talk about. And those tend to be things that are brought up on the exam as well. So.
Well, Kelly, congratulations. Your perseverance has paid off. And thank you for sharing your advice with everybody.
Thank you.
We wish you the best of luck.
All right,
Ladies
thanks.
and gentlemen, for the February 15th, 2021 monthly family law case law, we have a very special guest, Christy Guerrero from Jacksonville, who is in a law firm, two-person law firm. Both attorneys there are board certified, and Christy just passed the 2020 board certification exam. So Christy, congratulations on being one of the 4 folks who passed last year's exam. It's great to see you.
Thank you. I appreciate you having me.
And Christy graduated in 2012, so she's a relatively young attorney to pass this test. And what I found really interesting was she's also used to work for DCF as a child protective investigator. So that has to help your practice in all kinds of ways. Welcome to our show, Christy.
Thank you. Thank you.
So the topic is tips on how to pass the board cert exam. And last year we had 4 people pass it, and we're trying to get that number up, that passage rate up, and was wondering, what steps did you do to approach studying for this exam?
So I had the best intentions. I honestly, the application date snuck up on me. So the year that I could have applied to sit, I did not get my application in on time. But what that meant was that I had a full year to study before I could even apply to sit for the following year. So I marked every Friday off on my calendar for the entire day. I'm going to study, and I'm going to set aside plenty of time. That never happened, not even the first time, because, we're family law attorneys and fires happen. And the very last thing that I was able to do that week was to sit down and study when I needed to prep for the hearing for next week. So then it really came down to timing of it. Again, I started in December thinking, okay, I'm going to buckle down and do it now. I might have gotten a few hours of study time in December. The bulk of what I did happened after the board cert review class. I did put the 100 hours in. I stopped counting at some point. So my best guess is I put in about 100 hours. For me, I studied the same way that I studied for every law school exam, for the bar exam. I read the outlines. I read the red books cover to cover. I then went back and outlined them, and then I went over my outlines again and again and again. I was never really an acronym person, but that was the only way I could find to get myself memorizing all of the statutes and all the factors. And so I did that. And yeah, for me, I think the best thing that I did for myself is the week before the exam, I rented a house in Tampa, and I took myself there and did nothing but study for this exam for that week. You have a busy practice. I've got a family at home. There was no way to do it for me other than to completely remove myself from all of it and just devote that time to studying. And I found that to be really, really helpful. And if I had it to do again, thankfully I don't. I would definitely do that again.
Now, there's a lot of criticism that the test is just too hard, and they give you all the core areas and the subcore areas, so you know what's going to be tested. Did you think the test was a fair representation of what they told you was going to be on it?
I do. I don't think there was anything on the test that wasn't either in the red books or identified on the outline that they gave us. So when I was putting together my study materials, I used that core and subcore list. I checked everything off as I was creating my outlines to make sure that I had covered every subject matter that they told me that they were going to test me on. And I knew everything that I needed to know. The test is difficult, but it should be. And clearly it can be passed, but you've got to put in the work and know the material in order to do it. you can't walk into the test, and I know people that did. I spoke to several people that took the test that hadn't studied at all. They just assumed that if they had put in the 5 years or the 6 years or the 7 years, that their experience would be enough to get them through. I can assure you that it's not. The way this material is tested is not your general practice knowledge. They're not going to ask you what's the standard to modify child support. They're testing the nuances and the very unusual fact patterns, and it's the application of the law, not do you know the standard.
And they give you true, false, multiple choice, and essays. What did you think was the most difficult?
I think they were all equally difficult. The essays, of course, are extensive, but they're complicated. There were some that were easier than others. The ethics is pretty straightforward, but the substance of one of ours was an equitable distribution fact pattern that was complicated, and the multiple choice is difficult because you always, to some extent, psych yourself out. And well, this could be true. We do what we do. We argue in our own heads. Well, this could be true if this, and this could be true if that. So it's kind of walking yourself back and answering the question that is in front of you without overanalyzing it, which I think is difficult for all of us.
Did you, in between your break, did you happen to talk to anyone and get psyched out at the test, or how did that go?
So it's really interesting. Yes, people didn't come back for the second half of the test. I think those were the people that also had not put any time to study, who thought that they could just show up and take the test and pass it. They didn't realize how difficult it was actually going to be. But for me, the first part of the test was the multiple choice, and I felt really good about it. But yeah, it's hard. It's no different than the bar exam. Everybody walks out feeling as though they just bombed it. There's no way I passed that exam. But don't talk to anybody. If you know it, you'll know it, and you'll be fine.
And I think this year they're doing it remotely based on the pandemic issues, and you will have a proctor watching you as you take the exam to make sure you're not looking at anything. So I think they're doing it kind of like the bar exam. When you took the test, did you type your answer, or did you write it old-fashioned way?
I took a laptop and I typed. I can't imagine having enough time to have gotten through all of the essays had I handwritten them. At least not have gotten as much information that I would have wanted to. But I'm faster typer than I am handwriting. Several people did handwrite the exam. I would not. I would highly recommend taking a laptop in. It's not cumbersome. You are able to bring a laptop bag in with you. Well, it's at home now, so remotely, but yeah, I would not handwrite.
And were you able to get all your package in before the test, where you knew you would be, if you sat for the test, you knew you had already passed peer review and all of the requirements, or were you a little late in your application?
So because I had missed the application deadline the year before, I knew this go round what it was going to take to get that application in and done. So I started that process early, and I got it in on time. I did have to supplement my application with some extra information, but that was an easy process. I only had to do that once, and so by the time I sat, I was not concerned about my application at all. I knew that was going to be just fine.
A lot of people, I think, don't appreciate it, that it's very similar to applying for the bar, and it does take a lot of time for the board cert committee to process all of that. And as a past committee member and chair, it's amazing really how much weight they put into peer review and how seriously they take that. So if you are past that process, I think that says a lot about you as an attorney, that you're even allowed to sit for the exam.
Absolutely.
So all the folks that are out there nervous like you were before you took the test, do you have any tips that might give them comfort or some additional direction?
there's no magic trick. There's no secret. None of us that pass know anything that people sitting in front of their exam materials don't. If you have practiced well in your career, if you've been a good, thorough lawyer, if you have done your research and been prepared for every hearing you've ever walked into, then studying for this exam you're going to be okay. Yes, you're going to learn new things. I learned new things. I walked out of the test after the experience was over and thought, even if I don't pass this exam, I'm a better lawyer for having studied for and taken this test. So I've come out better, regardless of the exam result. So it's a feat, and the test is difficult, but if you put in the time and do the work, it is a manageable mountain to climb.
And when did your partner, Molly, become board certified?
She passed the exam the year before that I took it.
So you guys have a little niche going on, a nice little boutique firm in Jacksonville.
Yes. We're sad that we cannot market our firm as a board certified firm, but we do, put a little check out there that yes, both of the partners of the firm. We do have some other attorneys here that are not yet board certified, but they will be on their way shortly.
Well, Christy, we appreciate your time today, and thank you for sharing some tips with our viewers. And
Absolutely.
We wish you the best of luck in your career, and we're very proud that you passed this test. So congratulations.
Good luck, everybody.
And that's a wrap. 8 hours of tips. Wow. If you like what you saw, check out our CLE series at www.eddiestevens.com/CLE. And if you like what we're doing, check out the Center for Child Counseling.org. They're doing some amazing things. Now go out there and do something that matters. Good luck on that test.